FNCS Summit. It's been a long journey getting here, but now it is time.
Okay, because we know we got game one ready to go.
2v1 situation here. Panzer, Cold, they trade shots, but Cold will not go down without a fight. They win game one with ease. Can that repeat? Game two is here. Peterbot not missing a shot.
Nico might be able to try and shift things up, but he's going to need to pull out all the stops here, and it doesn't look like it'll be enough as Bolt finally going in for the closing shot.
We're one of the best duos in the world, so nothing's gonna stop us.
Game three, ready to go. And the cube is going to be his worst nightmare right now for Mini Theo. It sent everyone flying, but Chino.
That was one of the most insane things I've seen.
Scroll with only 2 builds remaining. Can he find the closing shot? Just needs to get that max hit off the Chaos Reloader, but sure enough, Scroll can't do it. Cringe has won it out, and that's going to be game 3.
You just run around, eliminate everyone.
Game 4 is ready, so let's jump right in.
Pigs trying everything in his power to escape, but it's Clicks who gets pickaxe.
He's trying to cause chaos. It's going to be damaged, but he cannot find the shot. Sky's going to pick him up, but not before falling down. And it's going to be scary up on the high ground to find the final elimination.
And let's hop in 5 already.
Acorn goes up, tries to chop out high, but that is his demise. It's all solos left alive here, and this is Curve. Big moment. 9 eliminations, victory royale, making mom and dad proud. This is it, the last game of the day. The zone is just eating Toyo alive, one tick after the next. He finally makes his way in, but it doesn't last long. Ari and Cammy clutch out game 6.
I mean, Fortnite fam, how can you not be hyped?
Welcome to the FNCS Major Summit. Yesterday we sent 25 teams through to Championship Sunday and 25 fell into the lower bracket, and no one wants to go home today. And they won't be fighting it out alone because they're joined by this incredible crowd here in Düsseldorf! And they definitely don't want to miss out on the chance to compete for the first ever FNCS Major Summit title, and of course this incredible Thomas Light trophy. This crown, my friends, is detachable, but we don't know who is going to be wearing it. Yesterday was such incredibly tough competition, and today is going to be all about heartbreak. So let's head to the desk to see what Zeke has to say.
The only thing I have to say, Frankie, is I am excited, but equal parts nervous. This is the lower bracket of the summit. This is it for many of these duos. Not only we have the bottom 25 drop down into this lower bracket, but there's already 25 duos waiting for them to show up, and they've watched everything from yesterday and thought one thing: now we know what you're gonna do, but you have no idea what we plan to do. Welcome to the FNCS Summit. This is the lower bracket. That's Vivid. That's Levin 2K, boys. I'm nervous.
And it's good reason to be nervous, Zeke. Listen, day 2 out of 3 here for the summit. It feels bittersweet because it's like, listen, after watching all 6 games yesterday, I know how fast these 6 games are going to go today. And then after that, we're already on the last day of the summit. It's going to fly by so fast, but I'm super excited to get in all the action today.
Yesterday was a hit. Today's going to be a smash. I mean, some of the teams, some of the players, when you look at some of the names who dropped down into lowers today, there is going to be plenty of revenge to be had. The fans are amazing. They've been showing out. The energy is alive. So today, it's going to get fun, Zeke.
Absolutely, man. Just think of all of the duos, right? High-profile duos that fought tooth and nail to make it into that upper bracket. Man, we had some big names drop down. And again, having to fight through 25 new duos. You had a plan up in upper bracket. You thought to yourself, hey, it's all good. I'll end in the top 25. And now here we are. We find ourselves in that lower bracket. Obviously, you know, we have some stats lined up for you guys. So I wanted to bring some of this up. We wanted to break down some of the stats based on like which regions qualified through. Yeah.
I'm glad you guys got my request.
You want to go ahead and kick us off?
Yeah, I mean, no surprises. Europe, leading the
Oh,
way,
God.
leading the charge. 13 of our duos were able to sneak their way in. And I'm not surprised by that, Vivid. I mean, that's what I was expecting personally.
I think that's what everybody was expecting. I mean, you guys did have 20 teams playing yesterday, right? So 13 out of 20. I like the way NA's looking over there as well. Of course, we had 7 from NA Central. We know Kanata was feeling good as well, talking about how he's carrying the region on his back. So fun. But we got to see equal representation across the board, right? Every single one of the regions making it to finals, at least from the upper bracket. It'll be interesting to think how things kind of switch up after today.
I love that, man. And of course, if you guys were watching at the end of yesterday's show, not only did we have an amazing day 1, there was some announcements we had, right?
Ooh.
Brand new dates for Major 2, last chance, the announcement of globals, the dates, the location, pre-registration of tickets. And if you checked out that blog, power rankings, Unreal, and also happy community day, hop into Fortnite, play double XP rewards. A fantastic weekend for Fortnite. Man, so as we kind of turn attention back to the competition right here, right now, yesterday we knew we had to make it in the top 25, right? That was kind of our path forward. Today's a little bit different because today we can either earn ourselves a victory royale, and if we do, that means we're done. We get out, we get to walk away from the stage and start thinking about tomorrow, or we need to end top 19 today.
The lower bracket is scary. I mean, for a lot of these duos that kind of entered the competition, entering into the upper bracket, you got to be feeling all of them felt confident in their ability to go ahead and clutch up top 25 yesterday. I'm sure a lot of these teams didn't even feel like they would be playing today. But then on the other side of the lobby as well, the other half, they knew they were going to be playing today. They feel prepared for the format that's going to be playing in today. So I'm wondering if that's going to play a factor.
Yeah, I mean, we are all familiar with that win and you're in format, right? We can take a look at the point format. The teams in first place will get 1,000 points. But we've not get to see that online. I think this is the first time we're getting to see people have to get off the stage after they win the game and leave their drop spot up for grabs for the rest of the lobby to take part.
Yeah, exactly. I think in terms of format, like, yeah, when you take a look at it on paper, it's like, oh, wow, now first place gets 1,000 points. They automatically qualify. But that was kind of the same thing yesterday. We feel like any team that kind of won a game had already secured enough points to get top 25. So even though the format's kind of changing, it's still going to be the same aggressive style going for those wins because they know that is exactly how they're going to get into finals. But I like the point that you brought up. Those teams are going to be removed from the lobby, which means that there are going to be opportunities for everybody else playing to land where they were landing. It's going to get spicy.
Yeah, a lot of moment-to-moment, adaptation, right? As we bring up this lobby list, again, some of these names you watched play yesterday, right? But now these 25 duos that made it through second chance, they're waiting.
I mean, I think the fun thing about looking at this list is there's so many surprises, but for different reasons, right? You have in the bottom left a team like Chino and Pablo. They're surprised because you'd never expect the second place EU team to actually fall down into lowers. There's guys who actually didn't even make it through the major qualifiers and had to do it in the second chance qualifier that you'd never have expected to have to go through that route, right? All these different teams, all these different players, even at some of the other regions, right? A team like King and Fazo, we all usually just expect those guys to make out of Brazil super easily, right? They had to do it through second chance. And so many different teams with a lot to prove today, Billy.
Absolutely. I'm kind of looking towards like Epic Whale and Pump over there on the Western region. They had to qualify for that second chance qualifier as well, which was a big surprise. Kingling and Craze as well. But at the end of the day, they did make it here to the summit, and they've got to show up on the stage. They only got one opportunity over the course of these next 6 games to prove that they deserve to be in finals.
Guys, let's start this off, right? Let's start talking about some of these duos, Akira and Karama. Also with a recent birthday happening, but now we have to form a plan, right? We need that VR. And I think, do we think that they will hit a VR? We think maybe they want to wait, kind of get a couple games in the belt, and then maybe go for that VR?
Well, immediately the thing that you mentioned there, Zeke, was that they have to formulate a plan. Well, let's take a look at where they're going to be landing right off early in these games. North side of Battlewood. We know that there's a team, Sky and Scroll, who just qualified yesterday, who have done super, super well playing Fortnite in general from that spot. So surely these guys have so much, like, video to watch of how they can do well from that spot.
Not just video, right? These guys obviously came through the second chance qualifier. When they were playing there, they landed Northside Battlewood. They were being coached by Sky and Scroll, and they won 3 games in a row. And so if there's any team in this lobby who you should feel confident about their chances moving forward today, it's got to be a Kirin Karama. Quite frankly, again, another example of a team who, I think if you ask most EU fans, you would have never expected them to be in this situation. You have to think they were a team that was good enough to make upper bracket and qualify straight through grands. Of course, they had troubles being surprise con in the grand finals. Over here, though, I don't think they have to worry about that.
Okay, let's talk about this other duo. Shadow, Virgo, obviously. Viv, you're a fan. Talk to us about them.
The talk of the town, I swear. I had my eyes on Shadow and Virgo leading into the MAJOR1 finals. Unfortunately, we did not get to see them there, but going into it, I was so impressed with this duo. I feel like their ability to find eliminations is really what surprises me. And I think it's also important to note that these guys are also doing well in other game modes, right? Like we have the Reload series that's going on. They just qualified for the LAN over there. So these guys as a duo are doing super, super well. But the spotlight obviously goes to Virgo as it currently stands.
I don't think anybody in the world of Fortnite has had their stocks go up this weekend more than Virgo. I mean, everybody is giving him his props, and rightfully so, because he has been the creative demon this weekend. He's been destroying people all over the place. And I mean, we all care about what happens in Battle Royale and Reload, but the streets care about what's happening in creative. And right now, Virgo's won the streets.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool, right? And that's kind of one of the best things about being online is bringing the players together and kind of saying, like, oh, I haven't seen you and met you in person. Let's just toss it a 1v1, see how things are going. What has that experience been for you guys? What have you guys seen?
Oh,
I mean, it's been super, super clean. What is the guy's like undefeated, right? Obviously, you were kind of talking to it, but it's just super, super crazy because it's one of those names that nobody kind of expected kind of coming into the weekend to be winning those types of fights against the names of what do we have in the mix? Like Peterby was beating him over there. Shark was getting put down as well. Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was glad EU did well yesterday because the NA were kind of cooking us at times in some of the creative matchups, Virgo in particular. So, you know, you lot can have your little creative. We'll keep the VR side of things going. You know, that's where the big money's at.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, I mean, he put on that performance there. He's got to go to translate that. We've seen him in this high pressure situations. I'm not worried, right? Right.
No, like I said, these guys were doing well. They were doing well leading up into the MAJOR1 finals. They did well over in, the Reload Elite series. So, no, they should have this.
I love that. Well, Frankie is standing by right now with Virgo. Let's hear from him.
I am, and Virgo just said to me before this week, I didn't really even play creative, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I just really play comp mostly, but I guess I'm good at playing creative and reels and stuff like that, so it's a hidden talent.
Yeah, how did this even start happening? You were basically taking everyone down in the player room. Tell me who you took down.
I mean, I 5-0'd Marius, 5-0'd Rax, literally just every EU fighter you could think of, Chino, Shark, all of them, I beat them.
How did it go against Pete?
We played 3-1 and then the servers got a little laggy here, so we stopped.
Do you think Pete had a word with someone?
Probably.
Didn't want to get shown up by the newcomer, except you're not a newcomer, because Virgo, you did play with your teammate Shadow back in 2024 at GC, and now you're back together. What does it feel like this time? What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, that last one in Texas, that was my second grands that I qualified for, so I was really inexperienced and pretty nervous, but I feel like with all the 1v1s here, it got my nerves down a lot. Like, it helped me control them, and I just feel really confident now, if anything.
What's interesting, though, is you're one of the duos that's actually uncontested at South Frigid. Are you kind of desperate for a fight now? Are you just going to be going off and third-partying duos?
I mean, I feel with this new victory format for the lower bracket, I just want to play one game and finish, keep it nice and simple. So I'm just going to do whatever my IGL tells me.
So basically, you're going to follow Shadow's lead, and you are going for that end game, no holds barred.
Nope, just play my game, whether it's low ground, high. I mean, we're good at everything, so.
Well, you know what? No matter what happens today, we've seen you become a star this weekend, Virgo. So good luck to you and Shadow. Let's head back to the desk.
Viv, that's the confidence I like to hear. One game, right? One game, but listen, if this was back home, if this was just NAC, maybe, but contextually slightly different.
Nah, 11 EU messed up by letting this guy even jump into the creative server rhythm. You heard him. His confidence went way up. His nerves went way down after how well he did.
guys are done for.
Yeah, we might have messed up. I mean, because the reality is, a lot of players come to these events and you are feeling nervous. Maybe you haven't had that much time on the stage. And just that opportunity to actually loosen up and go, if those are the people everyone's saying are the best, and I'm beating them 5-0, maybe I ain't too bad myself. And that translates through. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do on the stage today.
You know, I think there's maybe a duo that the fans are probably really excited about seeing here today. It's Mr. Savage. It's Velo. You know, we had a chance to catch up with Savage, and we're like, hey, man, so what do you think? You're going to look to play some games? You're going to maybe play for that VR? And he's like, I might just go ahead and get a little W, farm some aura. I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Savage has definitely got his eyes focused in on the win. I personally have my eyes focused in on Velo. And the reason why I want to go ahead and point out Velo in this specific scenario is because the summit is very unique in the sense that we did have that second chance qualifier, which actually allowed 3 total players that are going to be playing today actually never play in an FNCS Grand Finals. And Velo is going to be one of those players. So we just had the opportunity to go ahead and talk with Virgo, and he's talking like, yeah, you know what I mean? Not a lot of experience on LAN, and he feels a little bit more comfortable. But what about somebody like Velo, who hasn't been kind of jumping in the creative and showing off and beating everybody and has never even had the opportunity to play a Grand Finals, let alone on LAN? How is all this going to impact him?
It is going to be a big test of his character, right? Everybody's been hyping him up as a talent. We know what Mr. Savage is going to do. Martin, he's good. He's good. We know he's all right. Velo, though, this is the best lobby he's ever played in. The biggest stage he's ever played on. The only stage he's ever played on, right? So, again, we've seen some players crumble at that opportunity. We've seen some players use it as a step up. I think when you look at his personality, he's a very big personality, and I want to predict that he will step up to the occasion.
Okay. I love that. Well, we can actually hear from him right now because Frankie is standing by with Mr. Savage.
I just spoke to Mr. Savage, and I was like, oh, you guys, you're uncontested at East Squibbly, and you said, I've got bad news. Can you give it to me?
Yeah, you know, we heard some rumors in the prac room. Yeah, it's not looking good. We'll see how it turns out, though.
Have you got some names?
I'm looking at some Asian players, maybe some other people. We'll have to wait and see.
Have you been practicing your off spawns with Velo?
Yeah, obviously. I think you can tell as well. Velo's been primed off spawn. You saw the last NA Div Cup, what happened. And, you know, that was against Peterbot, so.
So you've only been playing with Velo for a couple of months. Why the pickup?
Well, I think Velo is, maybe not now, but he used to be one of the most underrated players. You know, he's qualified for every single Div Cup in this chapter. So, yeah, I think he's kind of flown under the radar for other players that were looking for a duo, but I'm happy that happened because now I got to play with him.
And how do you feel about being in the lower bracket today? Because you've got form of getting through these last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, last time I was in the lower brackets with Vidil back in, I think it was 2023. We ended up winning, so hopefully we can repeat that today.
And who's more likely to go through today between you and Vidil?
I'm going to hype my boy Vidil up, you know. I hope he qualifies.
We hope you qualify too, Mr. Savage. Let's head back to the desk.
I'm not worried. This is Mr. Savage we're talking about. I'm sure we'll see that VR. I mean, and again, top 19 still going to be difficult to make it through, but this is Savage. Come on.
I mean, listen, I'm a little bit worried now, Rat. I don't think he 100% knows what's going to be happening off spawn either, but it sounds like he's going to be prepared for it.
Yeah, but we've seen how quickly these games ran out. We've seen people who were way more prepared have their own struggles. And so, again, I hope the experience of Mr. Savage can allow him to guide himself through. And hopefully Velo, again, just has the performance of his life. And, you know, they get it done quickly. One and done, out of the lobby.
Then big focus on tomorrow, right? But another big player in the lobby yesterday was Vico, and we're going to stand by right now to get his thoughts on what led him to be successful.
That's right, I'm here with the big Vico, the #1 eliminator from yesterday, the best fragger from yesterday. Vico, you tweeted yesterday that you were nervous going into the day. Are you sure?
Well, I mean, I was kind of nervous going into the games, right? I was kind of nervous I will underperform and stuff like that, right? But like going into game 1, you know, everything calmed down. You know, my teammate was giving me some nice ASMR in my ear. And yeah, I was just ready to dominate. You know, I was feeling it, you know?
Yeah, I want to show a clip as well from yesterday. You were singing. You were singing to go into Game 5. Yeah. What were you singing?
Well, it's a song called "My Chest Is Hurting." It's like I love. It's like a song I have in my Spotify playlist. You know, it's a fire song. You know, I enjoy it.
Was Malibuka not singing? Is this why you're mad at him?
He was hating on me.
Oh,
he was hating on my song.
What's going on?
Weird.
So let's have a look at your best game from yesterday. This is your second place. Now I want to talk about this sort of 7th zone you had right here. You guys were down at the bottom of the map in this absolute mess. You get a max pull 7th zone. What's going through your mind at this point as a fragger in this team?
Well, as from my POV, right, I was just thinking like, okay, what's Mali gonna think here? What we can do, you know? Because like if you look at it like up here, right, it's like this is pretty much a dead site right now, right? And then like there's a dead site right here, right?
Yeah.
But like we can't go through this, right? Because this is all congested. Like the middle area is like all congested. Everyone's gonna go through there. So we had like I had like a medmiss in my inventory, and I was like talking to Mali like, what do you think we can do, you know? And like I just realized I had a medmiss, so I comped that medmiss, and we had chugs, you know?
Yeah.
So we built out one floor, we popped the medmiss, popped some chugs, and then, you know, we hit the little dead side rotation, you know? I went all the way around, you know, got a nice little position. Boom.
Well, let's see what you did, because of course it was a really difficult rotate. There's this massive hill in the way.
Yeah, it's annoying.
How do you sort of navigate that now? Of course, I suppose you're looking for an elimination, you're looking for a refresh, which you get here as well.
Yeah, we got to kill a nice little one pump on picture right there from me. You know, sadly we didn't get Swizzy spotted though. Would have been nice because, you know, you see after the kill, I don't get any of the loot, you know. Mali got everything. But yeah, I mean, we got the nice little medmiss there, you know, play some nice chugs here. And now you can see, you know, I do the dead side rotate that I just said, you know, go through all the way right. You know, get a nice little bunny hop here as well, a little 50 tag here for the kin stats. Shout out for that as well, you know.
That's important, right?
Yeah,
Now, you get to a point here, end games are about problem solving. At this situation, you've got 16 builds. If we take a look at Malibuka's POV, he's got 27. You're not hard zero, but you still need to find something. You look down here. What are you actually looking at this point as a sort of fragger here?
Well, I mean, I was looking at like 2 POVs, right? I had like Cooper right here that I saw was like a solo or a duo, you know. I was thinking like, okay, maybe we can shoot those kids. But then we also had like these guys all over here, right? We had like Reason, Maris, iDrop, King Cringe, all those guys over there, right? So we had like a choice. So either we like focus on the middle more, and then we can like shoot Minori, Darkos, Janice, Cooper, and all of them, right? Maybe get an elimination there, right? Or like we focus on the right side. But, you know, as a fragger, I always go with the easiest picks. I decided to focus on Cooper, and didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out in the end, but you still managed to make the rotate work. And again, you guys are really, really good in these end games. You're always trying to stick together as much as possible, right? This situation, though, you kind of were a little bit split. You're a little bit solo. You had to make a solo play. Is that important in this meta in these end games, right?
100%, especially with the meta how it is right now, right? With the impulses, like pizza boxes, chug splash, all that, you know. You gotta be able to solo clutch, you know, trusting your teammates sometimes. And I mean, yeah, I mean, we got a lot of practice for that in, you know?
Yeah, you had 0 builds at this point, right? So, like, how do you manage this? Are you just trying to go in old builds?
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to, like, you know, figure out where I am. You know, I saw the zone pull back as well, so I was like, wait, we got old builds, you know? Much everything, you know, like you can see folks have pizzas, chug, everything. Mali just plays solo here as well, because we had, like, no mats, right? So we were just doing anything to stay alive at that point. And yeah, I mean, now, you know, it's up to my solo clutching abilities. Damage tries to kill me as well. You know, boom, little 110 tag. Get the elimination right there. Get everything, you know. Now I'm in a top 3 situation, you know. Kill Madden there. And now it's just like, yeah, I mean, rough. You know, it's rough out there. I used all my mats. They're just high ground. I could have won that maybe if that's a 200 on bolts, but it just wasn't.
Well, it worked out for you overall. 3rd place, of course, qualifying through now to tomorrow's grand finals. What does today look like for you? You're here, of course, watching the game. What are you actually going to be doing today?
Well, I mean, we're going to be voting a lot. You know, we're going to be looking at all the teams in lower bracket, especially the good teams like Flixie, Clicks, all them that didn't qualify from uppers yesterday. You know, we're going to be taking a close look at them. But also some other teams like Mr. Savage and Velo, you know, we just talked about them, you know. I'm going to be taking a look at all those teams, you know, see what they're doing, what I can steal from them on strats for end games especially, you know. I'm going to be voting uppers with Mali. And yeah, otherwise, you know, I'm going to keep a lookout for my teams that I'm coaching. I'm coaching Liam and Jace, you know. They're conning Alex and Reckless at the gas station right south of Sandy Strip. So yeah.
Yeah, well, best of luck with those guys. Of course, enjoy watching the games today.
I will.
Can't wait to see you play tomorrow in the grand final.
Can't wait as well. Can't as well.
Thank you so much, Vico. But for now, we'll go back to the desk.
Hi, guys.
50 tag for the Kinch stats. It's a crazy line. Shout out to the big Vico. Thank you so much. Again, we kind of got to do this yesterday with Venom, right? Always love hearing from the players, kind of seeing and understanding what they are seeing helps us and kind of get in the mindset, right? So cool. He did kind of call out, though, there, Clicks and Higgs, right? A team we saw drop into the lower bracket. I think maybe a little unexpectedly, right? We have these practice games. We see Clix is like, I'm going to go check out Wonky. Starts kind of beating Chartini off spawn. Game 1, Viv, you know, it's this super long, drawn-out fight. We're thinking, like, how is it going to go? Then it just very quickly went downhill.
Yeah, now it's time to start having some rough conversations about some of our teams that we're going to be re-seeing here today, right? Those that did not successfully get top 25, Clicks and Eggs, of course, being one of them. I won't lie, though. I felt kind of good. Maybe it's a little bit of hopium from myself here, but in game number 1, yeah, we saw that they did pick up that 15th place. When they were going for 15th, they stuck to their strategy that we saw in MAJOR1, right? Where they liked going for high ground. So they still kind of feel confident in an environment like this to go for high ground. But I also think that they showed their ability to go ahead and switch it up over at Wonky. They started to leave in the later half of the day. Try to look for new strategies out of the POI.
You NA guys know how to talk good, you know, because
what do you mean?
You're saying it like, yeah, they figured out a new strategy. You know, they got bossed off sport. That's what happened, and hopefully it doesn't happen again here against King and Phaser.
Oh yeah, that's a tough duo for sure to go up against, but we'll have to see. I know right now we're preparing an interview with Higgs, so we'll have to see if maybe his mentals are all ready to go. Frankie, why don't we find out?
Yeah, I'll ask him straight away for you, Zeke. How are your mentals, Higgs?
Great. They're absolutely great. You know, yesterday does not matter at all.
It shouldn't matter. Have you recovered from being pickaxed by Shark?
Are you really doing this? Are we serious? Okay, that didn't even happen. That was a nightmare last night, all right? This is day 1. You know, there was never even 2 days. This is the first day.
This is the first day. This is the day that counts, because if you don't get through today, you do go home. Have you had a word with Clix about maybe getting too focused on rivalries instead of the trophy?
You know, a little bit, but, you know, the rivalries, they don't matter. You know, the only thing that matters is winning.
How are you going to win that Osborne, though, against King and Phaser today?
Eliminate them both instantly.
Every time you're going to fight?
Yes.
Okay, I am slightly concerned for you. Come on, 2023, we saw Clix go out of the lower bracket. Hopefully it doesn't happen to you today. Let's head back to the desk. Will not!
Guys, I can't lie. I'm a little nervous. That's not the Higgs I'm used to seeing. I feel like the mentals may be a little in shambles, but look, this is Clix and Higgs, okay? It's fine. We just need to have one really good game and everything will be okay.
Sounds like they still feel good about fighting, right? So they're going to be fighting every single game.
Yeah, I mean, these stats on our screen right now are not encouraging for me. Chino and Pablo didn't have the best day. The second place team in the EU finals. Just want to point out that also, you know, Ages and Ritual, the second place team on NA, also had a rough day. Maybe there's a second place curse going on here. I don't know what's going on in EU and NA. But for these two, what I was hoping, Vivid, was that even if things did go bad off spawn with, you know, Canada and Victor V there, Mini Pollo and Fruk on there, I thought maybe if these guys drop into lowers, at least the off-spawn situation will be better for them, and so they can just go right back up into the final. They are contested again by 2 teams again at Sandy Strip, and another NA West team has snuck their way on into the POI in Salco and Minute, and so I'm at the point where I love those guys. That's one of my favorite duos in that world, but I just don't know what to expect going into today.
Well, Lev, we got to move because we got Frankie standing by with Pablo Chino right now. Let's hear from him.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Okay, obvious question is first. What happened yesterday, Pablo?
Just a lot of small mistakes, and the Osborne situation was like very complicated, so.
Well, it's going to be complicated again today because you're expecting to be triple contested once more. What have you been working on to get past this?
I mean, we just took a decision last night that we're just going to run everybody down who's cutting us, and that's just what we're going to do today.
Is this impacted by the fact that if you win a victory royale today, you go straight through to Sunday?
Not really. We're just going to run them down because that's what we didn't do yesterday and it didn't work.
You did struggle in terms of eliminations. You only had an average of 1 elimination yesterday. When you were able to slightly make it Osborne, what do you think was the problem there?
I mean, we were just scuffed from the Osborne, and then we did like some mistakes that we worked on yesterday, and it'll be changed up for today.
Have you been studying the lobby at all and just looking at the other duos and ranking yourself against them?
I haven't been ranking myself against them, but I've just been looking on like what's going on around us.
So, failure is not an option for you guys today. You're going to be running it down. What is the one thing you learned from yesterday?
That we should just play like for our strengths and just fight everyone we see like in a POI.
Amazing. Well, guys, I hope you're able to find those strengths today. We know that you can do it. Let's head back to the desk.
I don't know if you saw in the background there to the right. Pixie was there chilling, you know, a duo I would not have expected to be in the situation they're in. Obviously, some external factors playing into it possibly, but Swizzy and Pixie is the next duo we wanted to highlight.
Yeah, I have two big bits of information here that I want to throw your way, Levin.
Yeah.
One is good news, one is bad news. Which one do you want first?
I like good news.
All right, let's start with the good news. Swizzy should be on a full night's rest. We know yesterday, unfortunately, had to fly in early, and so he should have gotten a little bit more sleep. Maybe going to be playing a little bit better today. Ready for the bad news?
No, but hit me.
They're contested.
No.
Why?
Not again. Not again. I mean, look, if you've been paying attention to this duo this year, the overarching narrative has been, it's not been as impressive as what you'd expect when you look at the two names. Generally speaking, they seem to just start really bad in tournaments and sometimes end really well. If you look at the major finals, Day 1, they were contested, didn't know how to handle a tour. They got absolutely wiped. I think they were 47th after Day 1. Day 2, they have a generational performance and they're able to make the comeback happen and qualify to be on the stage today. Contested again, you'd like to think that they had that experience in the major finals, having a really bad off-spawn time. You've got to think they'd be prepared for today, right? You know, Viv and Cam are two really good players, but I think Swizzy and Pixie should get the job done.
Okay, I like this sentiment, right? Let's see if Frankie and Swizzy and Pixie agree.
All right then, Swizzy, how was it when you found out you were finally going to make it to LAN?
I was happy. It was like last second. We can call it last second because if I didn't get a visa this day, it would be over for me. So I'm happy that I'm here. Thank you to Blast Epic Games that they allow me to come that late to play. Yeah.
We're really happy to have you here. Pixie, what was your reaction when you saw the tweet from Swizzy revealing he was making it? Because you didn't know during the rehearsal day, and I showed you my phone and you went, what?
Yeah, I mean, I was very happy. Can call on.
But this has kind of set you back a bit, guys, because you have missed out on practice time. Do you feel like Day 1 was a practice day for you?
No, it just didn't go as we wanted to. Had some mistakes, some problems. Also had no sleep.
You had no sleep. Now you've had some sleep, right? So you are contested at Dark Dominion today. What's the plan?
We don't know actually if we contest or no. Even though if we contest, we're just gonna beat them as always. Used to it. If not, we're just gonna play as always.
Well, here's the thing. You won the last LAN. You came second. This is a duo that can eliminate and make their way to tomorrow. So everyone better watch out, Zeke.
I couldn't agree more, Frankie, right? That resume looks really good. And again, based on the format, we either need a victory royale or end in the top 19 through consistency. I think that's doable.
They just need a couple off-spawn wins. And you know, Swizzy sort of talked about it. They're used to it. They know what to do when contested. They know to take the fights to the opponents. I think they got a good shot today.
We need Swizzy in the finals. A finals at Summit without the reigning global champions from trios. It just wouldn't feel right.
Well, we'll have to see, man. It's going to definitely be an uphill battle, not only for them, but for so many other duos. It's going to be close. Now, we are going to do something a little fun here. We got a bingo card lined up. I know.
Okay.
Let's take a look at this bingo card. We'll see how this all kind of plays out. 10 plus Elim, over 1,500 damage in a game, 40 points solo clutch. Interesting stuff.
All right. I can see some people doing that. A non-EU NAC team wins a game.
Okay.
You think you got a team in mind for that one, maybe?
I know you're a big King and Phaser guy. I think I'm going to go with Yuma and Koyoda. We were watching some of those practice games. They won game number 1 of those, so I feel like they got to be feeling pretty good in that regard.
I'm sticking with my boy, man. Vamos, King Olita. I'm sticking with my boy. Hilofia. Yeah, these are the standards. I mean, the one I'm excited about the most from that list is seeing the M8 fans do the Poznan. That's coming today at some point.
Oh, shoot. M8 fans, I don't know if you guys want to give us a freebie right now.
Yeah, no, maybe. I think they need to see the teams on the stage.
Okay, all right. That's fair. That's fair. We'll let that happen. We'll let that happen. Guys, you know, we're getting closer. We're getting closer even to bringing the players in and starting to have them board that battle bus. How do you think they got to be feeling? You know, like, I'm sure for some of them, they're thinking, it's fine, not worried. Others are thinking, dude, what do I have left in the tank?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it's all about for 25 of these duos that are going to be coming from the upper bracket. What do they have left in the tank? Are they going to be feeling a little bit disgruntled, a little bit down mentally? But I feel like the lower bracket players who are already kind of expecting to play today for sure, I feel like they're just coming into this. They have a game plan that's going to be set. They got to be well rested. I feel like they're going to be the favorites here.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, you look at the situations they're in, it looks similar to similar situations where they've been successful in the past. I think the big difference maker, which is even an unknown for me, is just how much changes with the teams being taken out of the game, right? Will people be more willing to just, out of desperation, really switch things up drastically? I'd like to think so.
Yeah, you got to think, right? Tomorrow we're playing for $250,000 to the duo that walks away in the first place. A beautiful trophy. Dude, I'm going to take every single advantage I have, right? Oh, shoot, this POI was on-con, triple-con, whatever. Someone made it through VR. Maybe that's my in, right? Especially for some of these teams that maybe don't have the points that they need to be in top 19.
It's super scary, though. We know Fortnite players, they love to feel comfortable, and landing at a different spot than you're used to, that's got to be feeling like a big risk. Even if it does feel like it's guaranteed to be uncontested, you don't really know the area. It's just going to be all that a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of question marks. I think the big thing for me is making sure you are in a position to just compete regardless, right? Look, I'll make jokes about Clicks and Higgs leaving Wonky. They made the right decision, right?
Yeah.
You know, the next game, it looked a lot better, right? And making decisions like that are going to be the key to being able to play tomorrow.
Woo! Stress levels going up again. It's fine. I'm trying to contain myself. But for now, it's time to bring on our players. So, Frankie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Yes, 25 duos will be going home today. They're playing with a trophy in the center, a constant reminder of what is at stake. They've come from around the world to Düsseldorf to fight it out on this stage, some of them playing for the first time today after qualifying through the last chance qualifier. And this is the most stressful last chance qualifier of all. So Düsseldorf, if you want to bring these players on, if you want to see them fight for their place in this competition, make some noise!
It's Muzz and Spinks. They might not have had the best day one, but with their backs up against the wall, it's time for a lower bracket run.
A big hello to Pigs and Ghosts. They're newly teamed up, but their synergy's so strong, they look like they've been here before. So can they keep it up?
All the way from OCE, Kazzy, and Damo. They didn't come all this way to go home now. This is their last chance to make it count.
Looking to adapt and overcome, it's for Strokey and Repairs. They're ready to lock in their spot for finals.
From Argentina and Brazil, it's Randu and GRX. With their entire region feeding them energy, they're looking to speed run their way to finals.
A French delight, Podesai and Zato. They fought their way on a Summit's Battle Bus, but will their next stop be finals?
Representing the Middle East, Abin and Rexter. With their backs up against the wall today, it's time to show the world what they got.
So close, but still so far in day one. Now it's time for Jardu and Gorillion to go the full distance, overcome the competition.
Here comes Sky Jump and Momsy. The French duo's looking to the top of the summit, and they're not holding back.
Better late than never, and for Swizzy and Pixie, yesterday really was just the warm-up. Now the real show can begin.
After such an epic day for North America, we had to come to these guys on day two, because Muzz and Spinks, I know you want to join your friends on Championship Sunday. Spinks, what happened yesterday?
I mean, we just made some small mistakes. I remember Nebs ran off spawn like 4 games in a row and just like would die to another team and not fight us. But I think we're locked in. We fixed our mistakes, ready to go, ready to get right on the teams we're landing on.
I'm sorry, are you blaming your failures on the British?
Yeah, I mean, as an American, it's kind of like we don't like the British over here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't like the American over here. I'm coming over to you, Muds, because you're Australian. I feel safer with you. What do you need to do today to make it happen and to get your hands on that trophy tomorrow?
I just need to start following Sphinx properly. We need to just eliminate Nebs as quick as possible off spawn.
Okay, so Nathan and Nevs, I think these boys are coming for you. Let's head over to 11-2K with Fast Roki and Repairs.
Thank you very much, Frankie. For Strokey, Repairs, it's good to see you guys on the stage. Repairs, you have had a fantastic year in Fortnite. After your Grand's performance, you have been put on the map. A lot of people know how good you are. What's been the key to your success this year and your rapid improvement?
I mean, I think looking at the game differently, like bodying, having a coach, taking it seriously made me good.
And the preparation for this event, what's that been like so far? Have you found it a lot more difficult than preparing for EU Grands?
I mean, of course, it's been difficult because I'm with a backup player. I only got to find out 3 days before, but we've been preparing, so I'm ready.
And let's speak to that very experienced backup player for Strokey. Every time I see you today, you have the biggest smile in your face. You have a lot of experience in Grands, a lot more than a lot of the people on this stage. Do you think that helps you in this lobby today?
Yeah, definitely helps me. I mean, I'm experienced. I played those lobbies before. I'm not really that nervous right now. I'm confident and I think we can do it.
Well, good luck off spawn, boys. I'm going to send it back to Frankie.
Merci beaucoup, Levin. I'm joined by Sato and Podesai. Very quickly, Sato, vous êtes prêt?
Yes, sir.
Bien sûr. He is ready. Sato, tell me about teaming up. Sorry, Podesai, tell me about teaming up with Sato just one day before the last chance qualifier.
So it was after the grand final, we both did bad. So obviously, Sato and me was the obvious choice. And we're teaming up one day before, and we did well since today.
Are you worried about being contested off spawn by Marius and iDrop today?
Not at all.
Not at all. Interesting. Well, let's bring out some more teams, I think.
From NA, it's Shadow and Virgo. These guys are quickly becoming a household name, and with the win this weekend, they can seal that deal.
Show some love to Mini Pio and Buboon. Don't bother looking back. Today's all about moving forward.
Get loud for Izzy and Osif. Qualifying for the Summit Land was just the beginning. These guys plan to take it all.
Some of Middle East best, Haman and Controller. With a second chance at life in the lower bracket, they're ready to make it count.
Belusi and Zangi, the Italian Stallions, take their first step towards the summit. Let's see how far they can get.
Second chances are earned, not given. And for Savage and Bello, they're ready to climb the ranks to redemption with no remorse.
Another day, another opportunity. Only this time, Nutty and Depseta are ready to make it count, and it won't be their last.
Welcome aboard, Tiggs and the Nikush. They came first in the second chance, but now they've got to be some of the best in the world.
They are the future. They are Josh and Ianzo. With a perfect mix of experience and firepower, these guys are looking to lead.
Dusseldorf makes some noise for Champ and Flixie. These guys don't make the same mistake twice, so everyone had better watch out.
All right, then. I had to get Tiz and Danny Kush because you guys qualified in the last chance qualifier in the Middle East on 100 ping. Just how hard was that?
That was pretty hard, but I mean, coming into here from 100 ping to 0, that's a quite upgrade. And we are glad that we have the opportunity to come and prove the world what we have got in us and all the things we have practiced in the couple of months.
So do you think that that was your hardest challenge, or is getting through the lower bracket today going to be your hardest challenge?
I don't think it's really that hard, but we'll see.
And what do these other teams need to know about you guys, as this is your first LAN? What should they watch out for?
That we came here to win, that's our job, and that's what we're gonna do.
I can't wait to see you try. Let's head to 11.
Thank you very much, Frank. And with the Italian Stallions, are they ready for the challenge? Will there be a challenge? You guys might be contested, you might not be. Are you ready regardless, Anki?
Yeah, we're ready. If we're gonna get contested, we're gonna 6-0 them, and we're gonna win today.
6-0, I like that prediction. But Lucy, I feel like people always underrate Italian Fortnite players. Do you have something to prove today?
Yeah, I think it would be easy for us, no problem.
What happens in a scenario where you do get contested? Have you prepared for that eventuality?
Well, we're prepared for everything. We prepared since we qualified for 1 month straight, so I think it will go fine.
Well, if it does go that way, good luck off spawn, my friends. Back to you, Frankie.
Obrigada 11. I am joined by Nuti and Gabzera. Nuti, you are uncontested right now. Is that how you like to play things?
Yes, it is.
So I feel like, you know, we stereotype the Brazilian teams as being people who like to fight. Are you going to play it safe today, or are you going for one of those victory royale passes to Championship Sunday?
No, we're winning. We're winning again today, 100%.
Oh, we've got to watch out for these guys. And you know what? Gabzera, I know you've got loads of Brazilian fans watching back home. Have you got a message for them?
Gabzera, eu sei que você tem muitos fãs em casa. Tem uma mensagem para eles?
Tenho sim. Peço para geral aí que tá torcendo no Brasil. Não torça só para mim e pro Nuti, mas torça para geral. Manda energias positivas e pode ter certeza que a gente tá dando nosso melhor aqui.
So they say to all the Brazilians, not to cheer just for them, but for all the Brazilians, that they're gonna try to do their best in dominating.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know much Brazilian Portuguese, but I do know vamos. Let's bring out more teams. It's not about how you start, but how you finish. And for Gino and Pablo, it's time to unleash havoc on this lobby.
Say hello to Scare and Osig with a chance for finals on the line. They're not looking to say goodbye anytime soon.
From EU, it's Nathan and Nebs. Being contested is never easy, but with a fresh start and some surprises, they're ready to put in work.
Visuals and Braids have weathered enough plans to know things can change at a moment's notice. Now it's their time to flip that script.
It might be their first land, but Caesars and Xavier are throwing punches to make the whole lobby see stars tonight.
Fresh talent combined with a seasoned vet. It's Javi and Aminish. These guys will need a new game plan if they're looking to advance to tomorrow.
Welcome in, Taya and Bobby. After getting first in the second chance major, they've proven they won't go down without a fight.
Who needs the grand finals when you can qualify to land instead? The lights are bright, but the MAJOR1 are looking to dim out anytime soon.
Today they bring the fire. It's Giannis and Gian. With one last chance to make the summit, it's now or never.
All right then, Javi, Aminish, welcome to your booth, boys. Javi, this is your first FNCS LAN. How did you find day one?
Day one was just kind of unlucky, I feel like. The two teams that stole our loot got that last, so.
That's Fortnite, Javi. People are going to come for your loot, aren't they?
Yep.
Let's see how you fare today. Aminish, you're an analytical guy. Can you break down what you think went wrong yesterday?
Yeah, I think we really prepared to be either uncontested or single contested, and we weren't really prepared for the triple contest. But I think we should be in a good situation today no matter what happens.
So are you expecting to be uncontested, or have you just been practicing those off spawns all night?
Yeah.
Both, I imagine. We're going to head over to 11.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with the pride and joy of UK Fortnite. We got Nebs and Nathan in the building. I don't know if you lot were hearing what Muzz and Sphinx were saying about you guys, but if it was me, I wouldn't let it slide. What happened yesterday, though, Nathan?
Yesterday, we kind of split humble. I don't know, I think we should be fighting more, to be honest.
Is that what's going to happen? They sounded like they wanted to fight him.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of how humble is. One team lands one side, the other land the other side, and yeah, we should fight.
Well, Nebs, you are usually very humble, like your drop spot. Is that going to be the case in game today, fighting them off spawn?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of fans watching. You guys represent the UK. What do you have to say to all the fans out there supporting you today?
Thanks for the support. Hope we qual, boys.
Come on, the boys. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Levin. Now, I feel like I'm standing next to a record breaker because Jace has never played in an FNCS major final, but you qualified through the last chance. What's it like to now be here at your first LAN?
It feels great. I'm kind of spawn. I'm better than them, and I'm 6-0 them.
Who are you going to be 6-0ing today?
Alex and Reckless.
Ooh, have you been watching much of Oceania, Leon?
I have not been watching much of Oceania, no.
Do you not care about who your opponents are? You're just that confident you're going to run them down?
I've heard they have a good track record, but we beat them off spawn multiple times, and we're confident for today.
Interesting. Well, I think we need to bring more teams on to keep that heat coming. All the way from South America, it's King and Baser, one of the most dominant duos in their region, and now they're ready to test it against the global.
This duo's looking to challenge the throne, Teus and King. Against all odds, you can never count these guys out.
Asia's never been one to back down from a fight, and Yuma and Koyoto will need to come out swinging if they want to survive today's matches.
It's Fadoz and Jonas. 4 points separated these guys from finals and the lower bracket. Today, they look to close the gap and take it all.
You can't appreciate the highs without first surviving the lows. iDrop and Marius, it's time to show the world what you're made of.
The best from NA West, Epic Will and Pump. It's not their first rodeo, and they don't plan on making it their last either.
Rainy and Nalu are absolutely ready to throw down. These guys will never back off from a fight.
From NA West, it's X-Pawn and Doxy. They clutched up their final game during FNCS to get here. Now they have to clutch up the same today.
Taking the scenery, crazy Kingaling. Your gameplay's brought you this far, but now it's time to kick it up a notch.
The People's Champ clicks and hits. It all comes down to today. These guys will either have dreams or nightmares tonight.
X-Pon, Doxy, it's so exciting to have you here with us on LAN, qualifying through NA West. And tell us how you qualified, because it was epic.
Okay, so we got griefed at the 11th game, so we dropped all the way from 3rd to 9th, and then we won the last game.
And this is the thing, guys, in this format, if you can pull off a victory royale like you did in the NA West finals, potentially you book yourself a spot in Championship Sunday. So is that what you're playing for today, X-Pon? Just the victory royale?
I mean, yesterday I was feeling under the weather. Today I'm just going to go out and show what I could do.
Yeah, so feeling 100% now?
Yeah.
Okay, and I just want to ask you one last thing before I let you go, because your dad is the reason you're here.
Yeah.
So tell me about your dad quick. What did he do to get you through?
He drove us 30 hours to San Jose for 0 ping.
And that is parenting. Let's head over to Levin.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with the two people everybody wants to hear from. Yesterday wasn't your best, Higgs. What has to change today?
You know, today we're very confident, and yesterday does not matter at all.
Out your mind completely.
Yeah.
Vix, I don't want to bring it up, but last time you were in the lower bracket, you know what happened. It didn't end well in 2023. What have you learned from that? What's going to be different today?
Well, I got a different duo. I got Higgs IGLing, so the difference is going to be Higgs. He's going to...
No more Epic Whale.
Hey, come on, man. Allow my guy Epic Whale a bit. When Higgs makes calls for you guys to potentially leave Wonky like he did yesterday, do you have full belief in his decision-making? Do you completely back him no matter what?
Yeah, any decision Higgs says, it's 100% factual. I got to stick with it no matter what and play the game.
Higgs, the crowd is very loud. They're not loud for you. Do you let that get to you, or do you just have to block them all out today?
No, I don't care.
guy don't care about nothing, man. You know what, Frankie? This guy don't care about nothing. What do you got going on your side?
I think Higgs might care about Epic Whale because there seemed like there was a bit of a rivalry there. What do you think of Higgs?
Of Higgs? That's light work, come on.
Yeah, we don't think much of Higgs apparently in this booth. Epic Whale, this is like your fifth LAN. You're so used to this. What made you want to play with Pump after he played at GC last year?
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at his placements, he's just the best West player. He's him.
Are you him?
I am him. I'm playing with Whale. You know, he's a veteran in the game, so I'm not really worried about today.
You shouldn't be worried about today. Guys, it is so exciting to have you here joining us in Düsseldorf, and I think we need some more players for you to play with.
They're here. It's QNDX and Phantom. This might be a Fortnite competition, but they're not here to play around.
It's time to run it back with Minute and Salco. Rock bottom can hurt, but it also means you're ready to start the climb to the top.
OC's best. It's Alex and Reckless. They have the power to qualify today. They just need to show up and show out.
Despite a rough finish, the kickoff summit, Bazin and Gerald are out to prove there's still plenty of dog left in the fight.
A brand new day for Angels and Ritual. Uncontested has never felt so good for a team that's looking to show no mercy.
Let the drum sound off for Akira and Kurama. The gentlemates are in the building and they mean business.
You can always count on Cam and the big cheese of Eve to spice up any competition. Fellas, show us what you're made of.
Down but not out, Golden and Knight are prepared to show they can take any hits and still dish it out for a finals-worthy performance.
It's Golden and Ozone. MAJOR1 was just the warm-up. With everything on the line this weekend, it's the real test.
We've seen plenty of solo approaches, but now it's Eel and Jude lead up dark forces to make sure that they overcome every bit of competition.
I had to grab some of our newest representatives from Oceania. Unfortunately, boys, you found yourselves in the lower bracket. And Gerald, I spoke to you before the competition kicked off. You said normally Australian players, Oceania players, they play scared. So how did you play yesterday?
Well, we didn't really have a drop, so like we're just going different places, but now we know where to land.
So you're prepared this time?
Yeah.
And what was the best thing about yesterday? What did you learn from day one?
Don't fold no drops.
No fall, no drops. Okay, so what's the plan today?
Well, there's 6 out of 6 good points.
Okay, and for you, Gerald, have you been humbled at all by your experience yesterday? Or do you know you've got it in you? You're the big dog on top.
It's definitely very different to OC, but I think we can qual. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible, and you know what's not impossible? More German players in Championship Sunday. Levin's got a treat in store for you, Düsseldorf.
Yes, I do, Frankie. I got the team that the crowd went crazy for. Once again, Badil. We have seen this season so many times in formats where you have to win to qualify. You come so close. You had second after second after second. What's going to be the key to victory for you this time?
I mean, I have the best player right here. He's going to carry me this time. So, yeah.
Ju, you are a top player. We know that. You quit the game, and then you came back.
Bro, I was about to quit, but then, I mean, the life got something for you, you know? Never give up.
And now you're here on this stage. Badil, these fans are going crazy for you now. Do you have anything you have to say to them before the games get going?
Ey, ich mach das mal auf Deutsch. Ey, danke für jeden, der hier ist. Bruder, ihr seid die Besten. Kommt mal euch an, ihr seid die Besten. Ich danke euch. Vielen Dank.
Absolutely crazy. Ju, Badil, good luck today. You got the support of the crowd. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you so much, Levin. First of all, Kurama, ça c'est la meilleure équipe, non?
I don't think English.
Well, apparently I don't speak French. I was asking him if they're the best team, but he's not sure. I'm sure, though, you've got some fans behind you who know the answer to that one. Akira, joyeux anniversaire, happy birthday. Would it be the best birthday present to be able to qualify today?
The best gift for my birthday, or it will be winning this LAN.
Do you think you've got it in you?
We can do it.
I think after your performance in the last chance qualifier, you've got a good shot. Why do you think you became one of the strongest teams in Europe at that event?
I mean, we got experience. We play together since a long time. It was a chemistry, and I think we were just the best.
And you know what? En français, have you got anything to say to the Gentlemates fans?
Gentle! Gentle! Gentle, gentle, gentle!
And there you have it. This could be the best birthday ever, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's head back to the desk.
Oh, man! I am so hyped. Dude, if you told me this was finals, I would believe you. The quality of this lower bracket, so many incredible players, and the fans going wild too. But Viv, Lev, I guess the question is, we've only got room for 25 duos. So who do we think potentially could make it through?
Man, it is going to be extremely tough to see who's going to be amongst the 25. Of course, new format today. If you win, you're in. Let's take a look at my personal predictions for who I think is going to be winning a game today. As you can see, a little shocked to see the likes of like Josh and Yamzo in the lobby here today, but I think they're going to be taking home game number one. I feel like the drop spot is just too good. If you guys are familiar with it, yesterday Acorn and Bolts kind of dominated out of there, so they have some players that they're used to kind of watching over on that side. Mr. Savage and Bella, I will say that I went ahead and threw them up there for winning the game before I knew they were going to be contested today, although I still think they can kind of make it happen. I'm big favorites of Shadow and Virgo. I already talked about them a bunch. Agers and Rich are going to have the opportunity today to be uncontested. I feel like they've got to be a shoo-in for getting a victory royale. Cheeto and Pablo, triple contested. I personally still believe. And then, of course, I feel like we would just round the day out so nice if we saw Swizzy and Pixie get that last win.
I like your picks. I think we have a lot of similar picks. Let's take a look at mine, though, because there's a couple names that I threw in that I don't think you had. The first one, Vidil and Drew, man. I asked Vidil, if you've been watching EU, if you were watching some of the last chance qualifiers, the second chance qualifiers, this guy just comes second place after second place after second place. It just feels like a pattern with him. I think on the stage, with the backing of the fans, a first place is coming. Akira and Karama, the birthday boy, I would like to see them get that done. I'm not gonna lie to you though, again, when we're looking at the likes of Swizzy Pixie, Shadow Virgo, Josh Yomzo, they are players who we can agree on. You'd expect them to come through in this lobby, get a win. Clicks and Higgs was the first name I wrote down though, because I think of all the teams in this lobby, regardless of the off-spawn situation, they are the team that has probably the most experience winning games in set lobby finals, right? I feel like of all the teams we've seen on this stage today, they've probably done it the most of anyone.
And I don't know if you, maybe I'm reading a little too much into this, right? I love you kind of had a moment to talk with Clicks and Higgs, and is it just me, or is Higgs maybe on his Venno arc a little bit? Is he a little bit on that, like, I'm gonna turn heel, I'm gonna turn villain, let me just see what that feels like, Lev?
You know, I think it suits him. I really do think it suits him. And you know what makes it better, Viv? It's believable. Like, I believe him. When he says he don't care, and when he says it's over, it's up for anybody, I really do believe him. And so I hope Clicks, again, has that same belief as far as just following every decision he makes and delivering the goods.
And this has been actually a continuous conversation, so I'm happy you guys kind of brought it up, because it seems like it's completely flipped in terms of the mentality for both of these guys. I feel like going into Major number one, it was just all about dedication. They really felt like they had a super good chance to win it, and they did. Then after that, I feel like, you know, hitting the socials and hitting the streams for these two, I kind of feel like they got a little bit more lax and lost a little bit of that, hey, listen, we're just the best. We don't care what's going to happen today. So I'm not entirely sure. I talked about it yesterday. I'm not entirely sure that's a good thing for how the kind of performance can happen in the server. It's going to be a bad thing. They're in the lower bracket, so I feel like so far it hasn't worked out, but maybe today we'll see them a little bit reformed.
I want to see I got to see a VR out of Zoe.
Josh.
Yeah,
I mean, come on, man. You know, that would just up that confidence through the roof, set them up nicely for tomorrow. This is so right, babe. This can happen.
Dude, I would be super stoked to see Yamzo and Josh in the finals. I mean, obviously, Yamzo, a veteran of the game. He knows exactly what to do in a lobby like this, but picking up those players that are a little bit less experienced than Josh. We were talking to Yamzo just a little bit earlier. He's very confident in Josh's ability, right? He's like, yeah, maybe he's a little bit nervous, but I did see on socials that the first player in the practice room this morning was Josh himself. So he's been getting ready all day.
Dang, I like the sound of that. It looks so good, sounds so good. Hey, Fortnite fam, don't forget though, venue, we do have that bingo card. I wanted to see if you guys would maybe help us out. Before we even get into game number 1, fans, I mean, look, we're looking for the buzz in here. What do we think? Can we maybe get some help from the crowds? I would like to hit an early bingo. Lev, I mean, you're the only one that can make this happen, right?
I mean, look, the M8 fans, they were just bouncing right now. I think if Akira and Kurama win a game, there is no doubt in my mind that they will be stood there celebrating, jumping up and down, doing the Poznan. I would like to see so much from Akira and Kurama. I think they will win a game, and so we might not get to see the most from them today.
Oh, man. Fortnite fam, I'm getting word. The games are ready. This is the lower bracket. Casters, take it away.
Thank you guys, everybody out there, for joining us. This is day number 2, and our analysts broke it down perfect. What is truly at stake? They even have our predictions there on the table. I know I have some favorites that I want to see, but they're going to have to earn it, Taco.
It's just the fact that win and you're in. You can chase that victory royale. You can focus exclusively on it, but just in case you don't, top 19, the consistency metrics still playing a key part. So let's see what happens here in game 1. We're already anticipating that things could potentially get very spicy at a few key parts of the map, Jacob. But for some of our duos, they might not be expecting that at all.
Yeah, this is kind of how you feel in the moment. We've had already some players switch up their drop spots. We've had others stick to what they said coming into this MAJOR1 Summit land. You got Wonky Land contested, Riptides contested, so many spots on the map here. But for Sato, they're already contested as well. Marius and iDrop right out of the gates, a little bit of a split drop. Both of them getting their respective floor loop, but neither one of them wanting to make that big play. And this could be the moment with Potasai so far away, they have a 2v1, Taco.
Let's see how much of that Verdoxy coach assistance for iDrop and Medius in the player lounge pans out this week, because now it's their opportunity to showcase exactly what they've learned. But Potasai, Sato, they're not trying to fold over anytime soon here. Medius, iDrop still applying a bit of steady pressure. It's all about finding the first opening shots. Both of these duos don't really have much shield, but it's going to be iDrop who actually exchanges the elimination onto Potasai. Sato is left scrambling. He's got to try and bail out.
Man, that's just so unfortunate. Potasai moved on over to try to help Sato take the 2v1, but Sato had different plans. He immediately shockwaves out just to try to survive. And now he's going to be stuck in this game as a solo. And it's not only Marius and iDrop that he has to worry about. It's Shadow and Virgo. It's Osid and Scare. It's Josh and Iamzo, Golden and Ozone towards the top of the mountain. There's so many threats around this lobby.
But it's definitely got to feel great to put into practice, or real-time application, what you've been practicing all week. And for Sato, though, he has had the opportunity to at least try and build up his shields. He's looking to try and escape it, but action's always taking place on the map, and Yanis takes down Randu, waiting for the finish to come through, and it's just that easy.
Yeah, another player kind of just getting stuck as a solo here early on, but at least it's not over for them yet. Chap Flixie, they kind of know that to be true, and playing in the upper bracket yesterday, even though things don't go your way, you got to look at the flip side of things. You got to realize that now you have more experience in person, playing in front of a crowd, playing with those nerves. And for Chap and Flixie, I feel like they got to be one of our teams in that top 19 consistency.
Tough break there, though, if you're a controller and Haman. But at the same time, Flixie and Chap probably very happy knowing that they're not going to be as contested for this starting point. They were dealing with Leo and Romero, I believe, who already had their success in the upper bracket. So here today, It's time to stand out.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about, the upper bracket and the lower bracket. You have teams just like that, Day1, Romero, they win the fight, right? They're going into Championship Sunday. As of now, they might be uncontested, but it's going to be up to these guys to really prove that they belong there. Gino and Pablo Ingu, probably one of them as well. Sandy's trip, it went from double contested, triple contested, and at one point we saw the whole lobby, but Sato trying to run away, and this is what I thought. You have to worry about so many, but Josh is down. Iamzo's in the 1v1. Sato's not going down without a fight, but Iamzo with a huge HP advantage, has some extra shields and the quick heals. He's going to disengage, try to get the revive back onto Josh. That's going to force Sato to make a decision. Do you pressure, not let him get the revive, or disengage and survive?
Sato just didn't want to take the risk. The fact that he was even able to bring down Josh Riley in the first place is incredible scenes, and you can see already what took place. The lurk, the playmaking opportunities that Sato's trying to bring to fruition. But of course, Gino, Pablo, right back to it for Strokey repairs, trying to see if they can hold out. Pablo's ready though, just smacks repairs straight for the first elimination, and now it's all up to Chino to see whether he can close things out. But Paulo, he's not finished. He wants to see if he can take out for Strokey with it, and sure enough, 2 big eliminations to start the day.
Perfectly played by Chino and Pablo there in that situation. They realize that fast Roki lands over towards 4 fields, which is a contested fight. They've been staying alive. They just went on over for loot, and they just got caught out of position so many times on almost every region. That Sandy strip jump that surprises so many people, catching them off guard. As you jump on board King and Phaser over towards the side of the mountain, they already have that first elimination, and it looks like they're trying to chase down the second.
Get a chance to actually look back and see what took place. King and Phaser just running straight into where Sato was hoping that he could have yet another success shot to bring things down, but unfortunately it all crumbles right underneath his feet. Phaser, King, that's just their loop out. They're pushing north. They're not directly fighting Clicks and Higgs just yet, but that might change later on today.
Yeah, it definitely will as the games go on. Where you're at on the leaderboard will really play a role in how you get to play out the rest of your games. But it sounds like the fan favorite Vidil and Ju rotating in the second zone relatively early, but if you look at their loadout, they're maxed up on materials. Their loadout in terms of heals is as best as it could be, minus maybe a chug, so they have nothing to worry about for the next couple of zones. Meanwhile, on the whole southern side of the map, Randu's already down. GRX is trying to decide what loot he needs to bring with him, and it's a 1v1 against Chap.
And the problem right now for Chap is that he was not expecting to be without Felixi, but everyone is just creeping around these building corners. It's as if everyone's just playing a horror game of Fortnite right now.
Yeah, you kind of saw it in the beginning of the game in the feed that Yanis did take down Randu in that exchange in their off-spawn fight. GRX is trying to stay alive, just like anybody else. If you have at least 500 gold, you don't even need to pick up that reboot card. You go straight to the reboot van and you can buy your teammate back. And that's why you see so many players shockwaving away from the fight before their teammate even goes down to try to give them a chance.
Kurama and Akira, though, hanging out by Battlewood Boulevard, you have to remember a big part of the reason why they were able to make it to this summit in the first place was receiving that initial coaching from Sky and Scroll. They've likely got a solid strategy for how they want to play through this north side position of the POI, but at the same time, Jacob, when you're depending on so much Storm play opportunity, you have to expect there's other teams still waiting around too. Teams that are a little bit more scuffed. That's what they're banking on, is Gon and Knight trying to see if they can find Chap in the mix of it all, and Chap doing what he can to just push them back.
Yeah, you can kind of see a whole new sense of gameplay here, but Chap shuts him down. That's going to bring it down to a 1v1. Gon's going to regret that one later, and now it's time to unleash the beast. Chap trying to push in, get pressure, push Knight back, and you see him backtrack for his revive, and he's letting him get away with it. And this is big, because Flixie was already rebooted once, and now with a fresh body of loot from Gon, they are back into the game.
There is nothing worse than thinking you have every advantage. Gon and Knight knew that Chap and Flixie were hurt. They knew it was a fresh reboot, and yet they still couldn't come out on top in that situation. The momentum shift, it can swing that rapidly, and now you're left to wonder, what's Knight going to do? Where's his recovery going to take place?
Yanis and Cheatin again. They got that one elimination off spawn floating around. They probably heard the reboot and all that action going down around New Sanctuary. And the way this side of the map works, New Sanctuary is like in a canyon down below, and you got all these mountain ranges up above, and they're using that to their full advantage to try to get damage. Storm Surge, that allows them a lot of mobility and freedom throughout the mid game.
Definitely a little bit worried though for their Surge strategy. They spent a lot of time investing into playing for that reboot, right? They just absorbed a lot of damage in the process of that first escape, so have to wait and see what takes place next. But Bello and Savage, Squibbly Shores, contested, uncontested, it's all up in the air right now. You can't expect anything to stay the same. Not with only 6 matches to work with, and obviously because of the Victory Royale format here, Jacob, teams might just send the Hail Mary. Sphinx, Muzz, maybe that interview was all a distraction factor, because these guys are creeping around Squibbly right now. They're trying to figure out who's gonna be the first one they encounter in these buildings.
I hope Bello spotted him out. He's in that Surge Tower. He has the bird's eye view. I know we saw it, but he doesn't necessarily get to see, but Sphinx and Muzz are closing the distance. A good opportunity to at least get damage onto Mr. Savage, and since his teammate is so far away, they can try to go for the Elim. 50 shield gone just like that, and now they're trying to push in. Savage trying to extend his distance away. Off the top of that Surge base, a Shockwave. Velo's trying to make his way on over and bring it to a fair 2v2.
Immediately, Velo doing everything in his power to try and reunite with Savage. He wants to make sure that Muzz and Sphinx don't have the opportunity to just dive bomb into where he's boxed up. And Savage, he's not interested in the fight whatsoever, hasn't necessarily taken that many Surge tags in the process, so they can still disengage here.
Yep, perfect play for Savage, especially with how separated him and Velo were initially. Again, Velo using that Surge Tower just wasn't able to spot out the lurk from Muzz and Sphinx. They were able to really make it happen. Nalu, Rainy over towards Riptides. Epic Whale, Pump towards Riptides as well, and Pump is fresh off of a reboot. Epic Whale forced to stay alive and get his teammate back into the game, but now they're just getting approached one step at a time. They're getting closer and closer to trying to fight him.
A big momentum swing here too, though, for Jace and Liam. One elimination apiece tells me that they got the better end of the exchange between Daya and Bobby, and it's always going to be a rough start, but Liam, Jace, whether or not they actually managed to find one of those original Painted Palms teams could be left to say, but at the same time here, Jacob, it's your first LAN, right? It's your first real appearance, and yet they're playing like there's no pressure at all.
Yeah, playing like he's at home. I bet you got his shoes kicked off, pockets empty, and just kind of feeling himself. In that interview there in the pregame, he was feeling confident. Yanis cheating, staying around Sus Studios. It is a vending machine nearby where they are going to use it to either buy some med kits, patch up, or any shields if they do need it, so they can extend their stay here inside of the zone versus some of the other teams on the outskirts, including the one they just got tags on. They don't have that same luxury.
If they've been keeping an eye on the elimination feed, though, investing some time in Storm here at Sus could definitely work in their favor, because that initial off-spawn over at Riptides, it's so easy to third-party commit to, but for Chat Flixie, they've also been largely just trying to play for the leftovers after that initial hiccup off-spawn, and now Flixie Chap, they might not realize that these vendings are already still being camped out.
Yeah, and you see them kind of staggering their med kits. First it was Cheatin', Janice ready to hold the wall, and then Yanis was able to do it as well. Chap and Flixie know they're there on the other side, probably got the auto visuals of the heals, but they're 200 above. They don't want to force the fight and force themselves in a bad situation like Minute and Salco here, 154 below. Their material count is not good either, so it's almost in a situation here where they have to win this fight, because if they disengage, they're going to be left with scraps.
But Ikush already called it out, though. They're looking for the win outright. They could find it. Minute, a little bit overexposed here, but Nikush still having to push back. Now Salco's gonna actually be the first to fall, and just like that, Minute and Salco find themselves eliminated from the lobby yet again. No chance to see what's actually going to unfold for them in the remainder of this lobby, but just a great opening from Tiggs, doing an excellent job to really catch Southwell off guard.
Yeah, they were so worried about Danny Kush that they just lost track of Tiggs, who had control of the wall. You see back-to-back shots to take them both out of the game and start to build that confidence, just like Clix and Higgs here. Even though they were contested by King and Phaser over at Wonky Land, they didn't want to fight it out early. They're just sitting straight to their strategy. On the other side, though, fresh off the reboot means you are likely below that damage threshold. For Epicwell and Pump, this fight is everything for game one.
They're just running out of time. They don't have the damage. They barely have the heals for it. Nalu and Rainy are just continuing to stall us out, and Pump, he's even out for the count entirely here. Nalu and Rainy, they'll also have the benefit of the Siphon now ticking over. They've got more than enough pizza slices too, and Jacob, we're in a 2-tick. This situation just is so compromised right now. That initial off-spawn fight for Whale and Pump, it's just not boding well.
And you see Pump just trying to go for a quick shot. Needed a miracle, doesn't get it. Nalu and Rainy, they're able to win that one, but they have about 50 or so seconds to make it to the zone. You said it yourself. By now, it is going to be a 2-tick, but once this one closes, we're going to be moving to a 5-tick, so it doesn't matter how many heals you have. You don't want to have to expend it early before you reach the zone, before you reach this end game.
Definitely a little bit more pep in their step, though, after finding those 2 eliminations. Maybe the surge damage will help them overcome the rest of the obstacles still left to deal with here. Skyjump and Momsy, a very scrappy French duo. They've got Sphinx and Muzz in their sights currently, but Clifface will cut that line of sight. Still, maybe a little bit caught if they decide to clash with Akira and Karama. There's no guarantees, but the way that they were kind of trying to set up against Muzz and Sphinx, it almost seems like they need the damage, and sure enough, 42 below on Surge. Just one tap.
Yeah, you don't want that surge to activate, really forcing your hand, but Momsy does more than that. Hits a nice shot on Akira and Karama. Now they're below the damage threshold, and this is the back and forth we see, whether if it's rotating through zones or in box fights like this. It's just a tough way to kind of go out, and Higgs is feeling the pressure as well. They were over 100 above the damage threshold last time we seen him, and now he's fallen 157 below. Clix is gone, and now Higgs forced to clutch up here in game number 1.
It's incredible, though, that Higgs is even in this position in the first place, 157 below, but look at where the zone has pulled to. It's wonky. You would think this would be ideal, but the fact of the matter is, as a solo, Higgs has to really dig deep here if he wants to manage to make it out for a solid placement.
Yeah, 10 teams need to go down before him or Velo are granted any points, and they're both below the damage threshold. Velo, not so much. He needs one shot, whether it's the AR or the shotgun, to land without taking much, but he gets tagged up again, above, right back down below. Velo now has to be perfect with these heals. Zone moving in, and I think this is the end of the road for Velo in game 1.
Just didn't have any other options here, and Higgs might meet a similar fate. He also needs damage, but he also has to stay moving, trying to see if he can catapult himself somewhere else in the lobby, trying to build up. Supply crate, fortunately, going to drop just in the nick of time here, but he's still getting lit up by these surge tags. Medkit and a shield potion, decent amount of materials. He might be able to turn this one around, and just like that, the surge thresholds are just teeter-tottering above and below, but he's still trying to see if he can wait things out.
Yeah, 184, essentially a full elimination worth of damage, but where this zone goes is either going to help him or hurt him. If it goes up the side of the mountain, that's going to give him so many shockwave opportunities to get damage. And Higgs, he has to earn it, but he was just blessed as the zone moves up the side of the mountain, but he peaks, he takes a lot of damage, but it goes to show how chaotic this endgame's going to be.
Excellent looks right now, though, for Pablo. He's just been on fire in this lobby. 3 eliminations, looking to still add more to it. But poor Higgs, man, you just have to think these are the moments where you really cannot afford to panic. But not only that, even if you know this POI so well, you also know that when teams are already established on the mountain face, they're looking straight at everyone else underneath. The moment you open up that wall, team's already trying to apply pressure, forced to drop, forced to try and make a play. But Higgs, he's just got nowhere left to run to. Everyone else has already left the vicinity. He's just too late to the party, and the surge will take care of him.
Yeah, with no eliminations, not inside of the top 25, that one's going to sting. Ju's gonna be by himself. 25 at least above the damage threshold. 11 players need to go down, and we will no longer have Storm Surge in this game. So he has two different options here. Keep popping off like he's doing, or he could try to out-heal it. He has more than enough of those HP heals in his inventory, but he's just waiting for the zone to push everybody from the backside of the zone forward. That's when he's gonna get the green light to go, but he falls 87 below. So not only does he have to rotate, he has to find damage.
He also had to invest practically all of his hard material just to protect himself, but he's now straight looking at Reckless and Alex. Some great tags there. Going to permit him to be just 21 above, but Chino, Pablo, disaster has struck. Maybe they got a little too fraggy with it. Chino still hunting for more, but he's not going to be able to find it. Still 5 eliminations, decent amount of points just for game 1.
I think everybody out here is feeling that feeling of deja vu from day 1 with a lot of these zones going towards the top side of the mountains. That first one, it was steady. Now we're going towards the back side of those mountains. It's going to be hard for players to survive, especially the ones with no material and is a solo. Kurama needs a miracle to happen here. Some sort of siphon. He needs some sort of help, and right now it's not what he wanted. It's the complete opposite. They're pressuring him out, getting to expend everything he has left.
The one silver lining is that the threshold for Surge won't be coming into effect. We've already had enough players get eliminated, so one big shot could be the difference maker here. He's going to need to find the perfect opportunity, though, and he doesn't necessarily have time, because the longer it takes him to get into zone, the more established other players are going to be looking towards that backside of zone. Jargu and Carillion too, ultimate low ground. They've been sitting behind the rest of the pack, and look at Mattias now trying to make his approach, but as a solo, how far can he really go?
Yeah, with no extra shockwaves, no real material to build up or protect himself. He's just crouching, trying to hide the audio and the visuals so nobody can sneak up. But now the zone's going back up over the top of the mountain. You can try to recycle builds, but it ain't gonna be easy as Ju's able to get it down onto one. Pix is gonna fall, but he's not going to get taken out. Teammate saving the day there as Marius lands a shot into Virgo. That's a huge warning of where he's positioned.
But Mattias, he's still wishing that that would have just been the one to give him the full knock. Then he could have had that elimination, but way up top, Josh Riley has managed to overcome the mountain phase. Still, Swizzy, Pixie hunting for more, looking down at the team struggling to try and scale their way up. Ager's all by his lonesome, but we know exactly what he's capable of. He's trying to see if he can bring a refresh into the picture, but instead, it's going to be Tiggs and Danikush making things oh so complicated for everybody underneath.
1 of 5 solos left down below. Danikush and Tiggs all the way from OCE. This could be their moment to shine on the big stage, but they still got to go through Pixie, Swizzy. These guys are here to make a name for themselves on the international stage like they haven't already. Pixie, Swizzy, they're still being challenged into the box. Ghost gets taken out. They are part of the global champions for a reason.
Not only that, but they're one of the only fully intact duos left in this lobby. Virgo, Agers, solos underneath them. Josh has fallen, but with 4 eliminations, decent placement to boot. Tiggs, Danikush, they start dropping. They needed to get those siphon materials. Now they're gonna ramp back up. Tiggs trying to see if he can provide a little bit of air coverage here, but Pixie and Swizzy are 2 men on a mission. Pixie trying to see if he can connect. Needs one more, needs the siphon match. He knows that he can't afford to keep taking those peaks. He knows that the angles aren't in his favor, but Agers cut off in the process. Virgo's still falling to Swizzy. Pixie gets Agers. A 2 versus 2 to try and round things out.
9 eliminations already. This is the chance to get your spot on the bingo board secured, but that one gets ripped away. Tiggs from up top, taking down half of the global champion, but it is going to be a 1v1. Pixie gets his get back. It's him versus Tiggs. No shields at the current moment for each of our players, and he's trying to put pressure down from above, but Pixie is able to go to the sidelines, finds a crevice, gets the shields off, and this is it, Taco. It comes down to who wins this game is going to finals.
Tiggs knows he's got to get up close and personal. Pixie doing his best to try and mantle up, mantle forward. Pixie nearly connected. Tiggs is out of here. Swizzy and Pixie, maybe that night of rest was all they really needed, because they are done with today.
There's one thing I've learned. You don't poke the bear, Frankie.
Don't poke the bear, indeed. My word, Pixie, you as a solo up against Tiggs in the 1v1. What was going through your head there? It was a cat and mouse game.
I mean, it's a 1v1. It's a win for me.
You are known as one of the best fraggers in EU, and for you, Swizzy, watching this man make things quick and easy for you in the lower bracket, what was that like?
That was really easy. Got my rest, we win. I said like we're gonna reset tomorrow. We also wanted to go high, but this zone we couldn't.
I was going to say that was such a difficult mountain zone for you. How did you manage to make it to the top and get out of that sticky situation?
I mean, we learned from our mistakes yesterday and we took priority on our rotates. So we just fixed everything that did wrong yesterday and now we won the game.
Well, you get to leave the stage in just a moment, boys. What's the plan now to get ready for tomorrow?
Get on con, get our sewers, and probably take high and don't die.
Day1, don't get eliminated. It's really something we can all live by. Let's head to the break, and after that, more Fortnite.
I got hit with that one. I'm popping med bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, max up.
Wait, if you're mid play.
100! 100! Oh my god! No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Absolute cinema! Levin! Get out of the way. Levin, let's go! Swizzy! They did it! Oh my gosh, Lev.
Tell them to post the stats now. All of you opportunists that were hating on Pixie in Grands, posting all your stats, post them now. My boy went crazy. Swizzy, sitting back watching, all the belief in the world. Because when you have a teammate that is flying, like Pixie was there, hitting every shot he needed, all the composure in the world, man. And again, this is why last year everybody Vivid was saying this guy is the best fragger in EU because of moments and performances like this.
Clutched up on one of the biggest stages Fortnite has to offer. Not only that, a lot of talk, right? Swizzy and Pixie didn't qualify through the upper bracket, man. Can they make the run to the lower bracket? Game one, that conversation is already finished. And I was worried coming into the day because I mentioned it, our global champions of last year, Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy. I was like, there's no way we can have a finals at Summit without any of them. And Swizzy shut me up real quick, clutched up game number one. They're going to finals.
Hey, and Vivid, that's 1 for 1 on the predictions.
1 for 1,
That's 1 for 1. We're looking good, broski. We're looking good.
Man, congratulations to them. That's the Swizzy and Pixie we kind of expected to see yesterday, but again, it's all good. They now focus on tomorrow's finals. We will not be seeing them compete again today, but that's okay. A big sigh of relief for the duo. That's all it takes, Viv. One good game like that, we see them rise up the standings, make it off to the finals.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Although there is a team, right? We were kind of expecting a big performance out of the duo there, but there was a team on the higher ground for the entirety of that end game that I feel like we did not expect a second place out of. It did look like they were going to win the game at one point. Danny Crush and Tiggs representing the Middle Eastern region. We were kind of worried that we were like, man, are we going to get any of these smaller regions to qualify through finals? I mean, we had a handful come through the upper bracket. Is the lower bracket going to feature any? Immediately a second place spot. Yeah, they didn't get the win, but that puts them in such a great spot on the leaderboard.
I mean, big ups to Tiggs. Watching the highlights here, we see so many players with it. Some of the best players this game has ever seen. In situations like that, where you've run out of match, you've run out of everything, you just need a refresh. I've seen Prime Peterbot need a refresh at times, and he maybe just can't quite get it. Every single time at the end there, Tiggs needed to get the limb. He managed to just find the loot he needed to keep him going. Super unfortunate, again, not winning the 1v1 there, but still a great game for these two.
Hey, but check this out. Let's go down this list a little bit further, right?
Gosh.
Yamzo, Josh, Agers in Ritual, them NA names we're used to seeing. I love seeing they're in that final game. We actually saw them be eliminated, but Yamzo and Josh took that fight to the high ground. You know, Levin, this is so exciting to see them finally have that moment on stage. We get to see them in game, and I love that they're fearless.
I mean, this is a special day for these two. Because really and truly, again, when you're talking about some of the best teams in NA Vivid, these guys are up there. Josh in particular, his story is unbelievable. The fact that this guy is playing on this stage next to Clicks because he got a PC from Clicks, like that in itself is just madness to me, and a big start on the day, showcasing why this guy is seen as the next Peterbot in NA, the next big talent, the next big thing. He doesn't even look like the next big thing as far as talent-wise in NA. He has just been the best, right, at times, right? He's had so many great performances in Div Cups of late. Iomzo, we know what he can do. Seeing them do it on the stage in this first game was special, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing them continue to cook up.
Yeah, picked up some solo points, as you can see there. And I got to tip my hat to the duo because early on, off spawn, obviously they are uncontested, but an early push, you know, towards their way, they overcame though, man. They got the elimination there and it kind of snowballed into the late game. Obviously, we kind of saw where the zone ended up. It did pretty much land where they do land in the early game, but obviously, you know, sometimes these games are not easy to play out. They made it look easy.
Can't lie, man. I'm excited. Aegis Ritual. I'm looking. I need these guys to qualify on through, right? Seeing them already have this strong start. Remember, big reminder, the format today is you either get the Victory Royale, you win and you're in. That's it. You don't have to play any more games or we need to end in the top 19. This is a very strong first start for the duo, Viv.
Absolutely. And as you can see early off here, Ager's kind of left alone. And I feel like the story throughout the weekend, at least in these early couple of games, has always been the fact that there are just so many solos left alive in these lobbies, and making the most out of it is going to make the difference right there. As you can see, after he goes down, just feeling, you know, cool, calm, and collected. Hey, foot bumps all around, feeling good.
I don't worry about these two at all. I think when you look at the talent, the experience, the quality, I think these guys, whether they win a game, whether it will be through consistency, I think these guys will make it back. I think the biggest worry for me is just I'm just looking to Sunday and looking to see them in a position again, contested at Latte. We're not going to learn much from them today because it's going to be a completely different situation if they're able to qualify. And so, again, hopefully we see them continue to play their game and just warm into things a bit more.
Couple of duos there, though. I'm a little worried about, right? We saw Clicks and Higgs follow the court, Akira, Kurama.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, look, again, it's just game one. I don't want to worry too much, but boys, we only have 5 more games, right? We need that VR. We need to be in top 19. Very, very tough, but it's all good because we've got game number 2 ready to go. Whatever happened in game number 1 doesn't matter. Every game can be a new game for these duos. So let's get ready to hop into game number 2.
One thing I can't help but notice here, though, Jacob, is the fact that some of our duos that weren't able to actually have that standout performance in game day number 1 have managed to succeed here in game day 2. So the best benefit of that, you know, a duo like Ritual, Agers, I think that you have to remember they're already high up on the leaderboard. Now, if you want to put through on consistency, one more performance like that, and they're in it to win it.
Yeah, basically locked and loaded. And typically at this point in time, I'd be like, if a team wins, their drop spot is open. I'll tell you more about that in a second because game 2 is ready. As I was saying, usually a drop spot opens up when a team wins a game because they're no longer in the lobby. They advance directly to Championship Sunday, but if you look at where Pixie and Swizzy were landing, it was kind of a triple contested fight, so it's not going to get easier game 2.
Yeah, they already had plenty of company, but they managed to move out. They left everyone else behind. They'll worry about that for tomorrow. Vazen and Gerald, though, intent on contesting Epic Whale and Pump here at Riptides. But all that's going to do is extend an open invitation for the third-party scenario. All throughout Chapter 7, any teams that have been contesting each other at Riptides almost always results in both of them just getting wiped after the fact because it's such an easy position to get third-partied.
Yeah, especially with everyone around them uncontested, but Clicks and Higgs, they're going to go ahead and take that long glide strategy. They're going to go ahead and get the top side of Wonky Land. You kind of saw there in a second on the map. King and Phaser are already down there on the south side of Wonky Land, already trying to loot up. That gives them a little bit of a timing advantage over Clicks and Higgs. So if they get a loadout, in theory, Taco, we can see them play aggressive. But I drop with 1 elimination. But y'all will notice Marius is down.
Some unfortunate stuff, but sometimes the bus path does happen to work against you. And for other players in the lobby, they're always going to be looking up the moment that they touch down, trying to lock in that early surge. Chap, victimized yet again. Gon and Knight are really trying to deliver a lot of fight here at New Sanctuary. This southeast portion of the map just so active because even over towards the southwest, Epic Whale Pump, they're still trying to see whether or not they can even start this engagement with Gerald and Basin.
Yeah, and you're talking about other players moving on over. That's going to be Nathan on the top side of Riptides. He's forced out because Muzz and Sphinx were able to get that first elimination onto Nebs, but that just kind of puts Epic Whale and Pump in the middle, distracted by 2 different opportunities. The main focus is going to be the OCE town down below of Basin and Gerald, where they have to watch out for any lurk plays. Because if they lose sight of them, that could be the end.
It's always hard to keep track of where exactly the lobby is moving towards, but for Giannis cheating, anytime you see that Flowberry Mist Grenade, you know there's a duo surrounding it, Xavier and Cazers. First time on the big stage, but they are still looking to try and pop off, really make a name for themselves. But those gray loadouts, not exactly what you want to be rocking up against some of EU's finest.
Yeah, we're already seeing some teams switch up drop spots, not necessarily going toward Dark Dominion where Swizzy and Pixie just qualified out of. We're seeing them drop at little points all around the map. Even Giannis cheating, taking a different approach to this game. Instead of staying at studios to get their elims, they immediately are moving on out. Skyjump, Monty, they find themselves in a pickle against X-Pawn and Doxy. 2v2 situation, and X-Pawn's gonna get that first knock onto Skyjump. Needs the elimination for the Siphon. HP is dwindling, but he has a couple of seconds. He has his teammate by his side. Momsy's gonna spray through the builds. He's gonna pre-fire to get that elim, leaving Momsy with no choice. He has to run and disengage for a second chance at life.
Normally when you see players lose like all of their HP, you expect them to just pull back. X-Pawn was having none of it. He said, you want to step up to me? Momsy tried his best, threw his name into the hat, but he just wasn't ready to witness his duo fall. Just 3 back-to-back-to-back pumps, and that is really all it takes for X-Spawn to bring down Skyjump.
They really had him pincered, 2 different angles. He is literally just throwing haymakers to stay alive. But Ju and Badil, 18 points from game 1. It's not where they have hoped to land on the leaderboard, but it's about slowly but surely building up that confidence. When we look at consistency, it's going to be the top 19. They are just outside of that as of now, but King and Craze, they're looking to advance on a Cheatin' and Flixie. First elimination, that one's going to be easy. Cheatin' was left by himself. You can see King and Craze just dissected Giannis and Flixie to get the eliminations. Or I should say Cheatin', sorry.
Crazy and King Lane, they'll still have more work cut out for them, but 2 eliminations to round things off, that's always a nice little confidence builder. Granted, those 2 definitely have plenty of it, even heading into today's competition. Velo and Savage, though, checking back in on what's been building over near Squiggly Shores. Not surprised to see Velo in this surge base, and Agers with another elimination here onto Veloz. Ritual got to be feeling very good about what his duo has been able to bring forth here today. Yesterday, things a little bit shakier, a little bit more difficult, but even with Agers being a bit under the weather, his gameplay here today isn't looking like it.
Yeah, especially being uncontested. You play with a whole new freedom knowing you got the entire POI to yourself. With 1 elimination, they know Jonas is going to be by himself, 2v1, trying to attack from both angles, jumping up and down, not trying to let him heal, not trying to let him get a breath of fresh air, and another shot from Agers can connect, tries to spray into the box, not enough to get the knock, but him and Ritual are side by side. They're working together to make sure that they both don't take too much damage, but they're still in position to clean up this elimination.
And what's wild to think about is Ritual and Agers, they're fighting for their spot to try and get that rematch up against Reed and Cooper in tomorrow's finals. Agers still trying to see if he can finish what he started here, and sure enough, Ritual's gonna get the cutoff points there onto Jonas. 2 eliminations now for this duo, and a lot of wiggle room here because Latte Landing is wide open.
Yeah, and this is a team that you don't want to see get heated up, because when they start going, they are hard to stop. And now that they got their early game surge with those 2 eliminations, they're going to go back on over to Latte Landing. They have plenty of heals. They have a good enough amount of gold where they can use that mending machine, which allows them to overstay their welcome and use that long launch pad towards the back.
Oh, you can see it coming. Pablo waiting for the piece up, and sure enough, nowhere left for Minifio to run. What a box in, and Chino, the other half of the duo, standing out here on his own accord. A great set of eliminations for these 2.
Yeah, all it takes is getting caught off guard 1 simple second. And that's what we've seen, you know, for the past couple of months. A lot of these lurk plays come into action, especially when players with these new surge changes, they're kind of just boxed up. They're in their towers, they're at their POI, and they don't expect to get snuck up on. And more it continues to work and find success here in this game. But just like I was talking about Agers and Rituals, long launch pad, Josh and Iamso have the same thing. It takes you further, it takes you farther. You throw the Fizz in the mix, and you can across the map, but Xavier Sazers, they're trying to sneak attack onto Liam, and that first one looked like it was going to work, but Liam turns, he burns him down, leaving Xavier by himself. 2v1 situation. They were confident before the game for a reason.
This is the nightmare scenario now, because that should have been it. Liam, though, he might still wind up being knocked here if he's not careful. Xavier is still just fighting, maybe even to restore a little bit of pride after that one. You think that you get the sneak attack, instead it's 180.
Jace instantly dropping that Fizz bomb. They're not in the zone just yet, so HP, you can see them trying to get the elimination, save it for the Siphon, but it's getting a little bit too risky. Liam 1 shot away from going down by Xavier, so he's instantly trying to pop that Chug, and they're not necessarily pressed right now to move quick. They're outside of the zone, not taking damage, and they have about 20 seconds before the zone forces them in, but they have to be careful. Another team in the distance, and that's Gone and Night, and they've already switched up their drop spot. They contested Chap and Flixie, they eliminate them out of this game, and now they're ready to do it again here.
But if you're Liam and Jace, you don't have any reason to leave anytime soon. You know that Xavier is a solo. You know that you have more than enough white heals to actually extend your time inside of the storm. And not only that, but why not get more surge if you can? An isolated solo is going to be your best bet for another points opportunity off the elimination. Xavier trying to see just how much time he can really bide here, but Liam, Jace, they are feeling very aggressive, and I can't blame them. I mean, trying to sneak up on me?
Yeah, for Liam and Jace, though, I agree with you. At first, when it was a 2v1, you got to kind of take the fight. But the longer this one goes, Xavier is actually landing shots back. So even if they get this elimination, Taco, what does that do to their surge plan? Especially since Gone and Knight are still waiting just outside of this fight to beat anybody that breaks through those builds. So Liam and Jace, they have to make a decision, and they have to make a decision quick if this fight is worth it.
Could be possible for them to just opt for a further east rotation. We try and avoid where Gone and Knight are actually situated. Sometimes you gotta look elsewhere, and somewhere that has opened up just a little bit. It's going to be Dark Dominion, but it is bumping as ever. So many teams already in this POI. And for Koyota and Yuma, I think there's a lot of questions up in the air. Are they going to be able to have some of that practice game success? We saw them collect at least an extra bando off of delivering a victory royale in that performance, but this is the best time to do it. I mean, you want to be in the finals.
Yeah, and typically we kind of look at these guys, so when it comes to these international lands, they usually have some tricks up their sleeve. They're probably trying to save it for finals, but boys, we got to make it there. This is going to be your best chance as we go back on over towards New Sanctuary. Liam and Jace, they're still busy off the side of the map, but Salco and Minute have now gained the attention of Gone and Knight inside of the New Sanctuary, and Minute and Salco went down last game because of Storm Surge. They're not trying to make the same mistake twice, but he over peaks. Knight lands a good shot, punch after punch. They're just taking too much damage before Salco answers back with a shot of his own.
That's going to be enough to deter Gone and Knight, waiting to see whether or not they'll be able to actually continue this conversation. But there's still a decent amount of fighting left to be done here at New Sanctuary, because even the situation a little bit further southeast has seemingly cleared up. And I have to expect that that was very likely Liam and Jace finally finishing that elimination onto Xavier.
Now we can see if it's worth it when we tune into them. When Storage Surge pops up, Epic Whale and Pump, even without that elimination at Riptides, you see them immediately try to rotate out of the zone. They know so many players usually do rotate around Battlewood, through Riptides, and even towards the north of Humble Hills, and they're just trying to get as much surge as possible. But just like I was talking about Liam and Jace in that fight, if you keep trading shots, not getting elims and not getting the better, you're going to end up in a position like this. You're above the damage threshold, but only by 49.
It's really just the damage ratios that have been the peak storyline for this weekend, because teams that are just eating as many shots as they're sending out, it's difficult to try and stay even. But right now, Clicks, Higgs, utilizing everything they can off the map itself. A bit of a campfire, try and get some health restoration here. They've got pizzas, they've got med kits, and it looks like they're fully intending on trying to make a dead side approach, or they might be looking to see if they can find Picks and Ghosts, who are known for sticking around in surge bases deep from Toy Box docks.
Yeah, and 186 damage, that's good for now. But as the game progresses, they're going to need to find just a little bit more. Salco, Minute, they fall further and further below that damage threshold. 394, essentially 2 full eliminations here are going to be needed by the team from NA West. And we know Minute, he's a good fighter. Salco, he can lead the pack, but right now it's go time, because when that Storm Surge activates, they're going to be on the clock to try to get some damage or the elimination. Salco breaks into the box, good damage on the Gone. He gets saved by Minute, but only for so long before Knight trades on that down. So it is going to come down to a 1v1. Minute looking to play aggressive, and it's going to be worth it.
But he might not even get to reap the benefits of this survival, because the third party has already decided to play an entrance here. Minute scrambling, trying to see if he can escape, but so much focus being sent his way, and now having to also deal with the surge itself. He doesn't even get a chance to try and heal up.
Just unfortunate, almost 500 below. They get one knock. They get another elim back-to-back from Minute, but he's still 229 below. That was just disaster waiting to happen, and this is where I say you just got to take as much control of your game plan as early as possible. And I think from the online majors to here, we're seeing more and more teams rotate to the zone early on so they can get the position and not have to get that max pull.
It's always just a little bit rough when you do finally win such a drawn-out battle, and then if it's not the third party fully clearing you up, you're still having to deal with the likes of Surge. But these are the sorts of adaptations that players just have to naturally try and overcome here. As Nathan, he'll at least have a little bit of Surge to work with, but the clock's ticking. He's got to make it into zone too, and there is a decent amount of traffic in front of him.
Yeah, he's just barely above. And honestly, that's actually pretty good for what Nathan and Nevs have been through so far in this game, being above the damage threshold. A little bit of survives, but a pleasant surprise at that. Kurama and Akira, again, just barely above 73. That's not much, and that shot is surely going to put him below. GR Rex, surprise attack out of nowhere. Kurama just going to get the shot from the side, but even though they get that elimination, they are now still below the damage threshold, and there's other players pressuring in this direction, not wanting to let them get full HP and shield.
They want to see whether or not they'll have an opportunity to try and take out Hamed too, but instead they're fully aware of the fact that there is some action taking place just a little bit right from where they're currently faced up. Josh and Yamzo, though, find their first elimination onto Golden. They are above on Surge. It's really just about finding the perfect moment. You don't want to get lobbied on your next rotate in.
Yeah, this team right here is a little bit of a full circle moment of Josh and Iamzo. Years ago, Iamzo kind of being that fragger for Rise in the mix, getting close to the FNCS championship. And now Iamzo is that IGL, picking up the young fragger in Josh, who honestly has Clicks to thanks for popping his career, because it was Clicks who got on the PC and really started his whole trajectory. So for Iamzo and Josh, this needs to be a big day.
Pablo and Chino trailing just a little bit behind. Raisin and Gerald were just spotted here at Battlewood Boulevard. They're gonna opt for a more low ground position currently. Definitely doing a great job at avoiding a lot of folks in the rest of the lobby. That is until Raisin and Gerald finally spot them out inside a little sewer opening here, and now that's an open invitation. Everyone else in the lobby looking their way.
Yeah, kind of going from uncontested in the EU finals to here. Pablo and Gino just having a little bit of a struggle here in day one, and kind of breaking through the mold in day two. They just need a little bit more consistency. Badil and Ju, same thing, 26 points, 118 above the damage threshold. Relatively close to it turning off, but a couple of quick tags there is going to put them right on the line. 32 damage above. They're making their way in towards zone. It's not going to be hard to find a spot there, but the next zone is really going to be everything, because if they get a max pull, good luck to them and their search plan.
Good luck to everybody in this lobby just about. There is so much congestion that is already pooled on this edge of the zone, but Badil, he'll have to find his own way forward here. Clicks and Higgs, they took the scenic route to make it into zone, but they're having to deal with so many surge issues, and Clicks, he won't be able to make it out. That is just another sour ending here in game two.
Yep, but luckily for the format of today, it doesn't matter where you're at on the leaderboard. All you need to do is win a game, and as Frankie said, that's your golden ticket directly to Championship Sunday. But the pressure could be felt all around the arena today. When these players go down, you can feel it, Taco. The passion kind of playing out as Mary's and I drop. They're feeling it as well. 12 below. It isn't much, but Storm Surge, you don't go down. You get straight eliminated out of the lobby, and with no heals left, he has 2 ticks he can take. Less than 14 seconds. I drop, has to make a play, but it gets denied.
He just did not have enough HP. It was... I don't want to say impossible, but it basically was, Jacob. At least he did the best with what he could. Still, they need to find more after the fact, but for everybody else still left in this lobby, the Nikush Tigs, they came in second in game one. They're obviously trying to see if they can secure that win. They've been feeling very confident from 100 ping to 0. Now is their best chance to strike. Is Velo working his way in backside the zone. Everybody looking his way, though. Doesn't really have a whole lot of options, and he'll be picked off before he gets the chance.
Yeah, big elim though for Badil and Ju. That's their 3rd elimination of the game. That's 12 points straight off of their aggressive ability, and now they're inside of the top 25. Placement points are starting to come in, and with each and every team that falls, they start to cascade further and further, and of course, you get that 1,000 points for the victory royale. And it goes to show, like, looking at the leaderboards yesterday, I saw a team qualify to Sunday. It's just 3 decent games, but it doesn't feel like that in the moment.
Badil Brazil and Gino really did best there, though, was front side of zone, and they cleared a path for themselves. Everyone else is going to have to run straight to them, and they're doing a great job at just gatekeeping that edge of zone they were at. But Lucy Zangi will have a lot to overcome if they want to make it in. But it seems like disaster has struck. We look away for 1 second, Jacob, and all of a sudden, it's Fadil by himself. He at least has the pizza box to work with, but Pastroki, Repairs, Toyota, they're all making their way forward. And for what looked like a solid spot to be in, now might be worst case scenario. But Fadil, we've seen the solo clutches before.
Yeah, and it's only 4 players that need to go down. You can attempt to out-heal this Pacino. He doesn't have the amount of heals needed to survive the Storm Surge. For now, it is going to be the med kit, but the zone is also moving in. But he gets a little bit of a cutback, extra time to work with, and it's time that he desperately needs because he's in on a clock, and that clock is running down fast. 3 more ticks. That's all he can take. Less than 20 seconds. Chino has to make a move. Nobody's falling, Taco. 4 players, and Storm Surge is no longer a worry.
And Chino, he's trying to see if he can get the shot, but he won't make it. A player lying in wait. He'll go down, but Fadil still keeping the ball rolling here. 187 above, 1 pizza slice, 1 overdrive grenade, lurking, crouching, waiting, hoping that he can find another big shot. Everything at this stage, waiting to see if he can deliver another big win here. But Akira and Karama, they've at least found Liam, and that'll be enough to buy them some good time.
It feels like they're not forcing fights or eliminations. They're kind of letting the game naturally present itself. And there goes another one on the Repairs, back to back, as they take down Fastroki as well. But it comes with its own sacrifice. Akira is going to fall. All the pressure now onto Karama's shoulders.
You look one way, you got to make sure you're checking the next, and Fadil takes down Visuals. That's the exact sort of refresh that he's hoping for. Every little bit of siphon materials to help catapult him forward, and now he's feeling confident enough. Why not take another layer up? He's trying to see if he can make it through on that secondary height position, and not only that, looking downwards, trying to see if he can gauge whether or not there's a player more in tatters than him for him to try and eliminate. He'll drop down, he's got the movement effects, waiting, but no options just yet.
And all that's going down below, opponent's side's gonna fall. Nutty and Gazzetta, they went ahead and Shockwave to take the high ground. There's a new team high up in the clouds that everybody has to worry about. Cut through the middle is gonna be King and Praise. Just trying to take position of the front side of the zone. Meanwhile, Fadil and Karama are doing their best as solos here. They're one of few solos actually left in this game.
As long as they can stay towards the front side, they might be able to make it out, but Ritual and Ager is now front side low. They'll have the best opportunity out of everyone to see who is more scraps than them. Ritual only has 1 build remaining, but Fadil, he's found his target. He won't be able to bring it out, though, and that's going to be the end of the run here. Craze and Kindling, though, still making their way forward.
Yep, Nutty Gabzera is just not letting anybody down below feel comfortable, especially for those players on second height, as Virgo looking to go big, lands that 1 shot, but being by yourself means you have to play a little bit careful and a little less loose. Down below, those eliminations get steamrolled by King and Craze, but again, it all comes with a sacrifice. Now Craze is going to be left by himself. They have 5 eliminations. They're trying to push themselves into the top 5, and every single point matters. With Aegis of Ritual, they're going to get that elimination, but again, it costs them as well.
Ritual and Aegis thought they had that front side control, but you just can't afford to look away. Now Virgo gonna try and send it onto high. Karama has fallen. Virgo won't make it out. Nudie and Gabzetta might just be finding themselves in the finals battle bus, Jacob. All they need to do is seal the deal here up against Ritual.
Hey, he's gonna take the fight to that first Shockwave. Oh my, that was big. Nudie and Gabzetta, they clutch up and take the game back.
Nuti, Gabzetta, please stand up, let's celebrate this win. What an incredible performance from you, Nuti. Talk to me about those last moments. You did it as a duo.
Yes, I said that we're going to win, and we did it.
You absolutely did. You had so much confidence when you spoke to me earlier, and you only told me the truth. Gabzetta, you're going to Championship Sunday. You're representing Brazil. How does it feel?
Gabzetta, vocês ganharam. Vão representar o Brasil na final. Como você se sente?
Me sinto realizado, novamente estar representando o Brasil novamente num palco gigantesco que é a FNCS. E é isso, vamos Brasil!
I'm so happy, I'm so accomplished right now, and just let's go Brazil.
Let's go, Brazil. Would you like to hear the crowd in Düsseldorf, Nuti?
What?
Would you like to hear the crowd, what they think of you here? All right then, Düsseldorf. What do you say? Do you like these guys? We can see the Brazilian flags above. We've got Brazilian fans behind us, and we've got Brazilian fans watching around the world. Congratulations, Nuti and Gabzera. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you after the break.
I got hit with that one. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100? 100? Oh my god, look! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the summit. Big game here in game number 2. Congratulations to Nuti and Gabzera, and vamos Brazil! We got a big victory royale. We got the co-streamers losing their minds over here after that big W. And of course, for the duo Viv, this is such a big moment.
And this is why this format is just so great. Coming from the upper bracket, of course, yesterday, it's incredible. When you take a look at their match history yesterday, they had one good game, which was a 6th place, which of course was not enough to kind of break them into that top 25. Outside of that 6th place game, they didn't even break the top 20. Like it was a complete fumble from them yesterday. And then you come into today, the first game from them was pretty good. They got 10th place. obviously the highlight for them is going to be the second game where they held the higher ground, won the game.
Yeah, I really like the way they took height as well. A typical height take for this meta. They, of course, went into the storm, used those overdrive grenades, combined with that miss, easily took height off Podesai and Saito, who just had to give it up at that point. And it's not easy from here on out, especially when the zone pulls back through these old builds. It can be really difficult for that height team to not get caught out, but some really nice shots from these guys.
Absolutely, and I'm not going to lie, Ritual obviously gets one knock right there in the 1v2. I got to be careful because I almost lost my voice. Absolutely screamed there. Made it scary for Gab0 and Nuti, but they obviously ended up clutching up. Super, super excited to see them go straight into finals.
Yeah, man. And you got to think about that interview super early on at the start of the show, right? Gab0 saying, hey, look, I'm looking to represent Brazil. I'm going to do my best. And sure enough, Game 2 victory royale. Oh, man, I cannot wait to see what they bring tomorrow in the finals. Reminder, we're not going to be seeing them for the rest of the games, right? They got their card straight on through. For everyone else, they're playing for top 19.
Yeah, nice to see. Did you have them in your predictions, Vivid?
Okay, Minnie, really? No, I did not.
You were like, yeah, 1 for 1, we're looking good.
Yeah.
I actually had them in my predictions, we just didn't show it.
Oh,
yeah, we didn't show it. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Me too.
Yeah, I like this format, though. I really like the way that, of course, they can walk off the stage, all the fans right next to the co-streamers. They were showing them so much love, so that feeling they must have had right there is unreal. Excited to see what happens at their drop spot right now, because that leaves that area down towards the south uncontested. Fellow Brazilian team, Gone and Night, maybe they move over there. Will they have that same success? Because, of course, they land just next door that are contested, so maybe they'll make the switch.
I'm happy that you're still kind of talking about those smaller region teams. I remember yesterday we saw a stat that flown. It was like in game number 5, it was like, oh yeah, like 64% of the time an NA team has held the high ground. The other 36% of the time an EU team has held the high ground. Yeah. We need to run that set again right now because it's completely flipped for sure. I mean, we saw Tiggs from the Middle Eastern region kind of control the higher ground in the first game. Right here, we got Nudie and Gab0, both small region teams controlling the higher ground. I got to see that stat.
I agree, David. You know what? In that last game, obviously, Ritual placing second. Dude, Richie was schmoving at the end. I really thought, yo, wait, Richie, hold on. You're in your flow state. You're going to make it happen. Obviously, just didn't have the HP to work with, but they're doing so well in consistency right now.
Yeah, they are. Really important game for these guys. Yeah, they didn't win. Yeah, of course, it was a second place, but in terms of consistency, they're going to be looking really, really good on that leaderboard. I feel like Richie doesn't get enough credit for his ability, Vivid. I feel like a lot of NA doesn't give him enough of that credit for his fragging ability because he's solid. I mean, making these plays really, really consistently in the end game, finding those eliminations. 1v2 against Hype right here. He gave it a good go, though.
Super, super close. Hits the clean shot right there. Unfortunately, the return shot just made all of the difference right there. And look at him, he's upset. He's like, dude, I was so close. But yeah, after Agers goes down, who is often coined as kind of like the fragger of this duo, he was able to pick up those 1v1 situations on the low gun. Super, super clean. I'm not going to lie, as we were watching the game and both of these guys were kind of healthy on the low gun, I was like, oh yeah, they won. Agers gets knocked there. Ritual still puts up a great performance. They pick up second place.
Well, I want to take a look at these standings, man. Remember, we're trying to be top 19 in consistency or walk away the victory royale. Look at this.
Wow.
What once started is mostly EU dominated. Not no more. Shadow Virgo jumping up right there, but look, not that far behind, right? Akira Karama up 10 placements. Guys, it's starting to heat up.
Great game for Akira and Karama to kind of come back there. As you can see, they went up 10 placements. I think so some crazy stuff kind of happening off spawn for them, unfortunately. So, I mean, obviously, it's not, you know, haltering them too much. They're making it to the end games as it currently stands. Dropping down. Remember, at the end of the day, Minnie, we have to be top 19 because we already have 6 teams going through Victory Royale.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I'm looking at Chino and Pablo Wingu just on that border right now. A team that a lot of people would have looked at, potential champions at the end of the weekend. Difficult off-spawn situation for them. That whole POI, so many teams coming on in, trying to get some refarming, trying to get to those vending machines. It's just a little bit awkward for them off-spawn right now. I'm sure they'll be navigating that in different ways. Podesai and Saito there on that leaderboard, just breaking into that top 10. They went up, was it 38 places there? Unbelievable stuff from them, and that's what one game can do.
One game, that is all it takes. But right now, game 3 is ready. So casters, over to you.
What's going on, everybody out there? Game 3, we had to bring one of mine and Taco's duos, mine from the past and west, yours in EU, Takada to join us on stage.
Great to be back. I was getting a little sick of the guys on the desk, you know, so I had to come back to my home turf here at the casting booth, and I'm ready to get started here.
Yeah, I mean, things have already been getting pretty rowdy at the start of day 2, and I'm sure that the action is just going to keep delivering because game 3 right on the horizon, and I'm sure anybody can bring it home, so let's see who takes it.
Games are moving quick. 2 of them already down. 3rd game of the day. After this one, we'll be at the halfway point of day 2, where it really shows where you're at on the leaderboard and what you have to do.
Big things coming to mind. I mean, we had some surprise cons with Akira Kurama and North Boulevard. Same thing that actually happened in the EU Grand Finals leading up to this event. Also now, with Nudi Gabzera already having qualified, maybe another Brazilian duo will take over their spot, but we're going to kick things off in the Frigid Fortress, and it's not going to take long.
Now, Podesai just barely managed to escape, but he ran straight into Marius, who finishes the job for iDrop. Sato and Podesai just cannot withstand. The practice is really paying off big time here.
Yeah, these fights just getting wild. Yanis again returning back. It's not going over towards Sus Studio this time around, contesting on top of the rock. That's what you gotta do sometimes, but it is gonna be a 1v1, and one that Janis won't win. Rex clutching up big.
Great way to close it out. Gonna pick up his teammate there as we move on over to the other side of the map. It's gonna be Muzz, Nathan, Nebs. There's a long battle going.
Muzz and Sphinx were looking for the fight. They made that very clear, but when you tell your opponent the game plan, Nebs, Nathan, they might have actually cooked something up for it. And at least for right now, even with Sphinx having gone down, it seems like Muzz is going to at least be able to play for the revive, and Nathan Nebs, they'd rather play a little bit more passive and prioritize controlling the actual POI.
Yeah, it almost makes you feel like they're not even the ones that got the knock. You'd almost be certainly sure that they would chase over, try to get that elim, but hey, when the dust settles, at least Muzz and Sphinx get a second chance here. So go back on over towards Riptide, something that we saw in that last game. We saw a little bit in the first game between Epicwell and Pump, and Vazen and Gerald on the other side. It starts off as a little bit of a split, but as the game goes on, we typically see third parties come in.
It's not peaceful for Vives though, with Visuals and Braids on their backs. Quick eliminations getting picked up. Not a fun start. This is a duo that originally was going to contest Pixie and Swizzy. Dark Dominion, we saw how that ended in game 1. Now getting elimed off spawn, they're going to have to pick things up for the second half of this tournament.
And it's not too surprising to see teams willing to try and mix it up, especially since we are technically at the halfway point for the day. If you don't find yourself with a victory royale, you can still try and bank on at least being in that consistency metric for top 19.
See so many early game fights. A couple players just trying to disengage, using the shockwaves or the gauntlets to try to create space, but it doesn't work. Kraze actually chases somebody underneath. He not only gets the elim, but you saw that little kind of new thing you don't see very often, the unstable molecule. Now he's gonna get access to a rare chest in the middle of that.
Good deal. I already hear the excitement from the crowd, and he's just looting. Hold that thought though, because Chino, he's just getting started. Quick knock. Pablo now disengaging as he's almost cracked. Has to be careful. His teammate though, completely locked in. Gonna give him a bit of time to heal on up. Salco, it is not looking good for you, my friend, as Chino continues with the push.
But Chino and Pablo, they are just a powerful duo to contend with, and knowing that you've already lost on the initial exchange, and with another duo crouch creeping up behind, it's Shadow and Virgo looking to take full advantage of what's been kicking off here. Salco is finished. No opportunities left in this match for that team, but Shadow, Virgo, they still want more. They want to see if they can take out Chino and Pablo with it.
Yeah, especially with that elimination on the Salco. Probably didn't net them much surge in that exchange. They're going to continue to get aggressive. One up below, one on the wall, but Pablo can be the X factor here in this fight, lurking around, trying to get a shot from above, and there it goes! A massive haymaker onto Shadow. Pablo, Chino, they have a chance to turn the fight as Pablo gets back-to-back shots to change the tides of this fight.
There's a reason Pablo and Chino are some of the best on EU, as they do have to be careful though with the third party coming through. I mean, Shadow, Virgo, some of the most confident fighters in North America, but the tables, they just turn too quickly.
The problem with that though, Chino and Pablo, they didn't have a whole lot of materials, and yet they just got an absolute loot llama because Shadow and Virgo were stacked. So even with one of them escaping, you still gave plenty of a refresh for Chino and Pablo after the fact, but now Clicks, Higgs, a little bit of a rough time to kick off the day. But the scenes can change at any moment. And when you know that there are duos fighting against each other like Mumsy and Skyjump, well, Higgs and Clicks, they're willing to try and send some shots their way.
Yeah, especially since you kind of realize what caused their downfall in that last game. And throughout the Day1 as well, it's just a lack of surge, lack of that early game damage. And I think Venno kind of spoke about it when he was doing the Telestrator. When you're sitting in the same spot month after month, tournament after tournament, teams start to take notice. They don't traverse through that side of the map anymore, making it harder for teams like Clix and Higgs to find their early game surge. Really forces them to go on the hunt for it, even though it's Higgs trying to third party this fight. Just get any damage. He's not necessarily looking for a full elimination. He's just looking to see what he can get.
Yeah, the issue is, if we look back yesterday at the upper bracket, Shark Teeny, they won 3-1 in the off spawns against Clix Higgs. And it's interesting because all the fights that Shark and Teeny were doing, they were finishing them incredibly fast. Whereas the one Clix to come took a while. But let's take a quick look at what Denny Kush and Tiggs are up to. It's Shadow ultimately falling.
I think it's great to be more proactive. Shadow and Virgo had the right idea. It's really just about the execution. When they found that first component of the elimination onto Salco, they just got a little too greedy with it. They didn't fully know what kind of position Chino and Pablo were in terms of HP differences, but that might have been enough to at least thwart him for Mini Theo to try and pick up after the fact, because that elimination feed showed Chino in it.
Yeah, it's just a tough way to things boil down to we're seeing in that last game multiple wipes of full duos. We've seen full eliminations, and it kind of led to teams still being below the damage threshold. The longer and longer fights go, sometimes when you continue to trade shots, it's not necessarily the best of the situation, even if you get the eliminations. But see how it all played out. Chino trying to lurk underneath, but Cocoon was able to get that elimination, catches him sneaking, and now a whole nother team, Repairs and Fast Strokey, are going to take down Pablo next.
This is not what you like to see if you're a European fan for Pablo and Chino. On the other end, I mean, Repairs is actually playing with a backup player for Strokey, so they haven't had as much time to kind of build that chemistry as a duo, but I mean, looks like so far this match might be that turning point for them.
But even as a newer pairing, Strokey is still a veteran at the game. He has so much experience in these kinds of environments specifically, and that sort of leadership can definitely extend himself into a positive direction. They've had a decent day already, and they're just looking to try and see whether or not they can circumvent the rest of these games, find that victory royale and close things out, make it to finals.
That's such an interesting stat right there that popped up. Akira and Kurama are the only team worldwide, by the way, to win 3 games in that second chance qualifier just to make it there. And this is why we're always talking about warm-ups, being tested right now. Sometimes those are the trials and tribulations you need to go through to get better at the end of the day.
100%. They also have a favorable zone here, and another duo that has a favorable zone is Yuma and Koyoda. Now, if you're Yuma Koyoda, Game 1 was a miracle for you, having the team that's contesting you instantly qualify and be good to go now, giving you that freedom at the drop spot. Issue is, in terms of points, not looking too great. Hopefully, they'll be able to turn it around.
Part of their struggles are still trying to contend with the other duos that are making use of those collision corridors, though. It's very difficult to actually try and take over what's above ground and what's below. So with that in mind, Yuma and Koyoda, they've still got a lot of work cut out for them, but Agers and Ritual, night and day difference from how yesterday went for these two. They've already basically done enough in terms of the consistency metric, but it's more than that for these two. They want to make a statement. They want to find a win.
Laughing to myself right now, Taco, because I was going to say that exact same thing. A night and day difference from Ritual and Agers. Hey, the wonders a good night's sleep can do, especially for you're one of the most prepared teams. Day 1, sometimes you stumble, but it's not about how you fall. It's about how you pick yourself back up. And Agers, Ritual, they're doing that perfectly today.
Yeah, I mean, not only sleep, also now being uncontested, right? That latte going from being con to on-con definitely helps a lot. And you can see what they are truly capable of when they can execute on their original strategies and plans going into this tournament, as Josh Riley and Iamzo are going to take their rotate.
Drop and Medius started off this match with a really nice off-spawn cleanup onto Podesai and Sato. And will that be the catalyst for these two? Because we've seen them at least making it somewhat into the end games, but the placements, there's still more left to be desired, and they're actually going to spot out Iamzo and Josh Riley on this rotate. A bit brutal here for Josh and Zoe because they were hoping to just skirt by unnoticed.
Yeah, that's preparation at its finest. I'm honestly thinking for them to look up. We got that point of view of Josh and Niamzo looking at the launch pad, and as I'm thinking it, they immediately know it, and that goes to show they prepared for this moment. You don't just qualify for the Summit Land and do everything the same it takes to get here. You have to one-up even yourself in a competition this big, and that's why you see more and more teams trying to rotate to the zone early, which leaves a lot of freedom inside of the zone, and that's why a team like Scare and Osid will be able to benefit from this position.
Yeah, also Scare Osid, I mean, they have Shadow Virgo directly south of them, and having them already been taken out of the match, they have a bit more freedom on this rotate, considering the zone is pulling more towards Dark Dominion. They don't have to make a long rotate. They have a bit of time to get extra mats, extra loot, and prepare themselves for that end game.
Muzz and Spinks, that little bit of a hiccup in the early game has not seemed to deter them too heavily. Loadout's decent. Fully aware of the fact there is Surge Base just up ahead. Whether or not they know that it belongs to Nebs and Nathan, it's easy to make that kind of estimated guess, but more importantly, Muzz and Spinks are not a duo that we would have ever anticipated to even be in this position to begin with, and even now, Jacob, 4 points only at the halfway measure.
Yeah, just one elimination. Haven't been able to make it in the top 25, but hey, as this format permits, sometimes it's just one game, one victory royale. They're going for a little bit of a lurk onto Nathan and Nevs, but they do get spotted out. Naves catches a couple of shots onto Muzz, forcing him back down the side of the mountain, which is honestly, in terms of rotation, isn't necessarily a bad thing for Muzz and Spinks. They can go around the southern end.
I mean, good news for Muzz and Spinks, though. Despite having low points, all you need is a VR. If you get that win, it will automatically qualify you to Sunday, so they've got 3 more chances. I mean, we'll see if they can make it happen. Quick replay onto what happened to King and Phaser. Not looking too hot.
They just fell into the classic Venus flytrap of Pigs and Ghosts. These two love waiting around by Toy Box Docks for teams that are specifically hoping to play for the reboot. You think, I'm so deep in the storm, there's no way anyone else is going to still be out here, and then there's Pigs and Ghosts to do it.
I love this duo, because if you think back when they were starting it off on EU, we had Ghost playing with Tayson, Pigs playing with Merstash. I mean, legendary names in the EU region. Didn't work out for them, so they kind of had that last-minute synergy built, and, you know, now they're looking quite strong here in the lower bracket, so hopefully we can see a big match from them.
And Pix, have to remember, he's already watched his former trio mates, Darman, Demish, make it through, and not only that, but first place on day 1 overall. So when you pair that sort of ambition with the Ghost, I think that you can definitely anticipate those two to continue moving their way up on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I see Night and Gone right now. They just outside of Sus Studios. You can tell just by the loot they have on the ground, and even more so in their inventory, they're able to get as much as they could out of that mending machine. And you guys all know there's only a certain amount of actual med kits and heals and even usages for those recharges in those mending machines. They went ahead, grabbed all that extra, moved it to the line of the zone, so that way when it continues to pull further, moving into that 5-tick, they have more time and space to work with.
See another team that fell short in the upper bracket yesterday, but only, what, a few points. 1 elimination is what they needed, having diminished. On the other side, we've got Alex Reckless representing OCE, now with 566 above Surge. They don't need a fight here, they just need to not get cracked.
Fortunately, they do have so much surge, like you just called out, Takata, that they can just take a moment to try and breathe. But Alex shut down. One of the most difficult aspects of making it a little bit later to that edge of zone is trying to avoid those shots from the players that have already situated themselves, along with other teams that are also a little bit late to that extension point. But Reckless now gonna have to do what he can. 2 Chug Jugs, though, to work with, so he'll at least be able to take things out for a bit. But that big buffer zone that they built up of the surge threshold just disappearing so quickly.
And they're not the only ones going through struggles, though. You see on the other side, Clicks and Higgs below the damage threshold again. They don't really get to play out the game in which they wanted to. Time and time again, when you're below, you kind of have to force whatever situation presents itself. Clicks and Higgs jumping on the eye drop in Marius. It's now or never. They need damage, not necessarily the eliminations, but you can take what you can get. Now out of heals, Higgs on a timer here, 25 damage, 1 more tick. He goes in trying to sacrifice himself for damage. A much needed one for Clicks. He disengages. This was not a win for them, but instead a win for Marius and iDrop.
Left alone as a solo, quickly falls short. As Clix and Higgs once again continuing to try and find what they can do. Good news, I mean, halfway through the tournament, I can see them coming through from a VR, but through points and consistency, it's going to be tough.
You say that, but Takada, I'm so sorry to have to cut you short on that, because all I'm thinking about right now is probably the same thing Clix is thinking about. 2023, he was in the lower bracket, and he didn't make it out. And yes, I understand there's 3 games left to work with as Zoe finds himself exiting this lobby with Josh, but Takada, it is difficult to overcome some of the mental battles here.
And I was talking to Levin Vivid, they think if anyone's going to be able to win a game, it's going to be Clix and Higgs, but it hasn't been looking good to kick things off. Velo, one of 3 players to have not made a major finals, but qualified to a LAN. Let's see what you're capable of.
Yeah, and honestly, the last divisional finals in NA Central, by the way, it was Velo, Zynox, player not here, that took on Peterbot and Poyo. And depending on how you look at it, 3-1, 3-2, they took the fight to them. And now you can kind of feel that even if they make it through into the finals, are they going to back down? I don't think that's going to be the case.
Definitely not, as Karama, Akira, they've been playing through from that north side of Battlewood Boulevard. Good amount of points already built up on the day for their leaderboard position, but what they've got to do right now is try to prevent the rest of the duo, or the rest of the lobby, from collapsing in on them. Mr. Savage and Velo, though, checking back in with these two. We have seen them transition into top 5 performances when they make it to the end game. But it's one thing to have zones in your favor, it's another to actually have the moving zones go your way.
Yeah, luckily for them though, 400 above the damage threshold. Takes a quick chop there, but they reunite together in the same box. Pizza's being dropped. They're going to heal up to give themselves a fighting chance as we continue to rotate over from Sus Studios towards the edge of Battlewood Boulevard. And that's where you see Chap and Flixie. They're just waiting for that perfect moment. The zone is moving slower on their side versus on the north, so they have much better timing here.
Good news is they're also on the uncongested side, but they can't take too long. If they wait, if they struggle, if they stagger, those teams that got them ahead are going to look back and take their shots, just like Ju and Padilla.
They opted to go one after the other, though, but Ju, Padilla, every time that these guys are on screen, you can expect the heart of Germany to follow with it. Now it's all about ensuring that they stay together in some of these endgame moments. Nebs, Nathan, though, what a great position, trying to see if they can take over a height. More importantly still, when they actually make their move towards front side, they want to be able to stop anybody else from challenging them while they go forward.
302 above the damage threshold. Only 7 players need to go down. Storm Surge will no longer be a worry, and they're just building up. They're solidifying the high ground, but Scare out of nowhere, trying to give a little bit of a jump scare to Nev, but he's able to deal with that problem quickly. No time loss, only a little bit of heals.
Nebs did not get frightened. Velo in the feed, though, has gone down. Mr. Savage is now left as a solo. Good news is he still has a bit of mats. He's still got a chug as he gets on ahead. He just has to be careful that he doesn't get caught in the den of a duo.
Savage is one of the most wiggly players, though, when it comes to a solo's environment, and he'll be able to at least restore back to 200 HP. iDrop on the other end. Great elimination there onto Golden. So much time has just been bought because of that refresh. Now he'll have to start moving his way forward. Backside of the zone, but Lucy and Zangy there, but Savage still popping off. Braids has been claimed. Visuals knows that the spoilerino is taking place, and he's the lead his duo behind.
Yeah, Mr. Savage realizing, hey, I don't want to let this one go for free. That's a good amount of loot that I need access to, and you can see him watching out each corner until he finally solidifies that elimination. And now he's a little bit more stacked than he was before, giving himself a little bit more of a chance. Top 21 situation here. As a solo, this is a daunting experience, but if you're able to stay alive, you can steal away points from players all around.
It's now or never, Savage. You started this endgame with 4 points, already almost at 30. This clutch means everything. As Ju in a similar situation takes out Gone. Second elimination racked up, but he is running low on mats.
And there are so many players still surrounding him. You can expect that there's a lot of paranoia following suit. But for Lucy and Zangy, as scuffed as they had looked originally, they've managed to work their way up onto height, but the material count is just so low. They're gonna have to drop overdrive grenade, trying to see if they can remain towards that front side. But a big surprise! The elimination onto Jardu delivers the exact kind of material count they need to keep things on the high ground.
It's King, it's Craze. They want an invitation to this party. Lucy, or they're gonna crash it themselves. Onto the high ground they go. It's not just them, but Lucy, Zangi, Hobby, and Minish. There's so many players down below realizing this could be my chance. High ground wins games, and we want to go to the finals.
Ju continuing to move on forward. You have to be careful though. Only 4 builds, 1 big shot is what it's going to take. No more materials left to work with. You have to be careful. It is a full duo. You've got the pressure from above. You got the pressure from below. What are you going to do?
Ju just narrowly managing to avoid being eliminated himself, but now stuck. He might be able to pick up the pieces, though. Epic Whale is fallen, but Ju doesn't have any sight as the team's in front of him. Osid's gonna close off the wall, and Ju will find himself at his ends meet. But Damo now going upwards. Momsy Skyjump clearing out the low ground best they can.
Only 2 solos left in this game in a world full of duos. Kazzy down below, he lost Damo. Chap's fully eliminated out of this game, and we're down to our final 2. But Lucy and Zangi, they're the ones down below. Moments ago, they lost their high ground to King and Praise, and they're ready to take more than just that. King and Praise, first Elim, that one's easy. Second one, that's a wrap. Another 10 elimination game.
What are we witnessing from above? They made it look easy, playing it by the book. You can see little shoulder movement, sweating off the players. What a clean cleanup.
Guys, congratulations. Kingaling, did you know you had it in you to get a victory royale today?
Obviously.
Obviously? What about yourself?
Man, I was made for this game.
It looks like you were, but you had to go through the lower bracket in order to do it. This morning, what was the game plan? Was it always like full send it every single game? If we go out fighting.
I always play everything by ear. I mean, whatever comes my way, I just fight it. I treat it like a div cup.
You guys went for height quite aggressively, and everyone wanted high ground in this game. What was the strategy? When did you know the time was right to strike?
Craze is just the best IGO to touch this game. He knows exactly when to take it.
He knows exactly when to take it. Craze, where does that come from?
I mean, I got the best creative player in the world on my team. We're just gonna play Zone Wars.
You're gonna play Zone Wars. Are you gonna be playing Zone Wars tomorrow on Championship Sunday?
Every single game.
Every single game, these guys are just gonna have an absolute blast. Please, Düsseldorf, give it up for Craze and Kingaling! We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we'll be talking about the first 3 games.
I'll go here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No.
Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fan, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Game 3 goes the way of Kingling and Craze. Yet another duo to find a victory royale when they needed it, right? And now everyone else is kind of thinking, man, that's one less duo in the lobby. We're now game 3, we're halfway. Things get that much more difficult. We are now kind of in the halfway point, so we've given the players a moment. They've kind of gone back. They're going to have time to review, to talk to their coaches, amongst themselves, their families, loved ones, whatever they need to. Because then when they return, they have to make something happen in 3 games.
Yeah, obviously, kind of the spotlight right now for us, Kingling and Craze, a duo that doesn't have to change anything, doesn't have to actually return to the stage at all, right? They're done for the day going into tomorrow. I gotta say, the conversation that we kind of had with them, and I really, really liked, because it seemed so obvious for both of them to talk about their respective duos and their respective roles. Like, Craze was like, yeah, man, I mean, I kind of just like play like I have the best creative warrior in the game on my team. And yeah, he's right. I mean, Kingling is known for being very, very good and creative. And then Kingling on the other side is like, dude, I got the best IGL in the game on my team. I'm just going to follow his calls. It's easy.
Yeah, it's the perfect complexion. And sometimes it can be difficult for these sort of creative warriors, players that are really, really strong and creative, to actually carry that over into Battle Royale. And this right here was absolutely beautiful from Craze. The 2v1 was fantastic there, Vivid.
I gotta say, though, you know, Craze is kind of talking up Kingling being the creative warrior there. Did you see that elim distribution? Craze ended the game with 7 and Kingling had 2. So I don't know, they might have the roles mixed up.
Maybe. I mean, it's nice for them, though. It's good to see, of course, that was a low bracket only team, so they had to do it today. And I think it's nice to see this confidence as well from some of these teams to start taking high. For me, we're going to see more of this now for the rest of these games. Those shockwaves, those fizz grenades at the back of zone are going to be so, so important, Vivid.
They're so good. I gotta say, so far, lower bracket has delivered on multiple fronts. I feel like the regional just breakdown that we've had over the course of the 3 games, we've had a different region win every single one of these games. Obviously, we kind of started out with EU, we went to Brazil, and now we have an NAC team winning. Man, we're getting it all.
We really are, right? Fortnite always delivers. These players are really putting on an amazing show for us. We have a listen from this last game from Kingling and Craze, so let's take a listen.
Here, come look at height with me. Come look at height. When I edit, I'm gonna edit when they shock. Yeah. 30, 50. Okay, nice.
Dead.
Nice, nice. Grab it. Okay, yeah.
That guy.
30, 60, 90.
81.
90 white. 30, 80 crack.
Crack that guy.
30 white, 30 white, 6 white. Da.
Dead.
Here, high is nothing, high is nothing. They're jumping in, they're jumping in.
I'm going up, I'm going up.
Yeah, go.
Right. 20 white.
Nice. 30 white, dead.
Nice, good shit. Dead.
Nice.
40.
Dead.
Nice.
See? Come on now.
Now, where?
Great stuff from them, right? Big smiles from both duos, man. Just to think, oh, wow, halfway point, we get the victory royale. I don't have to think about lower bracket now. All I have to do is think about tomorrow's finals. Of course, coming back tomorrow, it's going to be a little different, right? We still have 3 more games to figure out VRs and top 19, and then we also have the top 25 for bracket. A lot to figure out for many of these duos, but let's turn attention to these standings. We got to see how things are going in the lobby right now. Agers and Ritual, they're holding it down. They're leading the pack right now.
Yeah, nice to see from Agers and Ritual. You'd like to imagine that they've pretty much done enough here, right, to qualify on through. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually navigate the rest of these games. My focus here is on 4th place, Zangi and Belusi, an EU team that are moving up in the standings here, as well as moving up in the rankings in terms of EU prowess. We know about these guys on EU. We know they've come through. They've had a little bit of a rocky performance on both ends, coming together, and now, of course, performing well on the big LAN stage. Excited to see if those guys can maintain that position, because they're a team that I want to see in the grand finals.
I'm happy that you're kind of talking about teams that have surely already done it. I went ahead and I took a look at the upper bracket yesterday. I was curious, right? Because remember, that sweet spot throughout the day is going to be top 19. So I was like, oh, what did you have to get? How many points-wise did you have to get to be top 19 yesterday? It was 134.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? Something for us to kind of think about as these games continue on.
Okay, maybe some of these teams might even look and say, hey, Viv, I know that number looks good, but we got to up that, right? We're playing for a ton of prize money, $1.3 million tomorrow, and shot to auto-qualify through the Global Champions. It's so crazy as well, but So many players performed super well in that last game. You know, dude, it's coming down to the wire, Viv. You know, 3 games left to go. My stress is just through the roof.
Absolutely. I know one of the duos that I feel like every single time they're on the screen, actually I know for a fact every single time that they're on the screen, I don't even have to look at the screen to know that they're on the screen because the crowd lets me know.
Yep.
Of course, it's going to be Vadil and Ju.
Yeah, Vadil and Ju, a crowd fan favorite here in Dusseldorf, and for good reason. They're a fantastic team, as well as, of course, being German. We saw Vadil solo clutching so many points. I think it was game number 1, and he did that during that second chance at qualifying, that last chance qualify for the grand finals in Major 1, and he couldn't quite find the victory royale. Of course, going down here in this game left it all up to Ju, and I mean, this is a team that have done so much already today. Of course, Ju doing fantastically well getting inside that box. Nice to see that Ju can also solo clutch as well.
I can't lie, though. I specifically remember the interview that we had at the start of the day between Vadil and Ju. I remember Vadil saying, listen, I'm looking over towards Ju. I know this guy is going to carry me through. And as you can see, the solo clutch right here, really picking up enough points to go ahead and do just that. I think they ended right there with 114 points. So if we use that kind of metric from yesterday as an idea of where we need to be, only 20 more points for the duo, and we'll see him in finals.
It's not terrible, right? 3 games to try and get 20 points. Again, that's if that 134 stays the way that it is. But even still, you can't get comfortable, right? Like, you have to keep pushing because anything could happen. And even just think, Viv, we could get a player in the top 19 that suddenly gets a victory out, pulls the whole leaderboard up, and maybe you were outside, but you were thinking, oh no, I'm not in. Wait, I'm in suddenly, right? Like, this will come down to the final game to kind of see how everything ends up happening.
Yeah, I mean, tracking the points when we do have these types of formats is super, super difficult because those points kind of disappear from the leaderboard once one of these teams win, right? That was a point that Mini was kind of making earlier that, yeah, if any of these top teams do go ahead and pick up a win, they're gone. All of those points kind of disappear and it kind of change up the threshold. As it currently stands right now, though, Mini top 19 looks like it's 64 points.
Yeah, it's getting close, though, isn't it? I mean, looking at Sato, Podesai right there, Momsy and Skyjump, another French team way up in the standings
35.
right here. 35 places up. I'm sure a lot of the French fans in here will be very happy to see that. It all comes down to one individual game, you know? It's like, yeah, we talk about getting a win and you're into the grand finals, but what one game can do, even just taking high early on, if you don't hold it for the rest of the game, all those placement points that you're getting into the later stage of that game, even if you don't win, it's still going to be a really good benefit for you because you can move your way into that top 19 like we've seen those guys do. So even if you don't win here, you have to sort of think about, are we going to be a win team? Are we going to be a team that's going to try and take height, give it up a little bit, but claim those placements and then try and get in through consistency?
And even if we're kind of one of these teams outside of that top 19, maybe we're thinking, hey, that win might even be enough. I don't even need to be top 50. It doesn't matter because even if you have 0 points, you get the win and you're in, Vivid. So literally so many very fluid ways to try and make it to tomorrow's finals.
Absolutely. And yeah, I feel like I like the point that you kind of brought up about the high ground. You be able to hold it the entirety of the game. You do pick up enough points to kind of justify it. Right now, the winning formula does appear to be coming from the high ground almost exclusively. With this break happening right now and team strategizing, I'll be curious to see if high ground changes up at all.
Interesting stuff here. I'm getting word. This being the halfway point, we got to check in with our team in first place. Agers and Ritual. Frankie is standing by with them now.
I am standing by with them. Guys, you're on an absolute tear today, leading the lobby in damage, currently sitting #1 in consistency on our leaderboard. Is it due to the fact that Reet and Cooper qualified yesterday and they're no longer contesting you?
Well, I was a little sick yesterday, so I don't think I was playing the best, but now that we're on con, games are pretty easy for us.
Has Ritual been nursing you back to health?
No, yeah, he's been open a lot for sure. He's been carrying the load.
I can imagine. Ritual, what's it like now, feeling refreshed, feeling healthy, and knowing you had the motivation of making tomorrow?
I mean, it feels great. It's not the route we wanted to take to get to the finals, but we got to go through it, and we'll pull through tomorrow.
It's great to see you guys showing up the consistency we know you on for when you're playing back in North America. What's interesting to me is the teams that are getting through, they tend to be contesting for high ground. I don't feel like we're seeing that as much from you at the moment. What's your plan? What's your preference?
You know, if we have the fizz bombs, we'll go height, but we tend to like mid ground and low ground. You know, I've always played that through my years of playing, so that's like home to me.
Well, you look at home. Is the aim, though, to actually get that victory royale, or do you prefer the safety of knowing you're going to qualify through consistency?
I think we're going to just play the games out, not focus too much on the win, and just try to fight all the teams that we can.
Well, you're looking really comfortable. Number 1 of 19 for consistency at the moment. But say tomorrow you're facing that off-spawn battle against Bree and Cooper again. What's going to happen?
I mean, yesterday was 3-1, and, you know, we're both under the weather. So if we're both max health, we'll probably be 6-0, 8-0 tomorrow.
Somebody get these boys some vitamin C, because it looks very likely we're going to see that off-spawn battle tomorrow, and we want to see the best fight possible. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Obviously, you know, hoping that they recover very quickly. They can wake up feeling refreshed tomorrow for those finals, but they are currently in that number 1 spot in consistency, right? I think that's a great way to kind of view it is I'm out in front. We'll play the games out the way they are. We don't necessarily need a win, and for them, this is even a good chance to get practice in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so jealous, Minnie, because, you know, we're interviewing all of these players throughout the weekend. They all seem so confident. Like, we're talking to Ages right there, and, you know, it's kind of talking about the quality of the games in the lower bracket. And he's like, well, since we're uncontested, the games are just easy for us.
Yeah,
like, wow.
It makes a difference, doesn't it? It helps them, and you can see what they can do now when they are uncontested. But like Frankie was alluding to right there, if they do, of course, qualify through, which they pretty much are now already, it's going to be a difficult off-spawn battle for them. They're, of course, very confident. 8-0, we're going to win easily. But think back to yesterday, wasn't quite as smooth for them as they would have hoped. So I think they're going to have to use a lot of that experience to their advantage. And even the fact that now they're not going to know what tomorrow even looks like in terms of who's going to be around them. So I think they, of course, missed out on an opportunity there yesterday in qualifying through.
I'm going to take a quick moment right here because we were kind of watching that interview, and it's so funny to me because, you know, we've talked a lot about the players that are already qualified through finals, and one of those players, of course, is Acorn. We started the show, and Acorn was kind of in the back of the interviews making all these funny faces, everything like that. The guy hasn't moved. Like, we just did that interview right there with Ritual Natures, and he was still sat down, seemingly reviewing games and everything like that. So a quick little sneak peek into the practice room I saw right there from Acorn. I'm a little worried for everybody playing tomorrow.
Well, Viv, what's funny is we can actually see if Acorn is still there because Frankie is standing by with Shadow and Virgo.
I am, and these guys are discussing what happened in the last game, because apparently, Shadow, you griefed it.
Oh, yeah, we kind of got keyed, or we keyed them, and then we kind of died, but it's all good. We got next game.
Well, this is the thing. It must be quite hard because you know you've got this amazing fragger in Virgo. So surely sometimes you just want to say, W key it, go and eliminate everyone.
I mean, yeah, he's like the best fragger in the world. I could just IGL him. He could just solo clutch whenever, so it's fine, yeah.
It must be hard to keep you on a leash sometimes, I have to say. Virgo, the first 2 games, though, placing 3rd and 4th, looking incredible. What do you think is the key to those consistent placements?
I mean, honestly, like, we just have our whole game plan down. We know what to do early, mid-game. We're quick on everything. Like, there's just zero nerves because we're just so confident. We prepared so well. I mean, it just feels really easy, honestly.
Well, here's the thing. Sometimes when players prepare really well, they want to stick to the Fortnite. They forget to trust their instincts. What happens when things don't go to plan, Shadow?
For us, that's not going to happen, so we're just going to win. But yeah.
Well, I hope that's not famous last words. You're currently 5th out of 19th at the moment, so it is very probable that you'll get through, but anything can happen in this particular format. But you were saying to me before we got into the interview, Virgo, you think you're going to win the next game?
Yeah, I mean, we can choose when we want to play good and when we want to just have fun, you know? I mean, we're on a hot streak, so we just had to calm down a little bit, but I think next game we're winning.
Okay, that means you guys aren't going to have fun, but we're going to love every minute. Let's head back to the desk. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Frankie. And yeah, Bolts, don't worry, we see you too. Man, I like seeing the confidence out of the duo. You know, Viv, do you believe that to be true, though, right? They're thinking, hey, we can kind of have fun when we want to. We can play hard when we want to. Now we're going to come in and get a VR right here, right now. Is that possible?
Dude, I feel like we have to believe them because throughout, you know, we started off the day kind of talking to Virgo. We were kind of curious as to how he was going to be kind of feeling coming into the event. Only a couple of lands under his belt now. He was like, dude, listen, after playing so well and creative, I feel so confident. I feel like we're seeing just that. I mean, the duo looks pretty confident to me in game. They sound confident out of game. I got to believe that they're winning game number 4.
And that must be hard, though, when you're Virgo, to have a lot of expectations on yourself coming into it. And then going into that practice room, performing incredibly well, and then everyone sort of piling on you saying, you are going to do so good this weekend. You're incredible. How good are you? You're amazing. So he's actually carrying that really well, of course. 2nd place right now today. Interested to see what happens to their drop spot as well when they do qualify through to the grand finals. Hero and FKS landing there, of course, in those grand finals. So will they be contesting them? Will they be moving around? There's a lot of questions now that they'll be thinking about in the back of their minds. And a lot of those players in that practice room room also voting, keeping their eyes on this lobby as well to see how the off-spawn situation is going to go.
It's so cool, man, seeing all this kind of unfold. It makes me think of the Global Championships, which reminds me, don't forget, yesterday we announced some things. We have a beautiful graphic here lined up for you guys that may have missed it, but FNCS 2026 now looks like this. We got the Global Championship happening September 26th and 27th in Antwerp, Belgium. What's up? MAJOR1 has new dates, July 18th to August 2nd, with that last chance from the 3rd to the 14th in August. And obviously, don't super know what that FNCS solo online thing might be in October. I don't know, not sure, but keep eyes out because more information will follow. We've also in the blog announced power rankings, and guess what? Levin made a little video for us. Check it out.
This weekend, the best players in the world are proving it on the stage, but competitive Fortnite is bigger than one weekend. It's every cup, every finish, every performance that pushes a player further. Introducing Power Rankings. Your Battle Royale and Reload tournament results will build towards your individual power ranking. Updated weekly, you can track your global standing, share with friends, and follow your favorite players.
Shout outs to Big Man 112K for that video. Yeah, power rankings. What's really cool is this was built for the players. We got to show them a little early when one of their rehearsal days, hey, this is power rankings on the way. And man, it's so cool. It's basically just like a player's competitive resume, right? Just being able to look at a number and be like, oh, you thought you were better than me. Hey, what's this say right here?
I think it's really, really cool. Some of the people behind the scenes that, of course, worked hands-on with this were throwing some great ideas around. Like, obviously, these power rankings can be used for tournaments that Fortnite themselves kind of put on. But then there was this great idea also thrown out there. Was like, well, it doesn't necessarily even have to be Fortnite exclusive, right? Some of the creators that we know and love can kind of use that list for themselves to also put on some tournaments. So just so many possibilities with power rankings. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting for sort of lower level competitive as well, for you guys out there at home that are trying to break into competitive and learn and try and find teammates on your skill level and improve together. This is going to be a really great way to actually find those teammates instead of people sort of being like, oh yeah, I'm really good at the game, and then you find out it's not the case and you don't gel. But it's like, yeah, I've got the stats to back it up now. I've got the power ranking, and I want to see if I'm going to be higher than Vivid in my...
Oh, crazy stuff. Well, I know that I'm definitely not on that list, so that's okay. But yeah, like we said, this is a great way for the players to see, and obviously a great way to kind of earn respect from your peers, right? And what's cool too is with the players all being here, they had a moment to say how much they respect each other. Check this out.
It's one day, 8 games only. A lot can happen. There's so many contenders, so it's gonna be hard.
The secret would definitely be experience, being able to consistently perform under pressure.
It's either you got it or you don't, and we happen to have it. These are the best of the best, but I think we're ready to compete against them.
I'd say the biggest competition is probably Sky and Scroll.
Sky and Scroll.
Sky and Scroll. Sky and Scroll.
Obviously Sky Scroll. They've been the most consistent team by far.
I think their average placement for the past season is top 10, which is just insane on EU.
They have really good team play, especially in endgame. It just sets them apart from everyone else.
I've known them for some time, but then they just suddenly became the best. They have the best duo chemistry.
They prove without a doubt they can play 12 games on the hardest region and make every endgame. Biggest competition? I mean, I would probably say Shark and Teeny.
Maybe Shark and Teeny, to be honest.
I mean, it's gonna be Shark and Teeny now.
Shark and Teeny, just two very good individual players.
They were conned last grands. We didn't get a chance to really see what they're about.
Uncon, they could 100% be contenders to win, and if they can't, I would hope to see them in the top 5.
It all depends on how he reacts.
I think Kervin Vino has a unique play style. I would love to see them competing against the best of the best.
Vino, just when he's locked in, he could just do anything at this point.
I think the way to keep up is just your love for the game and wanting to be better each and every day.
One of the most underrated teams here, I would say, is Victor V and Canada. I could see them easily sweeping a top 10 or even maybe a top 5.
Surprise, maybe us even. Maybe us.
Josh Rayleigh, he's up and coming.
Just his fighting ability, you know, like people call him the next Peter Bot, so I think that he'll really impress a lot of people.
過小評価されてるのは結構自分たちかなって思います。
Toyota is like definitely up there. Maybe he will surprise top 5.
From Asia, Toyota, I think will do good.
I definitely looked up to Mr. Savage.
It's cool knowing that I was like watching him back in like 2019. I was just like not even good at the game at all. Now we're here.
がずっと強いなと思ってて、なんか本当にフォートナイトが好きなんだろうなって思います。
We have Thomas HD. He is still going and still looking like a very good team right now.
I used to look up to him a lot, but I think a lot of things has to go in his favor for him to win.
As like, I guess the face of OCE, obviously I've got a lot of pressure on me.
I'm proud to represent EU. I think it's the best region by far, and I feel like we keep showing it.
The most important thing, I want to make my Middle East region proud, and hopefully I can do it in this tournament.
This is all I ever wanted, you know, since I was 13 playing, trying to become the best, but it's not going to be nothing if I can't take it home this weekend, so we'll see.
What's super interesting about that video is when you kind of look at the kind of like breakdown of, oh, there's like all these OG players who all these players looked up to, and now wait, those players are still on the stage, but then the people that were looking up to those players are also on the stage, and they're all kind of battling out. Crazy things can happen in Fortnite. Life-changing amounts of money happening tomorrow that can change the lives and trajectory of so many of these players. I mean, Fortnite is, well, Fortnite is.
Fortnite is crazy, man. Obviously, there's a lot on the line this weekend. I know there was some regional love coming out of there as well, right? Some of the players kind of playing this weekend, it feels like, for their region, right? They want to represent there. Also love the last little tidbit, Cold being like, listen, man, like, I've been playing this game since I was 13. The only thing I've ever wanted to do is to be the best. But he feels like, yeah, I mean, we all look up to Cold. We think he's literally like one of the best players in the world, like probably like top 5. So he's pretty much like done that, but he hasn't won on land. That's what he wants.
And that's what these players are like. They're always striving for that next big goal. And it's like, even when they win, it's like, I want to win again. I want to go back to back. So it's really nice to see that, though. Like you were saying, Zeke, a lot of sort of old players, a lot of older players, I suppose, like 23, that are playing with these newer talent players as well. We were speaking about that a lot on EU. It's like, you know, someone like Thomas HD, a player that played at the World Cup, had such incredible longevity, teaming up with someone like Focus, a newer player coming on through. We're not sort of like shedding away a lot of those older players, which I think is what makes Fortnite such a fantastic game. Someone like Focus can use the experience of someone like Thomas to really carry him through these games and transfer that experience in order for him to go on and do great things.
I love that. And shout outs to Thomas. Happy birthday, by the way. Don't think we didn't not know, Thomas. Happy birthday. Man, such a fantastic time now. Obviously, we've got 3 games in our belt. We're still during the halfway point period. So why don't we look at some stats and see some of the categories some of these players are currently leading in. Eliminations going over to Zangy 13. Damage dealt Atrus. Well, that's pretty much why we're seeing them in first place.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. We did kind of talk about the dynamic between Rich1 and Atrus. Atrus usually taking on the role of the fragger right there. Super cool to see builds placed by some of our teams as well. Craze with over 1,200. You could kind of imagine that, you know, with Kingling on the team, maybe Craze is kind of taking the lead. They're kind of building for the duo.
Yeah, you can see that in the stats right there. Even with Mr. Savage, of course, leading his duo, farming a lot of those materials. So many of them as well. And it's really nice to see Mr. Savage actually playing well in these end games as well. One of the problems that they were having in EU was Mr. Savage was actually going down too early in these end games. And of course, leaving his teammate Virgo to try and solo clutch as much as he possibly could. So, or Velo, I should say, solo clutching as much as he could. So it was a difficult situation for them. But now they're seemingly coming together now and having a little bit more success in those end games.
And I'm happy that you're kind of talking about solo clutches right there, because we saw that last stat. 60 solo clutch points for Virgo.
Yep.
I mean, what a better storyline, right? We were kind of talking about him all week as being this player that just seems so mechanically gifted and creative, and he jumps into the lobby, instantly is showing off that individual prowess. Love to see it.
So sick, man. What a fantastic, and just, I keep thinking like, man, it's been already so much fun, but tomorrow we also have a finals, right? Tomorrow, after 8 games, we will have a brand new duo with a brand new title, Summit Champions. Crazy stuff. The players are currently starting to make their way back into the lobby. We'll get ready. We'll get them back on that battle bus here shortly. Why don't we check in with our bingo card, see how things are going after the first 3 games. Turns out we've got a couple of these already ready to go. Let's hit them with the stamps. Boom! Ooh. 10 elimination wins. Swizzy coming out strong. Pixie game number 1. We saw that go over early.
we got to double stamp that one. 10 plus eliminations. Of course, we did have the Swizzy and Pixie game, but we did just see Craze and Kingling also go ahead and pick up a 10 plus elimination game as well.
Yeah, we also had, of course, the non-EU or NA team in Nuti Gavzera. They, of course, got the victory royale in game number 2. That was great to see. I love to see the sort of smaller region fans coming together because there's some here. We have, of course, the viewing party streamers that are watching along as well. The vibes when one of those teams wins, because you just know how much it means to them. So super happy for those guys. Hopefully we get some more smaller region teams in grand finals as well.
Absolutely, man. I love looking. I love this is like, obviously, you know, as a fan, and we're trying to have all the cameras watch the player faces, but we get to be right here, right down in front to see them walking back in. A lot of them, you know, some smiles, many more super focused, back up, locked back in. They're thinking all the same thing. You know, Vivid, we have 3 games left to go. Even in just 30 minutes, that's time, right? That's time to take a step back to kind of reassess. What do you think are maybe just some of the things they may have prepared or changed up?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a read on some of the players kind of walking around looking for some emotion. Yeah, it is. Yep. I see Richmo right here, man. He's all smiles, shaking his head as soon as I said his name, so he's feeling confident. No reason not to be, of course. But yeah, the opportunity to go ahead and take a break. Obviously, the players can kind of go back to the practice room, review very, very quickly, have an opportunity to go ahead and get a snack and do anything that they kind of need to do. What can you possibly kind of look at in just 30 minutes when Fortnite games themselves almost take 30 minutes that can kind of help out the second half of the performance here today?
It's optimization, and I feel like it's not something that we speak often about because we're not in these situations about enough, I suppose. But like being proficient in the Fortnite replay mode as a pro player, it's super valuable. It's a genuine skill gap because if you can get those replays, you can get that information sooner. You can actually get all of that information way quicker than some of the teams and some of the players that maybe aren't as proficient at it. I mean, Vivid, if you're of course an ex-pro player, if you're not having as great of a day at the beginning of the day, do you then change things up now in this sort of format in the second half of the day? Do you mix everything up? I know Levin's a fan of just ripping everything up and throwing it out the window, but how would you approach it?
No, I actually mentioned myself yesterday. I was like, nah, man, don't rip it all up. I personally, listen, always went into tournaments absolutely prepared, right? I usually performed pretty well, so usually whatever I was doing was working. So I kind of just usually
so you're never in that situation?
Yeah, exactly. Never
Right
have a bad tournament.
Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, hey, as we continue to load them onto the battle bus, let's keep reminding ourselves, right? 3 games left to go. The standings will tell us all that we need to know. The bubble is top 19. We do still have 3 VRs on the line. Right now, though, Viv, Sato, Podesai, they're holding on. It's a tie, but they're holding on.
They are holding on. Listen, I'm going to go back to that first page real quick because I saw something that we didn't have the opportunity to go ahead and talk about, which is absolutely crazy. When we do make our way back there, I'll go ahead and bring up my point. Alex and Rekas have actually been top 19 throughout the day so far. It looks like after game number 3, they did unfortunately drop outside of that. I was looking towards them because I feel like the big conversation throughout the day so far has been those smaller region teams. Quick comment here on King and Phaser. I have not seen Clicks and Higgs on the leaderboard yet as well, so maybe Wonky Lane is not really working out for either of them.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, looking at Chino and Pablo, of course, as well. Sandy Strip losing 8 places right there, falling outside of that top 19. The second half of competition now for these guys is going to be so important. We spoke about them a lot yesterday. A huge team in EU coming into the major finals. They didn't really show too much. We didn't get to see the best of Chino and Pablo Wingu. When it came to those major finals, they turned it up to 11. They were so strong. They nearly won the whole thing if it wasn't for Sky and Scroll's excellence of Spawn in game number 11. So now they're going to need to have almost that in a more condensed way. They clutched up at the second half of MAJOR1. They're going to need to clutch up in the second half of this competition. And of course, they've got 3 more games to do it. Thankfully, though, it's not down and out. They're not all the way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. I think that kind of would mean they need to try and go for a win. For them, they can continue to try and play their game. Keep an eye out for them off Spawn, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, really, no matter where you are all at the leaderboard, it does not matter. You can qualify no matter what game number it is. As you can see, Mr. Savage finally taking a seat. Listen, we were watching these players kind of walk in, and I'm not going to lie, Mr. Savage, I think, was the last one to make it to the stage. So potentially a couple of extra minutes of preparation spent right there. He sat back down and instantly got focused, started to communicate and talk about something.
And I'm happy to kind of see them planning because it feels like they do need to kind of have a different approach. He is currently outside of that bubble.
Yeah, he is, and it's a team that everyone wants to see, of course, in the grand finals. A lot of people have questions about Velo, of course, picking him up as a newer coming player. This is a team that we were talking about earlier, the old guard pairing up with this new talent, and it seems like the new talent always step up to the plate. But for now, this is better than ever. This is the time to step up to the plate, the ultimate test in these final few games. Can they find it through a win? Will they need to stay consistent? It's all up to what Mr. Savage has discussed and looked at in this break.
Mr. Savage has been getting a lot of love from the crowd. Somebody else has been getting a lot of love from the crowd when he walks out. Clicks alongside Higgs. I think a lot of us had big hopes for the duo coming into the weekend. Honestly, kind of expected them to do better in the upper bracket, especially after game number 1 because they look good. But Mini, I don't want to have to say it, man, but 44th place on the leaderboard right now.
Well, we spoke to them, Levin spoke to them at the beginning of the day. He said in this sort of format, the lower bracket, you haven't had the greatest success. Think back to 2023. He asked Clicks, what's different? Higgs is different. It hasn't been working out for them so far. And I think a lot of that off-spawn situation, they've been struggling in the early stages of the game, right? They haven't been able to make it to those later stages to show what they can do. I think they're one of the better teams in this lobby, if not the best, that hasn't qualified through and of course all the way down in that last page of the leaderboard. So they've still got more to give.
Like Vivid said, doesn't matter what place you're in, you just can get a Victory Royale. And you could be seeing that battle bus heading on to the finals tomorrow. Game number 4 is ready. So Fortnite fam, lock in. Casters, take it away.
For some of our teams, the dreams are still going, but for others, it could end here tonight. Obviously, we are still looking to try and figure out who's going to secure these last few placements for the Victory Royales and bring it to tomorrow's preparation.
Yeah, this being the second half of the day, where you're out on the leaderboard means so much. You might look to get a little aggressive. You might have to get one of these Victory Royales. Let's let this game begin, because it all starts here.
This is where you start feeling the pressure halfway through the competition. 3 more matches to be played out. We've got a lot of teams that are looking more for that Victory Royale than qualifying through consistency, and they are some big names.
One big thing, though, to keep in mind is that the players did have an opportunity, even if it was brief, even if it was just 30, 40 minutes, to try and get some form of review, and you have to wonder, were some of the players already in the player lounge trying to help them out as Giannis cheat and unsuccessful off-spawn finish there? GRX and Randu very happy to come out on top.
Yeah, interesting decision here for Giannis and Cheatin to continue to contest the top of that rock. Yesterday in game 1, they were contested, but they were going over towards Sus Studios. King and Craze had already qualified out of Sus Studios, so I thought that would have been a no-brainer, but a whole nother team takes into the mix. But back to a fight that we've seen game after game after game here. Podesai, he's going to try to go as far out as he can, basically leaving Sato by himself.
I drop Marius. They're above the cutoff currently now with a 2v1. Can they pick up this free elimination, or is Sato going to be able to escape? They have the choice to play it safer, loot up, get mats, but looks like the aggression might come through.
Just waiting to see whether or not Marius and iDrop know that they need to try and capitalize on this opportunity. It's one thing to beat Sato and Podesai off the off-spawn, but it's another to find those additional eliminations. They're sitting at 88 points. They don't want to miss the cutoff when it comes to consistency.
Yeah, I like their decision to instantly disengage. If you're Sato and Podesai, you said it yourself, 64 points. That is the line as of now. It will continue to change as the games go on, but you want to give yourself a fighting chance, just like Clicks and Higgs here. This has not been the tournament they thought they would have, but there's still 3 games left.
North side of Wonky, it has been looking incredibly tough. Now, they had 30 minutes, refresh mentally a little bit. You had your little halftime preparation. Now, it's not a full day like a 2-day competition, but we'll see if it was enough for them to find something.
But what I was really trying to get at is whether or not players are actually going to be able to see if there were other teams willing to assist them, because you might be trying to set up someone else to contest an opponent in finals. And I think that that could actually bode a different sort of issue for tomorrow. Zengi and Belusi, though, they have whole new intentions here. A little bit of a surprise, and Nathan never saw it coming. Still barely managing to stay alive, quick on his feet with the reaction times, but it's just not enough. Nev's too far away to actually close the gap. He'll be forced to disengage. Zangi and Belusi, though, looking to just chase this one out.
That was big for Zangi and Belusi. Nathan and Nev, they're so used to going up against Muzz and Sphinx. They probably saw them go elsewhere. They thought they were free, but it's that 1 second of letting your guard down that all it takes to have a team like this play aggressive, get that first elimination here. Now they're trying to secure 2. Nebs is now in danger because now Zangi is just knocking on the top side of that box, trying to get the control. Nebs is backing up, lands a good shot onto Belusi, but how long can he stay alive?
Not only do they have the upper hand, but the tables, they're beginning to turn. You have to be careful as Nebs is not missing a single shot. Zangi Belusi forced to step back and take it slow.
I get it. It's super tempting whenever you've got a solo to not fixate exclusively on running them down, but these are still all global contenders for a reason. Nebs is ready to step up to the plate.
Yeah, and I think what's going down right now, Belusi and Zangi are so far up the leaderboard, they're trying to push Nathan and Nebs out. They're trying to push Muzz and Sphinx out. And that way, if they make it to Championship Sunday, they will be uncontested. It's going to take a lot of work, but I do think they are right on the money. Drew and Vidil, same thing could be said for them. A phenomenal performance in that last game. All they have to do is have at least one more repeat.
Crowd is cheering for them. Audience is roaring. We know what Vidil and Ju are capable of, and so far, they have been putting on a show, but the job is not finished. 114 points. It's not going to be enough.
Could be problematic as well, dealing with the team already establishing a surge base, but King finally clashing head on Clix and Higgs. This is where they've really got to turn it up because it has not been a very great day for these two so far, and the crouch sneak up onto King. Those are the kinds of plays that we were sort of anticipating. We've been waiting to see when are Clix and Higgs actually going to choose to pounce. They've tried the split direction. They've tried the long glide intentions, but where they might just need to trust entirely is in their fighting capabilities.
Yeah, just kind of during that break, talking to a lot of the co-streamers as well. Even the chat's kind of all agreeing they need to play aggressive. This is like a shell of how Clix and Higgs have normally played in the NA Central region. They just need to find that comfortability. So many others have already, including Ju and Vidil. They know their game plan, and they're sticking to it every step of the way. And they understand that not everything's going to go perfect. It's about how you handle it.
Careful, though. Epic Whale has been knocked. It was Gerald. Got to be careful with the 2v1 now. You don't want to overextend. We saw what Nebs was able to do earlier on, but with the advantage and Pump no shield to work with, it's not going to be long until one shot is connected. Both angles already covered. Initial does not connect, but the second will. 2 eliminations now for Gerald and Co.
That's a bit of an upset, too, for Epic and Pump, but Gerald and Mason are sick of having these long, drawn-out fights. They want to be able to establish control of Riptides immediately. So it starts with just getting a great opening shot. Epic Whale just immediately max Pump there, and there's just no opportunity for Pump to really try and recover off of that.
Yeah, lost track of his opponent. A little sneaky lurk play really made them pay. Aegis and Ritual, one of our top teams on the day. They went through a contested fight yesterday against Reet and Cooper, who are already locked in for Sunday. Now we all knew it. Whoever might lose that battle on day 1 will be uncontested in day 2, and you're seeing what it does to a team to have so much more freedom in these games. Aegis and Ritual playing much like themselves on how they got second in their NA Central Finals.
With that, you know, comfort from leading the lobby, you can start to think, okay, you know, I'm pretty positive. I'm almost already qualified. Now they can start thinking of the surrounding areas. What are these teams that might contest me if they make it through? What players do I ultimately want to go against on Sunday? How can I stop that? As Liam does pick up a quick elim.
And that was exactly what Vidil and Ju were trying to avoid. They saw repairs potentially posing a bit of a threat there, but also bearing in mind, Minigio, all these other teams in the surrounding areas are teams that you don't want to try and get caught in the mix with if you can avoid it.
Chap Flixie, they started things off not looking good at all. 36th place, 47th, but in the last game, in a single match, with that 4th place, they've already bumped themselves right to that borderline of qualifying through consistency. They no longer need that big match. All they got to do is keep it up.
Aviv and Cam, though, this is a duo that's really got to just get anything going. 34 points currently, and they still need to try and really pick up the pace. The options are largely just going to be about the victory royale at this phase, unless they can have a monumental come up with the elims and a strong placement.
Yeah, this is Aviv and Cam, and it's one of those teams where they had marked in the lower bracket. They're landing over towards Dark Dominion. Swizzy and Pixie in day one, they didn't have the performance that they thought. So now Aviv and Cam, thinking they were uncontested, end up with a big fight. Luckily for them, their opposition is kind of out of here. More and more teams making their way on over. Shargoon, Brilliant. They have Reckless kind of trapped down there by himself. Alex seems to be already out of this game, and now the decision is theirs. They can take all the time they want, they can disengage, or they can just wait up here for Reckless to try to move out of here and get Alex's reboot card, and that's when they can strike.
Don't want to overstay your welcome. The Dealju also close by. Smelling the fight. Is it something they want to pounce on? The zone is continuing to pull further and further. The clock is ticking. Don't know if this is the right decision, and they felt that exactly as they start to disengage.
Whether or not they even knew that Badil and Ju are on the move, it doesn't matter. They don't need to stick around to find out. They've already got the surge they were after. Same case scenario here for Zangi and Belusi. 2 eliminations, trying to see whether or not they can come out on top. They've been so close already on the day. They've definitely done a strong performance here, but Sado, they need this. Podesai, having been claimed by Chapped and Flixie, now puts Sado back into the sticky of whether or not he can actually escape. But luckily for him, Flixie Chapp, all they wanted was damage.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is that break in between games 3 and 4. But look at this peculiar loadout here. 6 splashes, 2 different Slapperoni pizzas, 4 shockwaves, and no, it's not an iron pump. It is a purple pistol here, and even a gold loadout. So they realize how hard it is in some of these games to not only get surge, but make it through relatively healthy. So now they're having a change in their game plan, hoping to make it work here.
Coming from the 4th place, though, was wondering after the halftime, will that fire still be burning hot? And it looks like it is with the amount of eliminations they've picked up. We talk about overstaying your welcome. Badil Ju waiting for that reboot. Extra bit of eliminations, plus 4 points on the board as the crowd roars supporting in Dusseldorf, Germany.
I like this though from Ju and Badil. Whether or not they actually choose to continue the pursuit up against Minfio, the damage has been done. Then he's gonna have to just keep trying to see how much space he can actually create between himself and Ju and Badil, but they don't really have to wait for Minfio. They can choose to just try and capitalize on the fact he's a solo, not let him go for another reboot opportunity. If they keep trailing him though, that's just going to make it impossible for Minifio to really bring this one back.
Yeah, just a scenic stroll through the zone, past painted palms. They're looking over in that direction. They know he's somewhere around the vicinity, most likely the closest reboot van, but they want to make it as fast to zone as possible. They'll worry about that later. There will be second opportunities as Phaser, King, they're both back up and standing after that off-spawn fight over towards Wonky Land. But in order to get that reboot, they had to move south, further and further away from where the zone looks like it's going.
Despite King having gone down in the early game at Wonky, they're still 200 above currently. They know they are going to need more, though. They're playing that sneaky route. Will it work out?
Medius and iDrop, though, they've been doing a great job handling their off-spawn situation up against Podesai and Sado, but now how will they fare up against the likes of Muzz and Spinks? They're already trying to see if they can establish priority control of these boxes, but so far, no good. Muzz, Spinks, still trying to see whether or not they can actually break through. We know that these two definitely love to get a little aggressive when necessary, and they are in dire need of some comeback points.
Yeah, that is true. Marius and iDrop, they missed out on that top 25 qualification due to a tiebreaker that went down to average placement, and it wasn't even a full placement separating them and the upper bracket. Muzz and Spinks, you can see why they're playing so aggressive here in this situation. 281 below the damage threshold. Half of their HP already gone. You can see the desperation start to click in. Active surge, that's gonna hit Spinks before Marius eventually takes him down, leaving Muzz by himself, and he's about to face that same fate. Marius and iDrop 1,100 above, and with 2 eliminations now.
There's only so much you can do. You're 300 below, and the opponents on the other side of that wall are over 1,000 above the threshold. They have all the time in their world, and that's exactly how they played it out.
Chino and Pablo, on the other hand, recognizing Sato, trying to crash his way into where they're currently boxed up. Likely another solo, desperate for some surge, but he won't get the chance to try and recover here. Chino and Pablo, still, they're gonna need a lot more on the day if they really want to try and finish strong. It's an okay first half, but let's see what you got for the second.
Yeah, but this is the type of game we're needing to see out of Pablo and Chino. A little bit more aggression. Get up early on that Storm Surge leaderboard. It's been the primary thing that has been taking them down, causing distractions in their game plan, forcing their hand when they might not want to. And I feel like a lot of other teams are going to start to feel that pressure here. It's going to go from a 2-tick zone into a 5-tick zone. So if you're not already down below that damage threshold, you need to beeline it there, because that's a lot of damage coming your way.
Great job from Osid and Scary, though. Not getting shot, not getting cracked at all on their rotate in. Issue is 21 below. They have many duos in the surrounding area, so there will be opportunities, but they cannot take any damage here.
Scary and Osid, though, clinging on. As long as you're above, that's all that really matters here. But Shadow and Virgo, they can really just have fun with it. But what I want to see is them back up the talk that they just administered in that player room during Frankie's interview. Are you really going to win it? Because they told us earlier today, Jacob, they were bringing home game 1.
That's why I don't like it when you try to call your shot, and sometimes you just got to play it out, because you never know in a lobby this stack how hard it can actually be.
This is the talks on EU. Is it a new era? Are these new players going to be the ones that are surpassing Legends, Legacy, like Mr. Savage is one of only 5 players to have qualified both for the 2019 World Cup and also this Summit Major? This is a big match for not only him, but also Akira Kurama. They're already in that cutoff. They're very close to being qualified, but they are 197 below. They have not done enough damage. They've taken too much. The Storm Surge has already taken the pressure. It's on.
The one silver lining, though, this is a duo that can afford to have some missteps. And for Akira, things are looking a little bit grim, but even still, he's got so much fighting spirit left behind him. Spots out Vaesen, tries to get a bigger shot in, but recognizes he still has to just keep trying to make it into zone to begin with, but that'll be cut short. Kazi able to take him out.
134 points is what the cutoff was yesterday for 19th. They're not there yet, but they're close.
That's what we'll be looking at here. We got a few games left. And if any of the teams at the top side of the leaderboard will definitely kind of open up the gap down below, but Savage is going to go down. Velo is by himself. And Taco, Takata, there's 31 teams still up. 6 of them need to go down before placement points are even a thing.
But now's the time here for Velo. He's got a solid loadout. If he can pull off some form of huge solo prowess, this will be his best chance to try and shine. He's still having to try and make his way into zone to begin with. Overdrive grenade gonna send him forward. Still 4 left in the stack, but now the lobby closing in, locking into his position. He's trying to cover off every single angle while sending out shots himself. 27 below. He just needs one more.
Show us what you can do, Velo. Show us what the new era of EU Fortnite competitive is capable of. 84 below, you've lost your teammate, you've gotten an elimination, but the job is still far from finished. Getting cracked, forced to pop this Chug Jug, the pressure. It might be too much.
Yeah, and I think Josh is feeling that as well. Yamto's already down over 300 below the damage threshold. No extra heals. He has to go, and he has to go now. Koyota's there on the other side trying to block him out, and Josh goes down. And that was a big one for Koyota and Yuma as well, because now he gets a chance at the revive and much-needed surge.
Clicks and Higgs, on the other hand, trying to see whether or not they can tango with some of these other duos just behind them. This is the first time we've really seen them try to be a little bit more proactive with the off spawn. And while that did net them a general success with that first elimination, it's what you can do with it after the fact. But they need a big-time endgame performance here. They need so many placement points to play catch-up.
Getting to the front side of zone, it's not going to be easy. You see how destructive it is on that layer. Click's taking a ton of that damage, but still finds an elimination onto Agers. Much needed as well. Siphon's gonna fix the HP. Everything else could go to regenerating his shields, and we see how he found that elimination. Agers actually boxed up Clicks, and he made him pay.
What a shot. If you're gonna take out anyone, it's gonna be that #1 team on the consistency leaderboard. Issue is, it's all up to Higgs now. Clicks has gone down, dropped the Storm storm surge to only 11 above. It's now active as well. At any moment, Higgs could drop below. He has to be careful.
One consistent narrative that's taken place all day long for so many teams in some of these endgame moments is just the fact that it's short-lived victories. You find one elimination, you think the refresh is all yours for the duo to share, and then somebody else just takes you out along the way. Chap, Flixie hoping to try and change that fact as they continue to make their way forward, but the way that the zone is pulling, players are going to be able to send it on height. Some of these connections can be difficult to keep track of, and for Pix and Ghost, they're looking to see if they can actually take over.
Yeah, from where the zone was to where the zone is at now, there's a little bit of a hill that they are having to go up, and that's where you're seeing a lot of shockwaves come into play and an opportunity to try to steal away the high ground. But for Chino and Pablo Wingu, they're just taking what they can get. This is one of their best games so far on the day today. They really need to continue to make this one count.
Higgs falls, Ghost and Pix. It's looking bright up in the clouds, continuing to rain it down above while that chaos unfolds below. Velo, he's still up. The solo clutch continues. He's got 43 builds. He's got enough rotations, heals. He's got everything he needs. It is all on you, Velo.
We've seen Virgo get 60 points off the solo clutch. Now Velo trying to see if he can take it one step above, but it's going to be difficult with so many other contenders still in the lobby. Visuals finds a refresh, trying to see if he can send it forward, but the team on height doing a great job at limiting his options. Sports to try and box up, but immediately gets caught out by Nosip. Whether or not he survives it is another story entirely, but Flixie and Chap, they are fully in control of this secondary height layer, a little bit isolated, trying to remain directly underneath the team on height. Also looking to take advantage of the other duo surrounding them. Alex, Reckless going to have some issues here as Flixie and Chap refuse to give up front side.
And somehow Velo slips by unnoticed up until now. He gained the attention of Flixie. Chap as well. High ground now putting pressure. He's out of build and needs a miracle here to survive because he has no extra heals. 63 HP. His run will come to an end. But for Chap and Flixie, this is the run they were looking for.
It's just getting started. Already pushed up to 112 points. They started off the day with nothing last game in fourth, and now once again we're seeing them to continue thriving in the end game. Meanwhile, Shadow Virgo, they called it. We're winning next game. They said it's gonna be easy. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Was it a pre-fire or was it just straight up premonition? Shadow Virgo trying to make sure that they can bring this one home, but they'll have to deal with the swords of Flixie and Chap. They are really building so much momentum right now on this front side layer. 7 eliminations in total, still trying to track down more. Every single edit opening up, leading to shots sent into other players, and nobody is anywhere near chest yet, but can they make it over this next clip phase?
Trying to make it as calculated as possible. Fizz bomb going down. They have their eyes set in the clouds. High ground we go, and you can even attach to some of these trees. They got to use that to try to take the high ground. Chap gets some good damage, but in comes a third party. Shadow and Virgo, they want some of this fun. They get the elimination onto Flixie, dropping him down further and further into all that chaos. Chap, he's now the only hope for their team.
Issue is he's left as a solo. 5 elims on the board. Can he continue racking it up? Back and forth. He hits the shot needed, but Shadow Virgo continuing to rain down from above. The issue is it's a full do on low. Pablo, Chino, can you make it happen?
This is the moment they've been waiting for. It is their best position on the day. Still more yet to come. Pix just on the other side of their wall. Pablo trying to find the opening shots, but Pixie's just so incredibly low. Finally, Chino will bring him down. Chino and Pablo have the world at their feet, but it's all up to whether or not Shadow and Virgo decide to actually shut this one down. Shadow goes up. High ground control still heavily in their favor, and Pablo's finish. It's all up to whether or not Chino can actually bring this one back, but he only has a sliver of HP. But yet still, Chino returning fire, and Virgo finding the final shot.
They called their shot. They said, we are qualifying for Sunday. Whether it was consistency or victory royale, they have kept their word. They have showed up and showed out here on the big stage.
It's rare that I am speechless, but you made a prediction before this game that you were going to take the victory royale. Virgo, you just said, what did I say? You said you're going to get the victory royale. What was that last moment like?
I mean, we just went for a power play on height. Shadow just said missed up. We went up, eliminated them, and we just won the game from there. It was pretty easy.
You're always keeping your eyes up top, boys. How are you keeping calm in those last moments?
Like I said, we're the best team, and I knew we were going to win that game no matter what. So yeah, when we try, we lock in.
You've definitely locked in. Obviously, you're through to Championship Sunday. There's just 8 games now between you and that trophy. Do you really think you don't have tough competition?
No, we definitely do, but I think we can compete with them. So yeah.
But why does it feel like this is your year? How are you guys managing to be so confident? The fact that you just call this Victory Royale is something else.
I mean, it really is just all practice. You know, we are the hardest grinding teammates. Like, we play all day. We both moved to Dallas. We went away from home, and it all paid off.
Well, you know what? We could never have predicted this back in 2024. You guys as a duo placed 30th. Now they're looking like they could take #1. More games after this break.
I got hit with that one. I'm popping a medkit. Wait, short. I got 6 builds. No, max up. Wait, if you are mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Game number 4 goes on over to Shadow and Virgo. Do you understand? Listen, Fortnite fam, come here. Camera, zoom in more. Do you understand what, as a player? No, more. Players in the halftime show, Shadow and Virgo are like, hey, we're going to go in and we're going to win this next game. And then they go on to do it. Do you understand how crazy, as an idea? Keep zooming, keep going. You understand how
I can see your balls.
That's good. That's good. Production probably hates me. My gosh, Shadow and Virgo. What the heck? They are built different. You again, at this level of competition, Takada, to be like, yeah, man, we're really good. We're going to go ahead. We'll just win the next game. To then win the next game.
They're not liars. That's one thing I can confirm. They do not lie. You've got arguably the best in the world in creative Virgo, IG held by Shadow. I mean, they called it, they did it, and they did not disappoint.
I really liked the way they did it as well. I think when you look at a lot of the hype takes we saw yesterday, it wasn't as crazy. It wasn't the type of hype takes we were seeing for the majority of the season where you had people playing really deep in the zone and looking to try and make these shot plays upwards with Fizz. This time around, Shadow goes flying up, he hits the bang, and that's exactly what we've seen them do in NA all season long. A very impressive game from a very impressive duo, and a duo that, again, even though they were here in the lower bracket, every team in that Sunday final has to watch out for these two.
Scary stuff. I just can't get over that, dude. My mind is blown to call for that victory out and then immediately come on stage and do it. Wow. Shadow and Virgo, they will definitely be a force to be reckoned with tomorrow. And I feel like this is kind of one of those situations where if I'm a team and I'm maybe even considering doing something like contesting them, I'm thinking like, yo, they just pulled out aura.
Shivers. I'd be scared. I mean, with the amount of confidence they have in those creative-like situations, right? When you're taking a clean 2v2, no third party involved, no other teams trying to join the party uninvited, you don't want to go against Shadow and Virgo.
I got to see these standings. I got to see standings, right?
Let's do it.
We got to do it. Dude, we have 2 games left to go. At the top, Ager's Ritual still holding on. Ignore the -1. Don't worry about it. That just means another team moved on up. They got themselves a victory royale. Pablo and Chino. Oh my gosh. Suddenly 7th place. Up 18 places to Okada. This is why we say, man, one game can change it all. 11 for them. That was their game.
Absolutely. Speaking of players saying things before the halftime break or during the halftime break and delivering on it, I asked Chino, I saw him in the corridor and I said, yo, bro, what's happening? He said, Lev, man, we just can't get to endgame. I don't know what's happening. We're feeling good, but we just aren't able to get there. This game, he told me, look, we're going to look to continue to play the way we've been playing, focus on our strat, carry some more medkits so we can play in Storm for longer. And look, they're in the end game. They have the game that we know they can have. These are the types of games they were having on EU when they did incredibly well in Grands, where even though you're looking at them here, they don't have many builds to work with, but they just stick together. Both of them playing in the same box, shotgun in hand, and they're always going to hit the key shots that they need. These are 2 of the best individual players in this region.
I mean, they have the experience. They've shown they can perform online. They've shown they can perform at international competitions with the best of the whole world. And it's been surprising that, you know, it's even taken them this long to get a big match like this, but I'm excited to see how it continues.
And that's a great game. Like, the timing of that game is so crucial because you mentioned it's 2 games remaining. It's crunch time to move up that rapidly there. It will be a big boost for their confidence moving forward.
And that's what gives me hope, right? Not even for just them. Again, I'm going to keep thinking about all these duels, right? We only have 25 spots. We get through on a victory royale, which means that we're done. We don't have to play any more Fortnite today. We can just focus on tomorrow or Tokata. We need to play out these games, try and end in the top 19. So many of these other duos are well outside that bubble, right? They're thinking with 2 games left, maybe we can't even get points enough. Maybe we need to strike and try for that victory royale. Maybe that's our only way in.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is on. There's 2 more spots left, but for the teams like Pix and Ghost that are in 5th place on the leaderboard after jumping up 8 positions, I mean, it goes back to the narrative I was talking about in game. On EU, a lot of our veterans, our legacy talent, I mean, 2 of our global champions didn't even qualify to here, and now we've got players like Ghost, this up-and-coming rising talent. I honestly thought, Lev, I thought they were going to win this game, but Shadow Virgo, they were too good.
Yeah, I think the great thing for Pix and Ghost is, again, they've been really good. They've been really solid. They haven't had much of an opportunity to showcase the type of talent they've had playing together, but we've seen it in bursts when they've been playing with other people. Pix and Ghost, Pix in particular, right? Yesterday we saw a great day for Polish Fortnite as far as Dom and Dimash, Kami and Ari doing as good as they did. Pix looking to try add himself into that crew as well. And for a player like Ghost to have this day to really get used to the feel of the stage, get that experience when, you know, 11-2K is waffling in your ear and you can hear it in the speakers, right? He can handle that. He can handle anything.
It's tough, man. It's definitely tough. We saw another duo as well. Chap and Flixie popping off. We've already seen anytime this duo comes up, the crowd goes crazy. Man, I just keep thinking, man, 2 games left. We need to hang on. We need to make some changes. We need to go all in. I mean, for Chap and Flixie, rather, I feel like they're doing okay, right? We got to stay the course, right, Lever? Or maybe it's that time. Maybe we go crazy. Like,
I mean, I don't know. Like, are the Chap and Flixie fans still in the building? I mean, it's a bit quiet for the Chap and Flixie. When they walked out, it was loud. And they need that support going into these last couple of games because, again, we know if you've been watching EU, their performances have been inconsistent. But more often than not, Zeke, when they need to get it done, they do just enough to push themselves over that line.
When they kicked it off too, the fire, it wasn't fueled up, it wasn't roaring, but after that 3rd match, they got the 4th place, and you can tell how quickly it turned for them. The motivation, the confidence, it was instantly back to where they're in their own element. Another top 5 placement now jumped right up that leaderboard in literally 2 matches, Zeke.
Yeah, some of these players are players that they're not going to come out and just have this crazy pop-off performance. There's almost like a period of heating up. But Tokata, I'm scared, man. 2 games left to go. Let's check out that standings. Let's see who is currently in that 19th place. Coming back to it, Tokata right now, 90 points. GRX Randu, look, up 17 places. But again, Tokata, we've got 2 games left to go. That heating up, if you're not there, you need to have it right now.
I know the French fans are scared as well. I mean, we've got 18th place. Momsy Skyjump dropped down 8 positions, right kind of that cutoff. Right now, 19th is at 90 points. Yesterday, if we look at top 19, it was around low 130s, that bubble, but will it be the same today?
Mr. Savage and Velo sit in 24th, not the spot they want to be in, but within touching distance of being able to push themselves above. Still so much talent on this page who's yet to do it. Nathan and Nebs, big names there. Harvey and Diminished, again, a duo that you would expect to be able to have made it through. We have the likes of Sato, Podesai, Epicwo, and Pump. I mean, for some of these teams to not make it would be a big, big upset.
I'm scared for Javi and Diminished too. I mean, yesterday they were like 1 elimination off qualifying, and now once again, they're right outside of that bubble. I know they're feeling the pressure.
Man, 2 games left to go. It's now or never, duos. We need to put the pieces on the table because after this, 25 duos will be going home. Casters, second to last game. Take it away.
I think at this stage of the game, I've seen so many third parties. I have to continue the third parties here on stage. Vinny, welcome.
I'm excited, man. I'm not quite as tall as Levin, so we can't really do this height gimmick as well, but I'm excited. We got 2 more games of competition. So many big teams that are actually outside of that top 19. It's going to be really exciting to see what happens.
But so many teams that are also just so close. I mean, the striking range, it's right there. It's visible, but can they actually overcome? We'll find out here in Game 5.
Game number 5, the penultimate chance for our duos to make their way into the grand finals. A huge game for so many of our teams outside of that top 19, and for those that are in it, it's just about staying.
And it's coming as no surprise that yet again, Medius and iDrop are looking to try and see whether or not they can win out on an off-spawn battle they've been dealing with all day long. But more importantly still, Jacob, whether or not Podesai and Sato are going to be able to have any sort of comeback potential, because we are in Game 5. Medius and iDrop are nearly there, and it starts right here, right now. Chi and Giannis so committed to this rock fight, but it is just sticks and stones for both these teams. Giannis gonna depart first of all, utilizing some of that bush tech to avoid taking any kind of fall damage, but the damage has been done. Both of these teams definitely injured.
Yeah, unfortunately enough, Giannis, the down that they were able to get on top of that rock, he has a chance at the revive. Interesting enough, he's not necessarily going to go for it just yet, just trying to drop down and keep pressure. He does have a loot advantage here, and his teammate is down below. So yes, he is going for that revive. So Giannis, you're definitely on a timer here about how many decisions you can make.
Janet's going to do right there. We're going to have to wait and see as we move on over to a team that had a fantastic last game. Pablo and Chino all but qualified through, but they need to make something happen here at Sandy Strip in order to stay in this game. This is a big game for them, Saka.
First things first, they want to get rid of Mini Pio and Pupu, and they are sick of having to deal with being contested. And they know even if they bring it back in today's competition and make it for their seat on that Battle Bus in finals, they still have to deal with Victor B and Kanata. So it's not like the off-spawn contest is ever going to let up. It's about ensuring that they don't have those small little mistakes in the next stage.
Yeah, and at least they're getting a good amount of practice. I say that loosely because we're in a live tournament on land across so many teams from around the world, but at least they're playing a little bit more and more like themselves in each and every passing game. I said it during the action in that last one, this is the best we've seen them play so far. And I want to see more of our teams, especially the ones that might be a little bit further on that leaderboard than you would expect. Get a little bit more aggressive, take control of your destiny.
This, though, bit of a fight here. It's Alex Reckless down. Alex is a solo. Liam and Jace having to close on in here, but taking it very, very calmly. Playing off on above as Jace drops on down. Alex looking for the revive onto Reckless. Not quite going to be able to find it. The pressure keeps coming through from up above. Alex trying to do anything to find that initial shot. Hits an angle, but not quite connecting with the shot. And Reckless is able to get finished there as well. So huge moment here for Liam and Jace to close out this fight.
Alex just stuck between a rock and a hard place, though, and dealing with the likes of Jace, just too healthy. The HP advantage working against him entirely. 160 points. Liam and Jace are just freaking of confidence right now, and they have good reason to do so, but Clicks on the other hand, it's all going to come down to a Game 6 performance. And it's not even about consistency. It's not about a strong placement. They have to win.
That is absolutely insane. Going down, they gave up the majority of Wonky Land. They try to push a whole nother team to catch off guard, but that's been Ghost and Pix's strategy all day long. They want those teams to go out there and feel a little bit too comfortable, so that way they're waiting in the shadows and they strike and take them down. They move one step closer to Championship Sunday, but you see the drops continue to move around. Minute and Salco, that was one of our 3 teams landing at Sandy Strip. Now they go back to the spot where they were landing in the upper bracket.
Yeah, back to the basics, back to what they know, and it's going to be interesting to see now what happens to Clicks, of course, in that final game. If there's a player that can rise to the occasion, if there's someone that's going to win that final game, it's going to be huge for them.
A little bit of an opportunity here to review what's been going down with Chap, and Giannis, unfortunately, won't be able to withstand the pressure here. Excellent usage of their time, though, just trying to make sure that they take out anyone they might be able to stumble across. Badil and Ju, very much a similar mentality, though. They definitely like a little bit more eliminations, but they're really just looking for consistent placements.
Yeah, and he could just feel the arena cheering these guys on. I could close my eyes, have our observers switch through our POVs, and I'll know exactly when they're on Badil and Ju every single time. Ritual and Agers looking to continue to get aggressive as well. Over towards Frigid Fortress, they essentially already have their spot secured, but they don't want to just take part in the day. They want to take over. This is a huge warm-up opportunity for a team like Agers and Ritual.
Huge fight, though, for Osid and Scare. These guys 52 points outside of that top 19 threshold. So we've got 2 ends of the stick right here in Agers and Ritual. They're already qualified through. They're more than happy to take this fight. But for Scare and Osid, this could be the fight that defines their weekend. Will we be seeing them tomorrow? This is such a huge fight for them to win.
Scare and Osid also know that they have time working against them, because even if they're able to draw out this battle, it doesn't fare them any better because they still only have 52 points. Even if you take out the duo that's contesting you, you're still going to need so much more heavy lifting to be involved. Flixie and Chap, on the other hand, though, they are just happy to try and keep things through and through. But it's Ju and Badil that are on the receiving end of it this time. And Chap, he's just not letting up. Maybe even a little bit of fire lit underneath him. Reason very openly trying to cheer on his former trio mate. He wants to see Chap in the finals. And Chap might just be able to do it if he keeps playing the way he has been.
Super aggressive. They get the elimination onto Ju. And with Ju and Badil going down, you see them in 11th place on that leaderboard. They're high up, much more high up than top 19 for now. But what they're doing is they're inadvertently allowing teams at the bottom of the leaderboard to get more points because the top side of the leaderboard aren't taking them away anymore.
Yeah, tough there. German on German violence, really difficult for this crowd. He sort of had a bit of a weird reaction there. It's like, do we cheer? Do we boo? I don't know what's going on. But for a team here in Velo and Mr. Savage, they are outside of that top 19. How do they approach this? Are they going to try and go for that win? Are they going to try and make that crazy hype play in endgame? We've seen them have a little bit of solo clutches from Velo. We've seen that throughout the season as well from these guys. It's been one of their downfalls, really, is those endgames haven't been together. They haven't been consistent enough in those situations. So they need to make it all happen now. With 2 games to go, this could be the end of their weekend if they don't make something happen quickly.
Definitely want to give Velo his flowers, though. He has been left in a couple of very difficult positions and still managed to come up with some form of placement points through it. But now, all they really need to do is synchronize. If they can make it through a solid endgame here, that could be the separating factor between outside of top 19 and making it in.
Just unfortunate. I see Nebs just in the water, swimming along. He's hoping to go towards the north so that way he can try to get the reboot back onto Nathan. But then here you have it. Sky Jump Momsy trying to make a lurk play happen onto Ghost and Pigs. If this one breaks out into a fight, that'll be a blessing for Nathan. But if it does not, you just have 2 teams that can still float around. The shots are going to be fired out, but you can see what they're after. 2 empty item slots for the Sky Jump inventory, just picking up bandages. So you see they're just after scraps.
Yeah, they gambled a lot on that play right there. They were hoping that one of those guys was going to go over to that chest, they could catch them off guard, make a little sneak play, but because they didn't make that play, Ghost and Pix, they're now a little bit behind Skyjump and Momsy. They didn't get all of that damage that they would have wanted. They didn't get that refresh, so for now, it's just about playing catch-up.
Nebs might be far out enough in open waters, though, to avoid the peripherals, at least from Pix and Ghost, but actually bringing back his teammate will be a whole different slew of problems. Osid and Scare, though, they have not been able to find a conclusion at this exchange over by Frigid Fortress, and this is starting to become a worst-case scenario because the more time invested, the more materials invested, it's not like they're having great opportunities to refarm all of those mats. Meanwhile, Agers, Ritual, they can do whatever they feel like.
Yeah, for Scare and Osid, they essentially need a decent game here to keep them in contention of consistency, because if they go down or even plays some more of this game out and don't really get much to show for it, they're going to be another team on that list that needs a victory royale going into our last game of the day. But as the dust does settle, Ages the Ritual probably get bored. They go one way. Osid and Scare use this as an opportunity to finally disengage. For the majority of this early game, they haven't been able to loot up. They haven't been able to get materials, so they are so far behind the curve.
That's been their problem, especially when you get the south zone like this. It becomes very, very difficult to then continue to try and catch up with the rest of your game. Liam and Jace, we saw them in that fight against Alex earlier on in the game. That was a difficult one for them. They couldn't close it out that quickly. So for them right now, they're looking for a little bit of a lurk play here from Brilliant and Yagu. What are they going to do? Are they going to wait? Of course, it's in the storm, so that's the damage is ticking, Taco. What play are they going to make? And yeah, they're just going to wait for them to go on through.
Liam and Jace aren't in any sort of rush, but an opportunity is an opportunity, and if Carillion exposes himself for 1 second too long, or Jargu even, Jace and Liam, they can line up the shots. It's a great opener. Carillion completely flushed out here, but Jace, Liam, will they be able to fully close it out? The delay has been set in stone. Jargu with the backup measures means that Liam and Jace forced to pull back.
Yeah, and I like that decision right there, because it's easy to feel like you got the green light to go. You just did over 100 damage. They're already weak to the zone, but they are also weak. They're one shot away from going down themselves, so they make that smart IQ play to go ahead and disengage, heal up, and then make it to zone. QNDX and Phantom trying to do the same thing. 90 points. They don't even need a massive game here. Again, you just need to stay in contention to making it possible to qualify through consistency in last game.
It's a really awkward position to be in where they are right now. They could need a win going into the last game if this game isn't quite as good. They're not so far into that top 19 where it makes it so that they can just play out their placements. Really, really awkward for them right now as Chino and Pablo Wingu in this fight inside of the storm as well. You can see the distribution of teams here. Chino and Pablo Wingu in 7th place. Team they're fighting all the way down in 43rd. So a huge fight for both teams here. Chino and Pablo look like they're going to be rotating on that.
All Daya and Bobby are hoping to do is try and dissuade Pablo and Chino from wanting to follow up on that engagement, but Carillion and Jargu, they've now seemingly got themselves in a fight with Chap and Felixi. But I have a feeling Chap and Felixi were likely the ones who tried to start this one. They've been picking fights the entire lobby so far, and they don't seem like they have any intentions of slowing down.
Yeah, I wouldn't either for Chap and Flixie. The way this day started wasn't necessarily the best. They even got surprise contested in one of those games, going down off spawn. But since then, they've been putting their foot to the pedal and speed running their way through this lobby. But now Salco and Minute, they want some of those fights, but Minute immediately gets shut down by Chap. A huge shutdown as he goes back to back, taking down Salco as well.
Huge, huge, huge from Chap and Flixie right there, showing why they're one of those duos in these sort of lobbies that you can rely on in those big fights. They do it in EU, they're doing it on this big stage here as well, and they're second place right now, so could they move up into that first place? Really important they got that fight done quickly as well. There's another team lurking, so the speed at which they finished that fight was absolutely crucial.
Jargo and Carillion are also probably very happy about the fact that Chap and Flixie were so distracted by Minute and Salco, but teams just continue to try and aggress. Liam and Jace also getting a little fraggy with it. Epic Whale and Pump, on the other hand, they've really got to do what they can to try and scope out the rest of the lobby. Riptides has just been so back and forth. There haven't necessarily been a whole lot of opportunities for them to even present themselves in the end game just because of dealing with that contest.
Yep, but all you need is that one big game to spark that fire. And then from there, there's no looking back. Chino and Pablo here in this day is a huge example of that. Jason, Liam as well. All you need is start to build that momentum. They already have 6 eliminations. And if I'm Chino and Pablo, I wouldn't have shot their way. I wouldn't have gained their attention because they're all but qualified, almost nothing to lose, and they're looking to get aggressive here. This is 2 more eliminations, 8 more points, 1 step closer to the top of the leaderboard as they're barreling down, trying to get control, but Liam bites off a little bit more than he could chew. Chino makes the play to take him down.
They're fighting one of the best fighting teams in World of Fortnite, so that was only going to end one way when you anchor Chino like that. Huge elimination for him, 460 above the damage threshold as well. And you can see them in these games. They get so many of these eliminations, so much damage early on in the game, and you can see it just compared to the rest of the lobby. That's what they're so good at.
Respect the hustle out of Liam and Jace, but unfortunately, Chino and Pablo have already determined who's going to come out on top in this one. Jace takes yet another big shot, and that's going to do it. Pablo finds an elimination there, and now these guys will be able to move forward, no problems whatsoever. That last lobby really seems like it started something big for Chino and Pablo.
Yeah, each and every second that passes in this game, it feels like they're just moving closer and closer to the promised land. Phaser, King, we saw early on Clix and Higgs go for a fight towards the top side of the map, which means Phaser and King relatively uncontested over towards Wonky Land. And when you look at teams and you're uncontested, especially when you're at one of the best POIs in the game, you have to make these games count.
This is now or never right now for Phaser and King. You don't know what Clix and Higgs are going to do in that final game. It's going to be so, so important for them to make the most of this game. Likewise, Sphinx and Mudge, you don't know what's going to happen in that sort of off-spawn situation. They've struggled today. Taco looking good in this game, though, looking above the Storm Surge threshold. Looking good.
All Muzz and Sphinx were after at the start of this day was seeing whether or not they could actually find quick conclusions towards that off spawn, but Nathan and Neps just haven't provided it. They seemingly counter-stratted exactly for that circumstance, and even with Muzz and Sphinx trying to goad them into the engagement, they just weren't taking the bait, and I can't blame them because it's a complete stark difference of the two dynamics between those teams, and it's left them in a really rough spot, but they're not the only ones trying to see if they can fare for better weather here. Marius, tough spot.
Really, really tough spot. Definitely not home and dry right now. And Marius, known as one of the best fraggers in the world, haven't really seen that from him in the EU for a little while right now. What better way to solidify your spot, not only in the grand finals, but also as one of the better fraggers in the world. Reclaim that spot. All that hype that was surrounding your name has to now do it as a solo. Needs to break into those placement points just to propel himself and iDrop into that position. Because, of course, it's not going to be easy for them, Jacob, but this is the player that you want in these situations.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be needed because, again, he doesn't need to win. He's at 108 or so points. He just needs to get as close as possible to that threshold and then, again, perform well in game number 6. Flixie, Chap, 541. Again, the spark has not gone out from these guys. Elim after Elim, they're just getting better with each and every passing game. And now they're just looking at the backside of zone because they pulled it. Everybody else on the north end, that's a max pull.
It's almost like everybody kind of just forgot for a while now that Chap was heavily regarded as one of the best, and now he's trying to showcase exactly why. His fighting abilities are just still at the top here. Blixie and Chap waiting to see whether or not they can actually pick off some other pieces of pie here. Duo's trying to scrap their way in, but Chad realizes lost track of one of the teams on high ground, will pay the price, but he's still up and running, so that's going to at least keep them going forward.
Huge refresh for them. Epic Whale and Pump shaping up to look for that early high ground right now as well. This is a team that desperately need a good game right here. You want to take as much pressure off of that last game as possible. They're in a really nice position. 0 eliminations so far, but above that threshold as well. So they're able to keep a lot of those heals. You can see it by their inventories. They really need a big game here to solidify their spot.
Yeah, we've seen so many teams with plenty of eliminations, but they haven't fared well on Storm Surge, which ultimately caused the downfall in their games. It's the opposite here this time for Epic Whale and Pump. 0 eliminations, but more than enough Storm Surge. That grants a little bit of a freedom, a flexibility to move through some of these games. The Sky Jump gets a big elimination onto Nathan, sending him and Nebs back to the lobby with 1 game left.
The problem is Sky Jump got that elimination before he managed to tank any ticks of Storm, so he doesn't actually get the health siphon behind it. He's going to find himself still incredibly low before he heads in, but Nebs, this is how the first part went down. This is why Nathan just folded immediately. A great awareness check.
Really, really important for them right now, as well as King and Phaser. We mentioned it. These guys need to have a solid game, but look at this. Down and out of that Storm Surge threshold, 239. They're getting hit as well, Jacob. They need to try and take as much damage as possible without dealing enough as well. This is absolutely huge for them, hopping inside of the box, trying to get some shots away, but there's angles from different areas that are tagging them up. Phaser now down to a solo. He needs to clutch up.
Yeah, in that moment, it's kind of popped above the damage threshold. Only 1 player needs to go down, and it won't be a worry for him, but right now it's active. 1 more tick. That's all he can take. Needs to find damage and doesn't get it. Phaser King, they go down, and they have 1 game left. Everybody else here in this lobby right now really has to make this moment matter, and nobody's really claiming the high ground yet. Savage loses his teammate. You see him scrambling around. Only 100 builds to his name. He's just trying to break through a wall. He needs a miracle right now. Is he going to get it granted?
Right, Jess, Chap still looking to see who else he can take out. Unfortunately, the player threshold has fallen low enough. Savage won't have to worry about the surge damage, but he still has to contend with other players in the lobby. He's trying to do what he can, breaking through all of these pre-existing builds. They're just slowing him down, forced to play through that backside of zone, but he'll at least find a moment to pop the last bits of his Chug Jug. Whether or not he's going to be able to escape the eyesight of the teams ahead of him, though, that's another issue entirely. He's got to stay low, out of sight, out of mind, looking for his opportunity, but it's just not going to connect. Savage still needing just 1 more. A refresh would be everything in this instance, but no one is permitting it to go through.
He's looking for something, trying to find anything to get those builds back up. Of course, that HP as well. It is now or never for Mr. Savage. Huge moment for him to solo clutch. Prove why you are the IGL in this trio. Prove why you have the most experience in this duo as well. Waiting, lurking, backside of zone, looking up at height as well. Not going to go for it, hasn't got the build. Getting looked at from so many other players as well, Jacob. This is being difficult for him.
Yeah, but blessed in this moment. The Fizz miss down below, getting some shield. He has the low grab effect. He's trying to move his way through. Gets a flank onto 1, misses a crucial shot, but Savage has not given up just yet. The zone is closing in. He knows he needs something big here. A full duo to his left, waiting for him to peek out the box. Shockwave sends him flying. A lost opportunity there. The window is closing. No Sif is inside, trying to put pressure. He shockwaves over. They're just taking away every opportunity by escaping from Mr. Savage.
But fortunately for Savage, there's still other players in the lobby wiping each other out. He can't break through that last metal wall, but he still managed to secure a decent amount of solo placement points. Every little bit helps, and we'll see just how Game 6 shapes up. But for right now, Akira, Karama, straight towards height, but it's Phantom and QND looking to play spoiler to that.
They were waiting in the wings, QNDX and Phantom, and Akira and Karama have to now drop on down below. QNDX and Phantom, the duo from Middle East, claiming the high ground, looking on down at the rest of the lobby, but Akira and Karama are still working. They find a shot and take down Phantom. Huge elimination, huge knock. Can they find QNDX as well? Akira down. It's all up to Karama up on height versus QNDX. What's he gonna do inside the box? Finds QNDX as well. Huge refresh.
Top 5 position, make it top 4. Placement points are flying in, but no Sif and Izzy. They're on the high ground. They used everybody's moment of distraction there to take it for themselves. They're one of 2 duos left in this game. Teus and King are going to be down below. We know Karama's still alive. He's a solo that's trying to run rampant here. He has the build to take control of the front side of the zone. He's all the way down below, but no Sif is there as well.
Karama, though, he's excellent in these types of situations. He's a solo clutcher through and through, but with only 11 builds to his name and a duo directly ahead of him. King gonna look to challenge. It's not the one you're thinking of, though. Karama proving why he's still able to escape. 1 HP in a dream, but he's not gonna be able to break through. No Sif, Terry to take all the credit here now. King is weak, but can he close it?
And he closed it out. No Sif's down to a solo here. Huge moments. King up above. Teus goes down all the way up to Teus up on high. Fuku now as well as Nosif. It's solo FNCS.
This is essentially what we're going to see later this year. Fukun making the plays from up above, but Teus, he's in the driver's seat. Eliminations down below. It gets it stolen away. Fukun is trying to use the Cypher to stay alive, but there's no build on Teus. Shockwave, the only option, tries to go up, and he wins the fight. Welcome to Championship Sunday.
Fukun needed that, but so did Teus and King. And the fact of the matter is, they're the ones who really struck in some of the closing hours here on day 2. Perfect timing, perfect solutions, and we'll see them in finals.
And King, they're all on the other side of the arena, but we've got to celebrate them, Düsseldorf! We've got Regatta here to translate. Oh my working. How insane was that final moment?
Me fala dos últimos momentos.
Eu tô muito feliz. Essa partida foi bizarra. Tava muito louco ali no final e é isso.
I'm like so happy. This match was crazy and a lot of things were happening at the end. I cannot even explain.
I'm just getting you guys to turn around because there are so many people around the world who want to celebrate you at the moment. Teus, going through the lower bracket was so tough. It could have been that you wouldn't qualify if you hadn't got this victory royale. What did you guys talk about in the player break to make this happen?
So, vocês poderiam não ter classificado se vocês não tivessem essa vitória. O que vocês falaram durante o break para conseguir essa vitória?
Cara, posso falar? A gente tinha mais 3 partidas, então falei com o King para a gente manter o foco. Porque cada partida tem que dar ali para não tomar ali.
They just talk and say like, let's stay focused. We still have a chance. It has 3 matches left, and they managed to get it out.
You are the second Brazilian duo to make it through the lower bracket today. You are going to be in great company tomorrow. Do you think that Brazil can win the FNCS Major Summit?
King, você acha que o Brasil vai ganhar o FNCS Summit?
Eu acho que qualquer um tem chance, é só acreditar. A gente grinda muitos dias para isso, então acho que a gente consegue sim.
He said we just have to believe it. We have the potential. We have to believe that we can make it.
Düsseldorf, do we believe in choosing King? We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's just one more game until we solidify the Grand Finals lobby.
I got here with that one. I'm popping a med bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit game. Number 5 wraps up. King BR Teus find themselves a victory royale in the penultimate game. Massive for the duo. Tokata, this is big, right? You know, obviously, if you're in a situation where you need to either try with everything you've got to break into that top 19 or get a victory royale, maybe that was the second last chance to try and get that VR, no?
Yeah, I mean, it was exciting. The fans were excited. What I'm thinking, they were landing South Battlewood Boulevard. If we look at the players that have qualified from there, you got Benno Curve, you got Sky Scroll above them. So I'm curious, now that they've secured that position, what are they going to do tomorrow?
Oh, man, I'll be honest. See, you mentioned some of those calls. When the casters made that call for certain players of, hey, this next game you have to win, or that's it for you. Nothing else is gonna work. That sent chills down my spine. It just gives you the sense of urgency of the point we're at. It's why King and Tails' win is so impressive as far as, again, stopping them from having to deal with that whatsoever. A lot of people refer to the smaller regions, right? And they say EU and NA Central, and then every other region's a smaller region. I've been saying to people for the past year, guys, you can't include Brazil in that. You gotta take Brazil a bit more seriously as a region, because not only do they have so many people who play, but the quality of the players as well is impressive. They have 2 wins today. They might get another one, who knows? It's a great day to be from the Brazil region.
They're getting wins. They're holding height longer than NA and EU. I mean, are they really smaller regions? What are we witnessing today?
Oh, dude, I don't know. It's just something different in the air. This is the Summit. It's kind of a sneak peek at what a global could look like, but again, only a single game left to go. I'd love to start taking a look at those leaderboards, right? Oh, man, with a single game left to go. Remember, if you're just tuning in, first off, you've missed a ton of Fortnite. You've missed 5 incredible games. Go back, watch them. With 1 game left to go, this is the lower bracket. We need a VR. We need to end in the top 19 if we want to proceed to tomorrow's finals, or the Summit run is done. Epic Whale in this last game finding a bit of a moment, right? Some momentum to kind of maybe try and piece something together, but guys, with only a single game left to go, you know, it's gonna come down to that wire. But look, 20th place, Tokata, Epic Whale right there, pumped right on the ball. And it's a tie between him and Sato and Photosai at 112 points.
I mean, I even see other names. Mr. Savage, Epic Whale is close above. Visuals, Braids, Marius, Eyedrop. I mean, these do not look like names that shouldn't be on the cutoff. I mean, Epic Whale and Pump specifically, Epic Whale, this is one of 5 players that qualified both to the 2019 World Cup and this MAJOR1 Summit LAN. The issue is, the only player that's qualified so far is Thomas HD. Then you've got King from Argentina, you've got Epic Whale, you've got Mr. Savage. All of these other 4 players just have not made it yet. Every single one of them outside of qualifying range, and all they have is 1 more chance, 1 more shot in this final game of the day.
Yeah, I think when you look at a lot of these guys that you sort of mentioned there, right? We have guys like Clicks, Mr. Savage, King, Epic World, these guys who we love them for all the amazing memories they've given us, but we big them up for their longevity. When it comes to longevity, you want longevity of doing well and doing good, right? And so the pressure is on for all of those players, because we know that they're more than able, right? It's not a question of ability, it's about their execution. And ultimately, a couple of those names will just miss out. I don't expect to see all of them make it in, and so it's about making sure that last game counts.
That's right. Well, really quickly, before we continue the talk, we actually have a blast from the past, rather. Okay. It's a Vivid masterclass.
Oh, he still does those?
What's up, guys? Yeah, listen, Iamzo going into that game was sitting 20th place, a little bit less comfortable than I'm sure he wanted to be. Let's take a quick look at what their game plan kind of looks like. Obviously, they're going to be landing at the same exact spot that we see Acorn and Bolts do, right? We know exactly how this drop spot kind of lands. The powerful thing about this drop spot is, of course, the ability to use the launch pad. As you can see here, these guys are going to be able to use that launch pad to just come all the way down here and land directly in the center of the zone. That is such a good spot. We've seen Acorn do it. We've seen Iamzo and Josh be able to do that every single one of the games so far today. Their problem right now is not necessarily making it to the end game, because they have been utilizing that launch pad very, very well. They've also been able to keep themselves above the Storm Surge very, very effectively as well. The only kind of thing that prevents them from even breaking into the top 10 right now is potentially some decision making around when they do get put on the edge of these zones. As you can see right here, they are still technically in the next zone, so they're going to actually opt to go ahead and stay. But the problem is actually going to reside with their decision to not just immediately go towards the center of the zone right now. As you can see right now, if they did it right now, they could get it completely for free. But instead, what they're going to want to do is they're going to go ahead and just take shots and kind of prevent all of these teams from entering in by them. But what makes it very, very hard to maintain this position and make it still as effective as it is it's you can't, as a team, prevent all of these teams from sort of making rotations around them. Later on in the game, that easy rotation towards the center of the zone that we just kind of looked at is going to be cut off. So I feel like that could potentially be one of their hardships. That being said, I'm kind of judging their game plan as it currently stands. That last game, they did perfectly fine. They got 12th place, and they're looking good going into the last game.
Dude, we should let that guy do more of those. You know, we're drawing closer here. We're about to get ready to kick off the final game of the lower bracket, boys. I kind of want to get your thoughts. Really tough spot, right? After this, a bunch of duos are going to go home, right? And others will rise up and start preparing for tomorrow's finals, where game plan has to be a bit different. Any advice, anything you want to see?
I don't know if the word's advice. I mean, it's more how I'm feeling, my emotions. Because as I look through this list and I look at all the legacy, the champions, the names that are not currently in that bubble to qualify, I'm honestly I'm surprised. I mean, the era of Fortnite competitive, it might be changing.
It's a big moment. You said it's going to be time to go home, Zeke, and I think the saying goes what? Go big or go home.
Yeah.
For a lot of these teams, we've seen them have success over the years, but none of that matters unless you can do it in this final game. Oh, I'm excited. These are the games we live for in Fortnite, right? Ultimately, a lot of these players, we won't get to see them past today.
Yeah, and like obviously, I feel like I in this situation, I normally would be like really like more amped, but part of me is sad, right? Like these are some of the very best players from all around the world. They've flown out here. They've really given us everything. They've left everything on the stage. But some will be going home after this. So I think for all of us here, we just need to keep cheering on those teams, whoever it is, if it's a Savage, if it's an Epic Well, whoever that may be, cheer that team on, right? Anything can change. This one game can be the difference maker for every single duo out there. Some might be the top 19 right now that might fall out. Others might rise. People at the very bottom of the leaderboard could get a VR and everything changes. The top 19 could see a VR pulling everyone else up. It's so complex. It's so unbelievably complex. Dude, if we don't get a Mr. Savage W, I'm gonna freak out. But I mean, I can't lie, guys. I'm a fan favorite of Muzz and Sphinx. If we don't see them make it on through either, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
I'm at a loss for words as well, Zeke. I mean, some of the names, as you can see, like Muzz and Sphinx, who were so close yesterday, still not able to make it. But as Levin was saying, they have one more opportunity, one last chance to prove what they're capable of. Whether it be a legacy veteran team, whether it be new up-and-coming talent, now is the moment to show what you're capable of.
In the case of Muzz and Sphinx, this is a duo that consistently has just had so many doubters, right? But they've been able to overcome hurdle after hurdle after hurdle in this long race that is this season. If they stumble at the final two hurdles, it only just reinforces the narrative surrounding their ceiling as players. They have to push through that now.
Yeah, man, I feel like, looking around the room, some of these players, those mentals are fractured or on the cusp. I mean, with so many different names out there, I mean, even someone like Akira and Karama, right, trying to fight through. We saw for a moment last game they had height, and Akira goes down, Karama left a kind of solo clutch. They end up with a 9th place finish there, but still, job's not done.
Job is not finished. You can hear the M8 fans cheering them on. They were so close to making it happen. The good news for this duo is they have racked up a significant amount of points. They have been performing well, and now in this last match, all they have to do is keep playing like they were in these previous matches.
Yeah, I mean, Karama showcasing why a lot of people in the EU have been hyping him up this year, as far as just being able to stay in the game, clutch up some extra points for the duo. just the one little bit of HP, but regardless, a successful game. And I really did think that was going to be the game that was, ultimately theirs. And you see the fans there very excited, very happy whenever these guys pop up on screen. And understandably, they've had what has been a somewhat turbulent season, you could say. But the performance today has showed us that they are still a threat to the rest of the competition.
What I like about this duo is I feel like we're seeing a new level of Akira and Kararma. We see them make it to finals. We see them always make it to these competitions, but they haven't quite consistently gotten those top placements, and now's the time to show what you're capable of.
Yeah, you almost want to send that message, right? Hey, we're coming out, lower bracket, we're heading up into finals. You want to try and make some moves against us, contest us, rotate on over third parties. Don't try it, right? Don't try it. I want to go back to those standings, right? We got to keep taking a look at the bubble. Those points are way too close right now. Obviously, the top 10, 162. Keep that in your mind, Fortnite fam, as we go into this final game. That's top 10 as it stands right now. But remember, 20th place, tied with 19th, by the way, is 112 points. And even if we rolled on over to the next page, 110 points, 108, 108, 100, right? Like, Tokata, if any of these teams in that top 19 make a mistake and they fall early, everyone else will immediately enter a frenzy.
It's way too close, and not only that, you can look at the duo that's #1 right now in the consistency standings. After the start of the day, their first matches, they only had 12 points, and in 3 games, they've jumped from literally the bottom of the leaderboard to first place in the standings in 3 matches. So it is definitely possible to make that comeback happen, but you gotta pop off, Lev.
Zeke, I want to quote one of my favorite Fortnite analysts.
Vivid.
I think he said, I feel like it all comes down to this. One more game remaining. Legacy's on the line. This is the part where I take off the headset and start going crazy. No, we're not doing that, but yeah. Look, it really is that, right? We highlighted some of these legacy players who have had great moments. They need to have a big one here, because ultimately seeing some of these teams go home without getting a chance to really fight for the trophy tomorrow, it would be a disappointment, not just to us here on the desk, but I'm sure to a lot of the fans. So they got to pull up the goods.
Yeah, man. Dude, I just keep thinking about Clicks of Higgs, right? Just as one of the duos who is trying to fight their way back in. But it's okay, right? Again, we have this one game right here, right now. It doesn't matter how your day has been going. It doesn't matter what your off-spawn situation is or what your rotates are or your third party. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Right now, you can get a Victory Royale, be outside that top 19, and change the trajectory of your duo's FNCS career moving forward. Suddenly find yourself in the finals tomorrow. Suddenly you're winning the summit. Like, anything can happen.
Mr. Savage, Epic Whale, Clicks, King. There's just too many names that are outside of this bubble. And with only 1 shot left, the pressure is on. It's time to show what they're made of.
Right here, right now, one final game to close out the lower bracket for the last time today. Casters, take it away.
I can't believe that Levin actually hit us all with the bait and switch. We were ready for the hype man moment, but maybe it's just something he's trying to say for finals. After all, right now, we're just trying to see who's locking in for that battle bus tomorrow anyway.
I think the game carries that hype going into this last one. So many big names. We talked about it going into this second last game. It was like, hang on, there's a lot of big names here. They need to clutch up. Again, it's now or never, Jacob, even more so in this game.
Yeah, on day 1, you kind of saw the start of the tournament. Well, forget what I was about to say, because the last game of the day is ready. Who goes to finals? Let's find out. Last game of the day, and you really see the difference of the flow of how these games went from the upper bracket game 1 yesterday, where I think we had 85 or so alive when the first storm surge hit. It's getting less and less as each and every game passes here. There's 88 up here in this game, but I think with everything on the line, a Victory Royale, a must for some, or high elim games for others, we're gonna see this one speed through.
Already a different change of pace here, though. Giannis and Cheatin', they don't have to fight it out. Not for this final lobby, but more importantly still, Jacob, I think the big thing is that we're witnessing what could potentially be Crash Out Nation, because there are duos whose only option is to get a victory royale.
What a victory. Could be happening right now. I drop. Sato taking down one. Marius the only one left. They have the HP advantage. Marius and iDrop are out. Podesai and Sato survive.
That is tough, but for Podesai and Sato, this is the moment Levin was talking about. Dreams can come reality. As Aviv surprise contested in this last game over towards Sus Studios, Randu and GRX. They chose to stray away from the fight of Yanis and Cheatin, bringing the fight on over towards this side of the map, and they already got that elimination onto Cam.
Sorry, Jacob, I'm just still not over what we just witnessed. Radius and iDrop were winning that off spawn all day long, but they lose the one they needed most still. Hope not completely gone here for GRX. That is until Aviv puts him into the dirt, and Aviv knows just how desperate he is for this one to vote in his favor because he cannot afford to lose out up against Randu, but it's all over. Randu is going to be the sole survivor here at Sus Studios.
What a clutch that was. That keeps them in it. Aviv needed it, but so did those guys. But look who's here. We've got a third party. It's Cheatin and Yanis making their way on over. What will happen there? But another team that needs a big game. It's Muzz and Sphinx, and they take down Nathan.
Hey, to start the day, Sphinx say these guys have been running from him. They went ahead and finally caught up to him and get the elimination. Again, these are the games that truly matter. They started this one with around 66 or so points. They get those 8 because of these 2 eliminations here. That first one on an Ebs, he was out of position by himself. Muzz strikes him down.
And remember, Nathan and Ebs outside of that qualification now, so they will not be qualifying through to tomorrow. For Muzz and Sphinx, they're still in it. The dream is alive.
Just giving a moment for pause. Clicks and Higgs under a lot of pressure right now. Sandwiched in between Savage, Velo, King, and Phaser. But Higgs, he's trying to see if there's any life left in his eyes. But fortunately, Clicks gonna look for a backup moment here. Savage, Velo, though, they're just so healthy. They're looking to try and steamroll through Clicks and Higgs. They want to shut down Exit here in the final hour. Savage and Velo still looking to close it out. But it's Clicks with the turnaround. Clicks just backed into the corner. Fighting his way out. But just like that, taking it home.
He needs to go. He needs to go quick. Sky Jump and Momsy heard the noise from so far away, and now they're starting to go on a chase. Good job, fellow. But how far can you stretch this moment here? Because Sky Jump and Momsy, they're surely on the chase, even using the zip line to try to cut the distance as fast as possible.
Hide and seek for Velo. It's his first LAN. What better moment to announce yourself to the world stage? Can he clutch up here? Can he keep evading the attention of Skyjump and Momsy? Trying to be a little bit sneaky here. Hiding behind the trash can. He's being very, very careful because he knows what Skyjump and Momsy are capable of. Has he done enough? You can see them still just looking on over, trying to find this elimination, trying to find it.
That elimination, though, those eliminations on the Clicks and Higgs, literally on the live leaderboard, puts them on the spot inside of the bubble. Velo right now really needs to dig deep to figure out how he's going to get out, because it's not only about leaving that position, it's about looting up and getting Savage back.
But look what's taking place elsewhere. Muzz and Sphinx, sure, they might have struck first at Humble Hills, but the leftovers of other teams' desires really taking over in that moment. And no Muzz means that Sphinx has such an uphill battle waiting for him. Chap, Flixie, hanging out still by Dark Dominion. But Jacob, Mini, one thing I couldn't help but notice, Velo stuck behind the dumpster over at Squibbly. He knows that Mumsy and Skyjump are trying to chase him down, but more importantly still, there was still Kazi and Davo off in the distance. And if they go near that hill face that looks directly into Squibbly, they will see Velo.
You have to be so, so careful. And as does anyone that gets in the way of Chap and Flixie.
in here at Dark Dominion. They're a team that have already booked their spot into the grand finals tomorrow. They're going to be looking at conditioning the rest of the lobby. Yuma, Koyota, a team that we haven't seen enough of today. They need to make it all happen in this final game. Remember, this is a team that know this drop spot well. They have that advantage. It's a huge shot to Chap already, trying to close in on the distance as well, but Chap's able to find the heals. Yuma's trying to find an angle as well, but Chap is able to find a position of healing. Blixie looking for another angle from a different wall, getting looked at from Koyota. Koyota can't quite find a way through either. Chap's trying to find a response, but it's just a stalemate right now.
Yeah, for Koyota, it's a big shot to open up the fight. Unfortunately enough, they were unable to really follow up on it. Big advantage over Chap, but Flixie's even dropped down to just 1 HP before he's eventually knocked by Scare. The third party comes in. We knew this lobby was going to get aggressive quick, but it's happening at a much faster pace that even I have anticipated as Koyota and Yuma. They need this here. They got some early damage, but they don't want to be a part of this mess anymore. They're using that porta potty and they're getting out.
They need to get out of Dodge because so many other teams already working their way over towards Dark Dominion. Chap as a solo, but you have to remember, he's already done what he needed to. 200 points, safe and secure inside of that consistency metric. It doesn't matter if he goes down, but can he play spoiler to Scare and Osid? They're looking to take up the fight. They know that this is an injured solo, but how much further can they push him? And finally, they get that elimination. Koyota and Yuma, though, thanking their lucky stars that they didn't have to continue that exchange, but it does suck at the end because they didn't get the opportunity to properly loot the bodies.
Some cheating, remember, uncontested off spawn. They're gonna have to try and look for the damage elsewhere. Of course, already found that early elimination. They'll be happy with that, but the rest of the game needs to go their way. 34 points. The win is going to be what they're looking at right here. Jacob, it's not going to be easy, though. We haven't seen enough of them today. They haven't performed at their best. And for two players of this caliber, you just expect so much more. Can they do it now?
Yeah, unfortunately for Yanis and Cheating all day long, they're essentially at a 50-50 drop spot. You either get the loot, you get the weapons, or you don't. And they've been on the receiving end of a couple losses in some of those games, but the one that matters most, they're still alive. Chino and Pablo, couple struggles to start the day for them. We've seen it yesterday as well. Triple contested does do things to you at the end of the day, but they have been finding their stride to close it out. And now they're at 190 points, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
Chino and Pablo are ready to settle the score. They were hunting Mini Bio and Fukun because they are just way too close for comfort. Pablo and Chino are sick of it being a triple contested situation over at Sandy Strip. They want to and guarantee that it'll be just be them versus Victor B and Kanata in tomorrow's competition. Still, Osid, Scare, they're doing everything in their power to just put themselves in a best case scenario to try and win out in this lobby because that's what they need. They need the BR in order to get into tomorrow's competition.
Here on the other side, Scare and Osid need these elims. They need a big game. You can see very close on the standings at the moment. So for both of these teams, it is of equal importance. And that's why we see Haman right here trying to look for an overdrive grenade away. But oh no, Scare and Osid, they are scary right now. They are closing on through. Haman will not get away that easy. Scare just needs to try and find the final few shots to take him out. He just can't hit them here. They're still chasing him on through.
Spend this much time though, pursuit of one individual. Scare and Osid are lucky that they haven't encountered anybody else along the way. They were beelining for him and finally they'd be able to cut him off. So Scare, Osid, they add yet another elimination. That's 5 in total. And you could be right. It might just be a go big or go home instance. Maybe the Victory Royale could be in their sights, but it could also just be a lot of points off the eliminations and a strong placement finish.
This is one of those teams right here, Mini Pio and Kun, they've been kind of going under the radar until that last game. Almost had me cheering them on if they would have got the Victory Royale, but they went ahead and got a bunch of points to put themselves in control of their entire destiny as Yanis and Cheating. They know it's not just the Victory Royale, it's the eliminations, because if a lot of those teams along their path in and outside of the bubble do go down, that gives them a chance if they get enough eliminations in a high-scoring game to where they might not need the Victory Royale. A little bit more of a long shot, but it's definitely possible.
Hide and seek worked. He wasn't seeked, if you like, as Velo can find the reboot onto Mr. Savage, keeping them in this game, Taka. But of course,
their entire game plan. They're now going to be behind. They took so much damage there in those previous fights, so they're going to need to try and find enough damage to make that happen. Epic, Well, and Pump, a really solid game from those guys in that previous one. They need to make something happen here as well, but oh no, Savage down again.
Savage just never got the chance. Teams are looking every which direction. The moment the audio cue sounds out, another player is looking to close in, but even still, Velo at least has one silver lining. And it's a reach in the dark. It's a long shot, but with the way that the lobby is thinning out so rapidly, excuse that last reboot that just took place though to bump it right back up to 60, they might not have to worry about search threshold, but first and foremost, Velo has to escape. He needs to just find a way to position himself and make it into the zone to begin with.
Just really interesting. He moves on over towards Riptides, but doesn't know they're overstaying their welcome on the side of Epic Will and Pump is Mr. Savage. Another reboot opportunity. This is how he went down to Momsy and Sky Jump, and you see on the mini-map in that moment, that's when Velo had no choice. I can't continue to be the hero when you have no loot, but he is going to get another opportunity here.
Saw it right there. 70% of their points have been from solo clutches. That's the story of this season as well. So Velo needs to make it all happen right now, even if it is a solo situation throughout the rest of this game. Really putting themselves under it right now because they've got to make it all happen at the end of this game. A team that don't know Taco, Ages and Ritual, experimentation, trying different things, playing back inside of this storm. Maybe experimenting with more.
And this feels like watching a breath of fresh air in action because Agers and Ritual, they have all the time in the world. They can do whatever they want. They can get eliminated in the next couple of seconds and it wouldn't make a difference. They have secured their spot for the Summit Finals. But now, Sato, Hodesai, they're also looking to take control of their fate and make it onto tomorrow's battle bus. First, they'll have to contend, though, with the team left over at Wonky Land, King and Phaser. But King and Phaser, they're not interested. They're just trying to play this one out.
Now, second time is maybe Mr. Savage. Can you survive? Yes, you can. But for how long? A little bit of HP. Medkits being passed. They have absolutely nothing to their name. And in a 2-tick zone, they're not going to have a lot of time to actually loot up and get the loadout that they want. So they're just going to be scrapping their way through the end of this game. But at 116, again, they were that team that is on the line. If they could somehow make it out of zone to start scoring some placement points, they should be okay.
2-tick zone though, the storm is moving in. It's going to get increasingly more difficult for them to get on in here in a good situation. Maybe if they even make it in. They don't have any loot. Mr. Savage doesn't have anything. So if this is going to happen for them, they're doing it in style.
Even when they make it into the zone, though, they'll have that constant looming threat of storm sickness. We haven't seen too many duos threatened by it throughout today's matches, but this would definitely be a circumstance where I could see that taking over just because of how much time Velo has had to position himself inside a storm to bring Savage back. Skyjump and Momsy, though, devious start. Chasing down Velo from the beginning has now left them in a position where they've got ample surge and they're looking to make their next move.
And for a couple of teams in this lobby, it is looking good. Fadil and Ju specifically, 400 damage above the threshold. They're looking for opportunities for more. Cheat and Yanis, they're the ones in their line of sight, and they cause a little bit of a distraction. It does look like Cheatin was just taken down, leaving Yanis by himself. You gotta blame Fadil and Ju a little bit for that causing the distraction, but at 122 points, you see them inside of that bubble, but they are not safe. They still need to perform decently well in this game to secure that spot.
Max pull zone, absolute nightmare situation for them right now, but how are they going to handle it? Overdrive grenades goes through. They just decide to white line it here, try and go the easy way through, get on top of this hill. An important position for them to find themselves in as the rest of the lobby also try and find their way on through. Where will they position themselves next? Every single move they make here, Taco, has increased importance.
And for Braids and Visuals, they might find themselves a little bit cut off, a bit hesitant to try and move out initially. They knew that Randu was right next door. They didn't want to be at risk of losing their shields. They're gonna opt to take a little bit more of an isolated path here, wrapping all the way around through some of their pre-existing builds even, but so far so good. Nobody's holding down that hill, still just ahead of them, and so they will be able to work their way into this next edge zone.
Give or take 3 eliminations worth of points for Visuals and Braids. That's how close this game actually is, as Velo and Savage End up in another scuffle. Phazin and Gerald on the other side, but luckily for them, they're 74 above. They get tagged up yet again, 35, quickly falling. They aggressed onto him. Gerald ends up in the whole box, but they're just trying to backtrack in their steps. They don't want to give it up here. They're 196 above. Surprisingly, look at their loadout, Spinny. You almost would have never guessed they went down. He takes a big shot, but he fires one back. Gerald goes down. Fallow gets sprayed from all around. 25 HP, and they lose control and go down.
There are no winners in this exchange, though. Jacob Phazin might have won it out initially, but he is still inside of the storm. Everybody else in the lobby looking his way, waiting for him to try and make his entry point. But Cazers, Xavier, everyone else just looking to shut him out.
Bodasai Sato had a really good off spawn this time. They needed to make this game count, but no, with Sato going down, Bodasai follows. Gino and Pablo continue to find their fighting prowess in these lobbies to again solidify their spot in the grand finals. They're having fun.
Yeah, you see 14th place, 18th place, both of them down, and this is just one of those moments where you have to just sit and wait. Pray nobody passes you on that leaderboard, and maybe even cheering for a team like this, for Chino and Pablo, to take out your competition. But they're at 194 points. They've been on fire as of recently, and they don't look to slow down yet. But as we move in this zone, we're going up towards the top of that mountain. So this one, if you don't have enough builds or aren't prepared for the different elevation changes, I bid you farewell.
12th through 14th, though, those duos have already been eliminated from this lobby. The cutoff range really appears to be where Josh and Zoe were last seen, in that 11th place position, and it's going to be very close here. Braids, Visuals, still trying to do what they can to play leapfrog in the final moments.
Fast Brokey repairs, looking to play for that height right now. Chino lost Pablo down to 6 HP, trying to hide away, but it's not going to matter. He's down and out, but they'll be rocketing themselves all the way through to the grand finals tomorrow. What a performance from them.
Yanis just trying to go ahead and shockwave to try to grab some of the loot. But unfortunately enough, he ends up on the backside of that zone, having to figure out a way out of that position. But for Alex and Reckless, OCE's best. They got 4 eliminations, 116 points. Not sure what that threshold is now, but you see they're just outside of that bubble. 1 elimination, 1 placement point, and if one team goes down, they will take it.
Alex was saying earlier on, he's the face of OCE. You want the face of OCE in the top level of competition. Epic Well and Pup here, able to find a little bit of loot here of Karama. That's going to be huge for them going into this endgame. Of course, the zone's pulling back into that way as well, so they can extend into that zone. But oh no, they're getting knocked on the door. There's another team spraying at them here. It's not going to be easy.
And Medeo under so much pressure right now, but just barely going to be above the surge threshold. Still, he has to try and pick up whatever points he can, because it is way too close for comfort. 124 points, 3 teams tied at the same margin. He cannot afford to go down anytime soon. He needs all the placement he can build, maybe some eliminations to go with it.
So many solo clutches this season from the deal. What bigger time to do it for him right now? We saw it in the last chance qualifier in MAJOR1. He came so close to winning out the game. All he needs to do now is find a few more of these placement points. Getting into those is going to be so vital for them. Fast Roki and repairs reclaim that high ground as well. And looking on down at the rest of the lobby and looking at their points, Jacob, they need this win.
Yeah, and they're putting themselves in the best position possible to take it. We know high ground wins games, even though low ground might win a championship. It's about qualifying to Sunday. But if flank comes in, high ground gets contested, Fast Roki goes down. It's all up to repair. 7 HP and a dream.
But everything is crumbling right underneath him. Too many teams looking his way. Repair still managing to drop, avoids the brunt of the damage. Currently, Yuma and Toyota, they are all or nothing at this stage. They want the victory royale more than anyone in this final moment.
But they don't have bills. They're trying to fight. They're trying to find that refresh. It's all a bit of a frenzy right now for Toyota and Yuma. They're not able to find this height hold successfully. It's absolute chaos. Toyota goes up onto height. They're still trying to hold it, but they don't have the bills.
Yeah, they just try and cause havoc. Let some of those shots bleed through. Maybe get the elimination, but Neil, you said it yourself. Clutching up again. 148 points. Sunday, he can taste it. He is right there. He doesn't even need to do much. He just needs to continue to stay alive. Half of the placement points in the game will be granted into the top 10. I think that's the marker he's looking for. But minute goes down. Toyota, Yuma, they lose their high ground. Tiggs,
It's just natural reflex right now for the deal. You leave him by himself, and yet he looks like a duo to contend with. One elimination to kickstart things, but just like that, the scenery can change so quickly. But Deal, unfortunately, caught out. Tiggs and Danikash are going to be able to prevent him from keeping anything else going. Still, Epic Whale trying to change his fate. He missed out in 2023 in a similar format. He's not trying to do it again. 3 eliminations already as a solo. They have catapulted themselves in the standings, and he still wants more.
8 builds for Epic Whale, getting knocked at the door from so many different angles. Takes down Fukun. Can he find this refresh? He absolutely needs it right now. Another 4 teams in this game. This is huge for Epic Whale in these final moments. They look like they've already qualified through, but why not win it?
Yeah, he has the med kits in the back pocket. I'm not sure how much Storm he's actually tanked at this time, but that could be a second win condition. But up above, uncontested, nobody able to look up, and the only duo left in this game at 180 points, Javi and Minish, and they're firing down onto Epic Whale. These are 2 teams. They don't need the win. They're almost already qualified, so it really goes down to Ozone. This is your moment. Can you clutch up? Because Javi, Minish, they get the elimination onto Epic Whale. He has more than enough left on the Chug Jug to get himself healthy before the inevitable happens. The clash between Titans on NA Central. Javi and Minish, 192 points. Can Ozone do it? Because up they go. Minish, Javi, they don't want to just take part in day 2. They want to take over. Ozone, left by himself in no man's land. Javi and Minish, take it all.
You can definitely feel a little bit of the panic starting to build up there, but Minish, he found the one shot that mattered, the closeout, and they will make it into tomorrow's battle bus.
Harvey, it's not bad for your first LAN, is it? Getting a victory royale and getting yourself through to that final.
Oh, I'm so happy, man. All the time I put in, all the work, I thought we weren't going to qual yesterday. We done it, but we made it happen. ¡Viva México, cabrones!
I think all of Mexico just heard you, Javi. And Minish, I spoke to you this morning. You said there were small mistakes to fix. How did you fix them?
We were just uncontested, I'm not gonna lie. Other than when Chap and Flixie tried to grief me, but it didn't work that well the last game, you know what I'm saying?
It didn't work that well, but you might have to see them again tomorrow because they've definitely qualified too. Looking back to the major finals in your region, a big problem for you was managing that storm surge in the mid-game. Do you feel like it might still pose a challenge?
I think we'll be able to figure everything out by the time finals comes around. We have 12 games. We just wanted to get some extra practice in today to see how it'll play out in the finals.
Absolutely. Just 8 games now, boys. Do you think NA is going to come out on top?
I'm going to come out on top, not NA.
Okay, then. It's going to be NA. It's going to be Mexico. I can't wait to see how you do. I can see a Mexican flag over there. Please, Düsseldorf, one more time. Javi and Minish. Let's send it back to the desk.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Shout out to Javi in a minute here. Dude, so many things to unpack in that last game. But first and foremost, we have to shout out the winners. They get themselves a victory royale. They secure themselves a spot to tomorrow's finals. But what does this mean for the rest of the lobby? For them, obviously, they got to start thinking, all right, prep begins now.
Exactly that. I mean, not only do they have to go through this excitement, I love to see the representation globally. Javi messaged me yesterday, actually. He sent me a DM. He said, Tokada, how do you have more earnings than me? I said, Javi, don't worry. Get through this weekend. Prove that you have what it takes. And I think we're not going to have to wait long for him to pass it.
Takata flexing his earnings there for everyone, by the way. Good on you. Good on you, lads. Yeah. Good on you. Look, Javi and Minish, they have been working so hard. Every time I've been in that practice area, I have seen them VOD reviewing with their coach, TS. Shout out to him. Look, it wasn't the smoothest of days by any means, but what Minish said as far as using all the games to gather as much information, gather as much experience as possible to take into tomorrow, and they deserve to be there at the end of the day. A great win in a game, Zeke, that was so heavily contested. So many people giving their best final swings to try and make something happen in that game, and these two did it the best.
What's crazy too, I don't know if you saw the point threshold right before we cut away there. They're up there. They're in that top 19, which means they will be pulling someone else outside of the top 19 up to fill one of those spots. These standings are going to go crazy. But once again, shout outs to them. And if you're just tuning in, you have missed some crazy Fortnite action. Here's a look back at the game winners. And as a reminder, every duo who got a Victory Royale on this page, they went straight through to tomorrow's finals. Depending on where they ended up, they didn't have to play anymore. So last game, it's fine. Hobby and Minish, they got it. And that's what they'll be playing for, the trophy. But boy, so many crazy things. And I'm getting word, the standings are ready. Let's go ahead. Let's see what this starts to look like with so many big names having these big pop-off performances. In this last game, Ages and Ritual go in as the #1 seed. Guys, I want to turn attention to 10th place, Epic Whale and Pump. Epic Whale, Tokata, you and me were like, wait, this is the old Epic Whale, what am I seeing?
What year are we living in? Is this 2019, 2018, 2020 Epic Whale? At one point, I saw a flash from the past when he was looking unstoppable, winning every single FNCS back-to-back on NA West, and now paired up with Pump. We are back at it again at the MAJOR1 Summit LAN. They have qualified themselves to the Sunday Finals.
Epic Whale, when it mattered the most, stepped up. He was right on that threshold going into this final game, and he did not leave it to chance. I mean, you already said it. He was moving, he was flying. Still plenty to figure out as far as tomorrow goes. But that is what we wanted to see from the veterans, the experienced ones. Epic Whale is one of only 3 players who played in Solo World Cup, Duo World Cup, and every single FNCS LAN. And so for him now to be making the final in this one, we were talking about players who maybe got to play 2023's upper and lower bracket format and didn't make it through. He failed last time around. Here in 2026, he makes it through the lower bracket and avenges himself from the past. A great performance to do it as well.
Oh my goodness. Let's take a look. Remember, we need to be in that top 19. And I gotta turn attention. I want to start at 14th place. Vadial, this last game, he shows up and has the solo clutch, Tokata. We were following his perspective, and in that moment, dude, again, it's like, it's just a blast from the past, getting these long-time OG players showing up massive. Lev, I was getting hyped.
This season, we have seen Vadil do this so many times. Takar, you've casted some of these moments where he has been down as a solo and just having to stay alive in a game to keep his dreams alive, and he does it here today.
When it mattered most on home turf, Vadil did not disappoint. The solo clutch was on real, racking up elimination after elimination, but all that matters is we will see them tomorrow at the Sunday Finals.
They looked so clean. We've actually talked with multiple players. That solo clutch factor is critical. And finally, obviously, the team in 19th place, Alex, Reckless, we're going to be seeing you in finals.
The OCE dream stays alive. The champs of MAJOR1 in OCE have not had the smoothest of days. But again, like we said, when it mattered the most, they stepped up and got the result they needed. This next page, though, is where things start to get sad. I mean, some of the goodbyes we're having to give to some of the players who have walked off the stage now, the likes of Sato and Podesai, Visual and Braids, Mr. Savage and Velo. iDrop and Marius. Marius was one of the players on the global stage last year who was fighting till the very end, giving Queasy, Swizzy and Mustache a run for their money, and he won't be playing in tomorrow's finals. Janice and Cheating. Again, a legendary German player in Janice, not gonna make it through. Toyota and Yuma, the Asian Peterbot. We all wanna see these guys playing in the final, but the competition, Zeke, is so tight at the top.
I mean, you saw it there. King and FaZe as well. Dude, so many duos. Tokata. It breaks my heart, right? I'd love to make sure every single one of these players got the prize money, the beautiful trophy, but at the end of the day, this is a competition. We are fighting to see who will be the best duo and earn the title of Summit LAN champion. It was very refreshing to see as well so many of these OG players and put kind of forced into these solo clutch situations, firing on all cylinders, clutching up in this game when the pressure's on. Think about the experience they've already had. They've been in these situations before, and for just that brief moment, they find that flow state. They go, hey, I've been here before. I'm going to tap into that. Now it's time to clutch.
The issue is, though, it's just all of this experience, too. We're seeing a lot of these legacy players that have been here before. They were just not able to make it through, but it's that bittersweet moment where you have players like Clix and Higgs who didn't make it, but you have also up-and-coming rising talent showing what they're capable of on an international stage. But what I'm thinking, too, I mean, a lot of those wonky land teams, Clix, Higgs, King, Phaser, this means some interesting stuff for tomorrow.
Yeah, we can't just move past this though, man. Clix and Higgs. The start to the year this duo had, all the hype was on Higgs. People highlighted how amazing he was as an individual. The momentum from last year's trio success, everybody believed it carry over into the duos. And even when people tried to build these guys up as a duo who would be able to compete and fight to the very end, it just hasn't been good enough. And this result might just be the shock this duo needs, because I think we can all sit here and reasonably say both of these guys are more than good enough to be playing in tomorrow's final. We love seeing them together. They're a fun duo. Whether you like them, whether you don't like them, they are a fun duo. They bring entertainment to not just NA, all of Fortnite. But it needs to be better, and today, just not good enough.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like you're saying, we need to shift focus. It needs to be a wake-up call. We have MAJOR2, we have second chance, and then we're going to Belgium. We don't have a ton of time left here to try and secure one of those spots, but ultimately we still need to give all the teams that made it here their flowers, right? Many of them fought through MAJOR1, then last chance, then second chance to be here on this stage. So Fortnite fam, even if your favorite duo didn't make it through, make sure to send them some love. They still fought it out on this stage. They brought every single thing they had. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but that does not mean they are not one of the best players in the world. If they weren't, they would not have been competing on this stage. Obviously, boys, sad moment over because we got to shift focus to tomorrow. Finals.
I think the great thing about Summit as an event is usually we have these conversations with teams at the end of the year when they fail, they don't have the globals that they were hoping for. For a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, I reckon some of these guys will split over the course of the year. But for a lot of these players, this is the shock they need so that if they are on that stage at Globals, they can remember this feeling. Some of them are in the back listening to me right now. Remember how you feel right now. Make sure that doesn't happen again in Antwerp.
Boys, what do we think? Tomorrow, finals, we now know the duos are competing. I'd love to hear your expectations going into tomorrow. I think we have to obviously remind ourselves the plans for mostly so many of these duos. Some made it through. They were thinking, hey, upper bracket, I'm just having a plan for upper bracket and finals. Some had to fight their way back through lower bracket. And we can't forget tomorrow is 8 games. It's not 6, it's 8. That changes, even just adding a handful of games changes so much.
I'm thinking back to 2024 Global Championship. Our winners, all our regions, but with King, Phaser, Clix, Higgs out of the game, these wonky land duos are no longer looking so strong. We know how Peterbot and Poyo like to play. We know that they can perform when it matters the most. So I've got high expectations for them.
Look, tomorrow, we're gonna get absolute cinema! It's gonna be so good, I'm telling you. Look, let's dust off the tears, wipe them down, forget all the sadness. The players who are playing tomorrow are gonna put on an absolute show. That is one thing I can promise you.
That's right. Well, before we start taking the camera, I do want to get production. Production, give me that graphic. Don't forget, we announced a bunch of things like the new Global Championship dates, where we're going, Belgium, a solo event, MAJOR2, the last chance. There's a blog. If this is the first time you're seeing it, go check it out. FN Comp on Twitter. Find the vlog. Read up yourself. There's brand new power rankings that Lev made a video on. There's an Acts of Unreal. It's Community Day happening right now. Jump in, double XP, typical gamer, got an icon skin. It's a lot. And we have finals tomorrow where we compete for $250,000 if we come out in first place and the title of Summit Champion. I'm out of breath. Fortnite fam, lock in tomorrow. We run it back 8 games, and it is going to be a movie. Until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.